In a dark prison cell, a girl was in utter despair. She held someone in her arms, confronting the man in front of her. Why? Why did you do this to us? The man in front of her said nothing, maintaining his silence. But the girl wouldn't let it go, frantically lashing out. Because of you, this child is dead. Are you happy now? After saying this, she began to cry, looking incredibly sorrowful. Unfortunately, the man just stood there coldly and scoffed. You're asking why I did it? You know exactly why. This left the girl stunned, completely clueless. The man stepped closer to her and said coldly, Your imprisonment here and that girl taking her own life. Everything was brought upon yourselves. Hearing this, the girl cried even harder. Her voice trembled as she muttered, No, we didn't do anything. The man didn't want to hear it all and coldly snapped, Shut up and don't say another word. It's all over. This is his 6th regression, and this time he still couldn't stop this world from falling into ruin under the dragon apocalypse. This man's name was Ujite. He wondered if he had just sat down and listened to that little girl back then. Would things have changed? But he didn't regret it all. The dragons were far too brutal. They had killed so many people, and he wasn't afraid to face them. He narrowed his eyes at the fire dragon, breathing flames toward him. With a loud crash, an earth-shattering explosion erupted. Smoke and fire filled the sky, but Jite was completely unscathed. He drew his sword and began to slaughter it. What Jite realized after living in this hell for the 6th time was failure, making experience the most important thing to him. Jite charged forward madly, with his sword like a moth to a flame. His speed so fast that he was invisible to the naked eye. Jite was completely alone, taking on the entire dragon race by himself. Yet Jite didn't flinch or show any fear. Every single strike of his sword carried terrifying killing intent. The number of dragons that fell beneath his blade was countless. But the problem was that Jite was only one person, and there were just too many dragons. Looking at the thousands of dragons right in front of him, he couldn't help but sigh, because no matter how much he kept killing and killing, they would never end. Earth had entered an anomalous state called apocalypse. Jite had failed to save the Earth. However, the world's time-reversing pendulum power kicked in once again. Jite wasn't too surprised by this situation. He stood there calmly, his back perfectly straight, and he gently closed his eyes, waiting for time to take him back. Time rolled back to the 21st century, a time of utter panic. Refugees flooded the streets, and belongings were scattered all over the ground. In the 21st century, when world gates began opening everywhere, monsters poured out of them, making it seem like humanity's spark would slowly fade away. But then mankind discovered a new flame, and ushered in the era known as the New Horizon. After that, youths with exceptional potential from around the world were brought to an artificial island for training. That was the birthplace of the International Urban Academy. That was the exact moment Lair was built, and as the new loop began, the regressor would enter his 7th lifetime right inside Lair. In a small alley, a burly man was grabbing a girl by her hair. His superhuman arm was pressed against her neck. He screamed frantically, "Damn it, if you want to live, back off." The police surrounded the man, yelling loudly at Host Sick, "Drop your ability and surrender immediately." Hearing this, Host Sick snapped back in frustration. "Screw off. It's already over anyway. You're all coming to hell with me." At that moment, someone walked into the alley. He quietly appeared behind Host Sick and said coldly, "I told you to surrender." Host Sick jumped out his skin. How did he not notice him getting close? Since when had this guy been standing behind him? Thinking of this, Host Sick shoved the girl hostage away, and then frantically attacked the young man, cursing repeatedly, "Holy shit, damn it, you're a cop too, right? Too bad you're." The young man had great combat skills, quickly dodging his attacks. Then he landed a punch right in Host Sick's face, scoffing coldly. Not a cop, a police officer. This single punch sent Ho Sick flying dozens of yards, slamming hard onto the ground, his face swollen like a pig's head. Seeing this, the young man couldn't help but sigh with regret. "I forgot to adjust my strength and overdid it." This young man was the regressor Ujite, who had just returned, and his identity this time was an officer at the Lair local police station. A moment later, at the Lair local police station, a female officer was checking the news about Host Sick. But it wasn't long before Host Sick, who was completely unconscious, was lying at her feet. Her voice trembled as she asked, "Why is he lying here?" Jite brought him in. He explained slowly, "I was just passing by, saw him, and picked him up." Hearing this, the female officer sighed and said, "Ah, let me write up the report first. Actually, never mind. Thanks for your hard work, Senior Jite." After saying that, though, she felt a bit puzzled. Jite seemed a little different right now. Was he always this tall? He seemed even more handsome, too. While the two were talking, a middle-aged man appeared next to Jite and said with a smile, "Hey, you Jite. I heard you caught Choi-ho sick. Is this the guy?" Jite nodded slightly and replied, "Ah, yes." The man examined Ho-Sik's injuries for a bit, then scolded him in a low voice. "But hey, you hit him way too hard. What if we get sued for police brutality again?" Jite just stayed quiet and said nothing. He was silently observing the two of them, both completely unfamiliar faces. To someone who hadn't gone back to work since the regression started, they all felt like total strangers. With that thought, Jite grabbed Ho-Sik by the collar to drag him away, leaving only a sentence. "Get back to work. I have other things to do." The reason Jite gave up his life to regress and stop the Earth from being destroyed was because of the hatchlings, because of the deaths of those baby dragons. When hatchlings grew to a certain point in the world called Askaliba, they would come down to Earth to travel and look for happy experiences. Some would get caught up in uncontrollable wars and lose their lives. Some would be crushed by human malice until they broke down. Some would take their own lives because they couldn't fulfill their given missions. Those deaths enraged the dragon race, and they turned to attack humanity. That's why in this loop, he decided to try a different approach. Just as Jite walked outside, the female officer ran after him and called him back. "Senior, are you busy after work? A new place just opened nearby. Are you busy after work? A new place just opened nearby. Are you busy after work? A new place just opened nearby." In beautiful, bustling Italy, people were enjoying a peaceful life. In a park, a girl was happily playing with some children. She used flower branches from the bushes to make wreaths and placed them on the kids' heads. Their giggles and laughter echoed throughout the entire park. At the same time, a figure was quietly watching them. Waiting until the children left, that person finally showed himself. The newcomer was Jite. He approached the girl and spoke slowly. "Hello." Hearing the voice, the girl immediately turned her head around. She was a beautiful girl with natural green hair, looking very much like a human, yet she wasn't one. Jite stared intently at the girl and said casually, "Can you come with me for a moment?" The girl didn't answer right away. She activated her passive ability so she could use the language of this world. Then she spoke politely. "Hello, mister. Were you looking for me?" Jite nodded slightly and replied, "I have something to tell you." The girl asked suspiciously, "So you already knew me beforehand?" Jite didn't hide it either, casually admitting, "That's right. What about you? Do you know me?" The girl chuckled and replied, "Of course I do. Mr. Jite." The atmosphere instantly fell into silence. Seeing that Jite didn't answer, the girl raised an eyebrow and asked again, "Am I right?" Jite's expression looked a bit uneasy right now. He asked in a deep voice, "How do you know that name?" The girl pointed at the badge on his chest and smiled, saying, "Right there, it's written on your chest, mister." It read Jite. Hearing that, Jite looked down and indeed saw the badge with his name on it. He was overthinking things. Seeing his expression, the girl continued, "I was just joking. I really don't know who you are or what you're planning to do, but I do know one thing. That Jite doesn't belong here at all." Jite said nothing to that, his gaze turning slightly cold. The girl asked again, "So, did you come here to kill me?" Jite shook his head slightly and replied, "No." Seeing him deny it, she asked curiously, "Then is it to kidnap me? Do you want to take me somewhere else?" Jite thought for a moment before replying, "Pretty much." Hearing this, the girl suddenly thought of something and spoke in a panic. "Don't tell me you're some kind of creep who's into dragons?" Jite sighed helplessly. "Stop talking nonsense. I came to protect you from this dangerous world. If you don't cooperate, I'll have to use force." The eyes of the Green Dragon clan could read the will of heaven, so they were sharper than other clans and quicker to grasp situations. And the girl in front of Jite right now was a member of the Green Dragon clan. Jite knew that, so he warned her in a low voice, "I hope you make the right choice." The girl was caught off guard for a second, but quickly snapped out of it. She chuckled and asked, "So meaning if I'm a good girl and listen to you, I'll be treated well, right?" "That's right." Jite nodded slightly. Hearing this, the girl agreed. "All right then, it's not like I have a choice anyway, but you have to treat me well, like a guest of honor." As she spoke, she turned around, held up her pinky finger, winked, and asked with a smile, "Do you promise, mister?" Even though she was smiling, her finger was clearly trembling. She was afraid. Jite noticed this, and he nodded without any hesitation. "All right, I promise." Then he locked pinkies with her. The next day, in the city of Lair, the green dragon had been brought home by Jite. After a long sleep, she woke up in a daze. Wearing a white shirt, she slowly walked out, muttering in confusion, "Are you awake yet, mister? Mister?" But when she walked into the living room, the green dragon saw Jite talking to a dark shadow. He gave a quiet order. "It's nothing, just do as I instructed." The dark shadow replied in a low voice, "As you wish, master." Then it turned into Jite and slowly walked outside. As it passed by the green dragon, it even gave her a slight nod. She politely nodded back to it, "Good morning." After saying that, she turned and walked toward Jite, who was sitting on the couch. Assuming the green dragon was scared, Jite immediately explained, "Don't worry about it. It's just used to go to work in my place." Hearing the explanation, she was stunned, taking a long moment to respond. She asked hesitantly, Did you sleep well, mister? But you're really not going to work." Jite replied casually, "Even if it's a clone, it's still my ability. It gonna work is the same as me going to work. Besides, I need to stay by your side." Hearing this, the green dragon realized and smiled shyly. "Haha, I guess that makes sense. Then let's have breakfast together." Jite frowned slightly, asking in confusion, "Breakfast?" The green dragon nodded slightly and replied, "We have to eat. You skipped dinner last night, too." Jite shook his head and declined, "No need." Hearing this, the green dragon pouted and muttered, "But it's so weird if the landlord doesn't eat and I eat all by myself." Jite glanced at her, asking in confusion, "Do you always eat full meals? Dragons can survive without eating." The green dragon smiled brightly and replied, "It has nothing to do with surviving or not. Eating good food just makes you happy. And you only have energy when you're happy." Jite didn't quite get it, saying casually, "Is that so?" But at that moment, the green dragon stood up and spoke. "This won't do. Come to the grocery store with me, mister." Jite didn't want to. He shook his head and refused. "I really don't." But before he could finish, the green dragon cut him off. "Let me show you the power of breakfast." A moment later, at the shopping mall, a huge crowd of people had gathered. But right then, something caught everyone's eye. Men and women alike all turned their gazes toward one direction, exactly where Jite and the green dragon appeared. Jite was carrying a bunch of bags, complaining, "It's just for one breakfast, yet you bought so much." The green dragon replied happily, "I saw that the kitchen had absolutely nothing in it. Let's head back quickly so I can cook you breakfast." Jite sighed helplessly and suggested, "Forget it. Let's drop the stuff at home and eat out." The green dragon looked a bit surprised and asked, "Huh? What?" Jite explained slowly, "There's a place we need to go, and you have to come along. Plus, it's already way past breakfast time." Hearing that, the green dragon muttered apologetically, "Sorry about that. Mister, it's been so long since I went shopping that I got a bit carried away. But where are we going anyway?" Jite explained slowly, "We need to set up a few things so you can live here. Hurry up, we have a lot to do." The green dragon followed along without understanding a single thing. A moment later, at a shop, an old guy was laughing excitedly, saying, "Haha, what an absolute beauty. Is she your girlfriend?" Jite glared at him, warning him in a cold voice, "If you want to keep your remaining eye, shut up and do your job." The old guy immediately shut his mouth in fear and got to work. After finishing up there, the two went to another counter. Before long, they were done, and Jite took the green dragon girl to buy a watch, making her smile from ear to ear. On the way back, looking at her ID card under the name Ubiom, the green dragon girl couldn't help but feel overjoyed. "I have an ID card now, too. This is amazing." Hearing this, Jite asked in confusion, "You've never had one before?" Ubiom nodded slightly and replied, "Forget an ID card. I've never even had a bank account or a hologram watch before. Jite felt a bit sentimental hearing that. But it wasn't long before he heard UBOM ask, "The last name is yours, but what does the name BOM mean?" Jite explained slowly. "It follows the 4 seasons. Actually, it's because there are 4 dragons." But regardless of the reason, UBOM was very happy. She loved the name. Spring is the time when life comes to the world. It's a really beautiful name. Not knowing what she was thinking, after walking for a bit, she spoke up hesitantly. "Actually, it's not that I'm not afraid of you." Ubom's eyes kept warning her that Jite was truly very dangerous. But she believed he wasn't a bad person. Hearing this, Jite couldn't help but frown, asking in confusion, "It's only been a day, and you're already that sure?" UBOM chuckled and replied, "My intuition is very sharp because I belong to the Green Dragon clan." Jite let out a chuckle hearing that, not knowing what to say. UBOM turned her head to look at him again, smiling happily as she asked, "So, can I look at you for a little bit longer?" After saying that, she turned and ran ahead. Jite had never seen that smile in any of his lifetimes. He couldn't help but look up at the sky. Not a bad start. That was exactly what Jite thought. Elsewhere, in a desert region of South Africa, a red-haired girl stood in front of a bald guy, speaking with disgust. "What's this? You started out so fast, so why are you the weakest one now?" Hearing this, the bald guy snapped angrily. "You crazy bitch, do you think you can survive after messing with us?" But as soon as the words left his mouth, the girl stomped on his face. She scoffed coldly. "Oh my, you're so ugly that I stepped a bit too hard, didn't I? You're not dead yet, right?" But the man didn't answer, having passed out cold. The red-haired girl smirked and said, "That makes 199 consecutive wins, right? I wonder who's next." The next day, news of the Night Hunter spread all across the world. Jite stared at the news in contemplation for a long time, thinking that perhaps it was time to take action. While he was lost in thought, there was a knock on the door, and Bomb's voice followed. "Are you still busy, mister? It's already evening." Jite immediately replied, "I'll be right out." Right after that, he turned off his computer and went outside. As soon as he stepped out, he saw a pot of pitch-black fish rice. Jite instantly froze, but Yubon didn't notice at all and asked excitedly, "What do you think, mister? Looks delicious, right?" She said that back when she was in England, she saw a dish made with sardines, so she decided to try combining it with rice. Since Korea has a saying that Koreans live on rice. Jite scooped up a spoonful of the pitch-black stuff in front of him, really not daring to put it in his mouth. Would eating this cause food poisoning and kill him? In the end, he decided not to eat it, putting the spoon down while changing the subject. "Tomorrow, I'm going to pick up the red dragon." Hearing this, Yubion gasped in surprise. "The red dragon? But bringing her back is going to be really hard. She won't come quietly like I did." Jite spoke slowly. "If you come along to convince her, it probably won't be that hard." UBOM hesitated for a moment before nodding. "I don't know if I can help much, since there's an inherent distance between the clans." Hearing this, Jite frowned in surprise. "A distance?" UBOM explained slowly. "Because the desires of each clan are different. I like to take my time creating this and that. But the Red Dragon clan is completely different. Red Dragons love war, violence, and flaunting their power. The harder you try to force her back, the more dangerous it gets. To the Red Dragon clan, submission is worse than death." Jite frowned slightly, muttering hesitantly, "But if we don't bring the Red Dragon back quickly, it'll be very dangerous. Someone is targeting her, and if things go on like this, the Red Dragon will definitely die." With that, Jite looked intently at Yubom and said firmly, "So if you come along, we can resolve this peacefully." But before he could even finish, he noticed UBOM looking at him with a strange expression. He asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" UBOM chuckled and replied, "It's just that this is the first time you've asked for a favor like this, so it feels a bit strange. I thought you were the type to shoulder everything alone." Hearing this, Jite immediately fell into silence, not knowing how to react. UBOM smirked upon seeing this. "All right, I'll help you. It's rare for you to ask for help anyway. Plus, I don't want my friend to die either." But she said she had one condition. Jite looked at her in confusion, asking what it was. UBOM pointed at the pitch-black stuff on the table and said, "You have to finish this meal. I saw you secretly put down your spoon the moment you mentioned the Red Dragon." This statement left Jite's face completely blank. Afterward, he let out a helpless sigh. Having no other choice, he could only hold back his nausea and eat that pitch-black stuff. On another note, somewhere in South Africa, a battle was raging and the ground was littered with bodies. The culprit was none other than the red-haired girl known as the Night Hunter. She slammed a man onto the ground and muttered with disgust, "Are you boys seriously this weak?" With that, she turned to leave, smirking with dissatisfaction as she muttered, "I didn't want my 200 victory to be this boring. There are no opponents left in Africa, so where should I go next?" At the same time, two men were hiding behind a wall, one of whom couldn't help but curse. "Our elite forces got completely wiped out by a single girl," while the other reminded him, "Don't think of her as just a kid. She's a battle-addicted monster." One thing he was absolutely sure of was that relying on their own forces was hopeless. He just hoped that person would arrive quickly. But while they were talking, they didn't notice that the Night Hunter had already quietly slipped behind them. She scoffed and said, "Hey boys, what are you whispering about while hiding back here?" The two men panicked instantly, spinning around in a hurry to fight back. Too late. The Night Hunter let out a sinister laugh, swinging her sword down to strike. But at that exact moment, the Night Hunter sensed something rushing toward her from a distance. She immediately raised her blade to block it, yet she was still pushed back step by step by the incoming force. However, the Night Hunter didn't give up, tightening her grip on her sword, and then slashed down powerfully, cutting through the thing that was attacking her. This sight left the two men stunned as they muttered in disbelief. Did she just slice through a stream of mana? This little monster. Right then, a voice rang out from behind them. "Is that girl the Night Hunter?" The two men immediately turned around to look. The newcomer was none other than Javier Karma, the 8th-ranked ranker in the South African coalition. He gave a deep-voiced order, "Evacuate the wounded immediately." With that, he narrowed his eyes at the Night Hunter in the distance, a flash of surprise crossing his eyes. She was just inspecting her sword, pouting as she muttered, "You actually startled me there. That last hit must have been pretty heavy." She was just inspecting her sword, pouting as she muttered, "You actually startled me there. That last hit must have been pretty heavy." Karma couldn't help but comment, "I heard you were female, but I didn't expect you to be this young." Hearing this, the Night Hunter smirked and pouted, saying, "Oh wow, are you falling for me too? That's exactly why I wear a mask all the time." She even confidently added that everyone got distracted by her flawless face, which was why they couldn't fight properly. Karma was left speechless by this statement. He couldn't be bothered to talk nonsense with her, so he said coldly, "You've already felt the difference in our power, yet you still don't plan to surrender?" Breaking into a smile, the Night Hunter pouted and said, "What are you talking about? Running away just because an item broke is way too cowardly. I'd rather die than give up in disgrace." As soon as the words left her mouth, she summoned her mana into her hands and then charged forward madly like a moth to a flame. She roared fiercely, "Dying in a thrilling battle is way better anyway." Just like that, the Night Hunter charged with powerful momentum, unleashing a storm of attacks on Karma. But he still managed to dodge them. The Night Hunter didn't give up at all, closing the distance step by step. Finishing her sentence, she threw a punch, but the sight right in front of her made the Night Hunter's eyes widen in shock, because her fist did absolutely nothing to Karma. She cried out in shock. No reaction at all. Karma stood there tall and proud, speaking coldly. "It seems you've never fought anyone stronger than yourself, have you? Have you seen every battle up until now as just a game?" With that, he clicked his tongue and commented, "What a shame. Even though you're highly talented, I am not someone you can play around with." Finishing his sentence, Karma raised his blade to slash down, and the Night Hunter's expression instantly turned grim. Karma's blade was wrapped in an enormous amount of mana as he slashed down without a moment's hesitation, his eyes completely filled with killing intent. The Night Hunter bit her lip hard, cursing to herself, "Damn it, I can't dodge this one in time." With a loud crash, the blade light, carrying powerful mana, slashed down. The Night Hunter couldn't dodge in time and was blasted far away. Karma was a bit surprised on his end. Being able to increase her arm strength to block in that split second meant she was definitely no joke, so he would have to crank up his output. But when Karma was about to attack again, There was no one left in front of him. Karma frowned and muttered, "Did she run?" Meanwhile, the night hunter was being dragged into a hidden corner by UBOM to hide. Seeing UBOM, the night hunter asked in surprise, "Green Dragon, what are you doing here?" UBOM replied in a low voice, "I heard you were in danger, so I came to save you." It turned out the night hunter was actually the red dragon that Jite was looking for. Hearing this, the red dragon snorted in disdain. "You just pop out of nowhere and claim you're saving me?" UBOM ignored her, treating her injuries while reminding her, "If you keep fighting, you're really going to die." The red dragon unhappily slapped UBOM's hand away and spoke with annoyance, "Green Dragon, you can interfere in other things, but stay out of my battles. I don't care if I live or die. I have to fight to the very end." Seeing how stubborn she was, UBOM couldn't help but sigh helplessly and advise her, "Red Dragon, if you die, our whole trip is over too." These words left the red dragon stunned. UBOM continued to treat her, speaking slowly, "Your death isn't just your own. You don't want to ruin our fun either, right?" She mentioned that she wanted to stay and play on Earth, so she hoped the red dragon would cooperate a bit. Hearing this, the red dragon fell into silence. After hesitating for a long time, she pouted and spoke up, Fine. Or are you planning for us to run away together or something? That guy is strong as hell. If we run, we'll just get caught right away." UBOM ignored the comment and replied calmly, "He'll handle it." The red dragon was a bit surprised, asking back in confusion. UBOM chuckled softly and said, "I didn't come alone." That was right. If UBOM was here, then Jite was definitely here too, and he was currently standing right behind Karma. Sensing the killing intent, Karma immediately spun around and asked in a cold voice, "Who are you?" Hearing this, Jite let out a malicious smirk, and then he replied in a deep voice, "I'm that kid's guardian." On another note, in a certain forest, a blonde girl was lying down soaking up the sun when she suddenly caught a scent and muttered in confusion, "How strange. I clearly smell the green dragon, but turns out it's not her." The person in front of her was actually Jite, meaning, "The one with UBOM is your clone." The blonde girl opened her eyes wide at Jite, asking curiously, "Who are you, mister? You're probably not a bad guy, right?" Back in South Africa, after hearing the answer from Jite's clone, Karma couldn't help but ask back in surprise, "A guardian? That kid doesn't really look like the type who needs a guardian." While the two were talking, the red dragon was curiously poking her head out to look at Jite's clone, muttering in confusion, "Is that the guy you were talking about?" UBOM was truly at her wit's end and quickly pulled her back. "It's dangerous. Step back." Out in the open, Jite's clone didn't bother to explain things to Karma, speaking indifferently, "It's a long story to explain, so let's just end things here." These words took Karma by surprise. Then his surprise turned into anger as he gnashed his teeth and muttered, "You just crawl out of nowhere and talk absolute nonsense. I definitely can't let this slide." Jite's clone said nonchalantly, "But she hasn't killed anyone yet." Letting out a soft snort, Karma spoke coldly, "Don't mess with me." Jite's clone still earnestly tried to advise him, "That kid won't be staying here much longer anyway, so can you just drop it?" Karma grew a bit impatient hearing this, tightening his grip on the hilt of his blade as he ground his teeth, and said, "You think I'm just going to drop it because you showed up and said a few words? This area falls under Sand's jurisdiction." As soon as the words left his mouth, he swung his blade, attempting to attack Jite's clone. Karma roared fiercely, "As an investigator of Sand, I will capture that brat no matter what, and I'll drag whoever claims to be your guardian back to the organization too." Right after that, he unleashed a slash, carrying powerful mana. With a loud crash, the rocks and ground were shattered to pieces by the blade light. Once the blade light faded, a thick cloud of dust and debris filled the air in front of him. Karma thought he had won, taunting mockingly, "Being in cahoots with that little monster. I'm sure a hit like this didn't hurt you, right?" But as soon as he finished speaking, a disdainful voice rang out from behind him. Bored out of its mind, Jite's clone made Karma's eyes widen in absolute shock. It scoffed and pouted, saying, "Is this all the 8th-ranked ranker amounts to? Why are you so stubborn?" Karma couldn't snap out of it. He had no idea when it had appeared behind his back. He didn't dare let his guard down, hurriedly swinging his sword. Unfortunately, it was already too late, as a surge of black energy blasted straight into Karma's body, rendering him completely helpless. Jitei's clone lifted its foot and walked over. It spoke in a cold voice. Shut up and listen carefully. It said that today was the unluckiest day of Karma's life. While dealing with that kid, he accidentally ran into an unexpected monster, and Karma couldn't hold out against his attacks at all. As a result, both of his arms were crippled, and his eyes lost the ability to track targets. Reaching this point, Jitei's clone pressed its sword against Karma's eye, its tone remaining terrifyingly dark. And you will never forget this. Karma wanted to beg for mercy, but it was too late. The sword of Jitei's clone sliced across, and fresh blood poured out like rain. Sam possessed superhuman healing abilities, so even if limbs or eyes were lost, they could be cured. But they would never soothe the terror that had been deeply engraved into Karma's consciousness. As we can see, the power brought by fear is highly effective, and Jitei utilized it perfectly. After finishing up, Jitei's clone glanced toward the red dragon in the distance. She was currently frozen stiff with fear, trembling as she muttered, "Hey, green dragon, what exactly is that monster?" UBOM sighed and explained, "He's not a monster. Mister is a human." The red dragon? Hearing this, the red dragon shot back with a cold laugh. "If he's human, then I'm just a lizard god." While the two were talking, Jitei's clone walked over from a distance. It spoke in a cold voice. "Red Dragon, from now on, you will live in my house. Under my protection, I will give you freedom. Whatever you want, I'll be ready to support you." But as it said this, the eyes of Jitei's clone turned vicious. It pursed its lips and muttered, "But if you leave my protection..." But before it could finish, Uboem hugged the Red Dragon and said with a smile, "I think she's in total shock right now. Let me calm her down and explain it to her later." Hearing this, the red dragon snapped back in annoyance. "What is this? What are you guys planning to do to me?" UBOM ignored her, winking and smiling at Jitei's clone. Seeing this, Jitei's clone let out a helpless sigh. Then it turned around to leave, demanding in a cold voice, "From now on, your name is Yuyorum. Remember it well." Hearing this, the red dragon asked back in confusion, "What the hell is Yurum?" Jitei's clone replied casually, "I'll explain later." UBOM and the red dragon walked behind him. Ubom smiled happily and said, "Red Dragon, you've grown bigger since the last time we met." The red dragon snapped back very irritably. "Now is not the time to joke around, got it?" Meanwhile, Jitei's clone was looking up at the sky. Then it linked up with the Jitei on the other side to report, "Everything has been handled, Master." At the same time, deep within the Amazon rainforest, Jitei received this report. He spoke with satisfaction. "Good job. I'll wrap things up here and head back right away." The red dragon naturally had a rough personality, making her hard for his clone to convince. So it was a good thing UBOM went along. Right then, the blonde girl came over and squatted down next to Jitei's feet, asking curiously, "Who were you just talking to, mister?" Jitei shook his head slightly and replied, "It's nothing." She still smiled innocently and said, "Your smartwatch is so magical, mister." This was the gold dragon. Just like every other gold dragon, she loved getting attention. In the third lifetime, the gold dragon lived like a celebrity, shining under the spotlight. But the most prominent figure would always be the dragon that brought the greatest destruction. Being loved by many people made life glamorous, but it came with countless troubles. That was probably why she was currently hiding out in the middle of nowhere like this. While Jitei was lost in thought, the gold dragon squealed excitedly again, "Mister, this is so cool." With that, she jumped up and down, saying happily, "It projects the screen right into the air, and the image is super clear. I've never seen anything like this before." Jitei finally couldn't hold back anymore, asking in confusion, "Why did you run all the way here?" These words left the gold dragon stunned. Jitei ignored her reaction and continued, "If you wanted entertainment, shouldn't you be staying around humans? There's nothing but wild animals and bugs here." Hearing this, the gold dragon gasped in surprise. "Huh? How do you know?" Jitei replied casually, "The green dragon told me." The gold dragon instantly cheered up again. "No wonder I smelled her scent on you, mister. Are you close with big sister green dragon?" Seeing her like this, Jitei couldn't help but sigh. He asked the gold dragon in a deep voice, Are you afraid of humans now? Hearing this question, the gold dragon instantly froze. But very quickly, her voice trembled as she muttered, "The thing is, it's not that I'm too scared of humans. I used to live with them too. It was just that the gold dragon felt like some people looked at her in a weird way, and others kept following her around. So she felt a little scared." With that, the gold dragon leaned her back against Jite, looking incredibly pitiful. Jite glanced at her and suddenly asked in confusion, "Do you like bread?" The gold dragon was caught off guard for a moment, muttering hesitantly, "Bread? But I'm a dragon. I don't need to eat." Jite didn't say much. He lightly snapped his fingers, and instantly, space suddenly cracked open, and hands reached out, handing him a bag of bread. Seeing it, the gold dragon's eyes instantly lit up. It really was bread, and there were pastries too. The gold dragon cried out happily, "Oh my God, it smells so good. Are you giving me all of this, mister?" Jite nodded casually and replied, "Yeah." Seeing the contents inside, the gold dragon got even more excited. "How do you have so much?" "There are donuts too, and blueberry tarts. There's every kind of pastry in the world." Jite glanced at her and said seriously, "Gold dragon, don't stay here anymore. Come with me." He mentioned that her friends are there too, so she would be safe, and that she should enjoy this trip just like the others. The gold dragon, who was completely engrossed in eating her pastries, was left bewildered by Jite's words. She muttered hesitantly, "But my mom told me not to follow strangers." Hearing this, Jite made another promise. "I'll buy you more macarons." These words seemed to hit the gold dragon's sweet spot perfectly. She opened her mouth wide and stared at Jite, her eyes filled with pure joy. The next day, at a high-rise building in Lair, Yoram stood on the balcony smoking, looking down to observe the scenery below, though her face didn't look very happy. Yoram was thinking about the incident with Karma in South Africa, as well as Jite's devil-like appearance when he dealt with Karma. In the end, she couldn't help but curse under her breath. At the same time, Ubom walked out from inside the house, seeing Yoram standing there deep in thought. She couldn't help but call out, "Red Dragon." But before she could finish her sentence, footsteps echoed from outside. Ubom glanced over and immediately saw the gold dragon walking in with Jite, with the gold dragon happily chatting away. "So this is where you live, mister? Ah, I promise I won't ask for more pastries. But that sausage roll was absolutely delicious." As she spoke, she popped a piece of macaron into her mouth. The exact moment the sweetness of the pastry melted in her mouth, the gold dragon's eyes widened in absolute shock. She squealed excitedly, "What is up with this macaron? It's super crispy on the outside, but completely melts on the inside. This is literally the taste of heaven." Seeing the two of them, Ubom ran out to greet them. "You're back, mister." Jite nodded slightly and replied, "Yeah." Seeing Ubom, the gold dragon also smiled happily and said, "Big sister green dragon." Ubom smiled gently at her. "Long time no see, gold dragon." In a split second, the gold dragon threw herself into Ubom's arms. "It's been way too long. I missed you to death." Ubom patted her head and praised her. "You've gotten more and more beautiful." The two girls clung to each other, talking and laughing very happily. The gold dragon asked joyfully, "When did you get here, sister?" Ubom replied casually, "I just got here a few days ago. The red dragon is over there too. Do you want to go say hello?" Right at that moment, Jite's clone walked out as well, speaking respectfully, "Welcome back, master." Jite nodded slightly and ordered, "You did well. I'll call you later. Go back to work for now." Hearing the noisy voices of everyone, Yoram also walked in from outside. Jite glanced at her, somewhat at a loss for words, while Yoram also wore an annoyed expression, clicking her tongue in irritation. In stark contrast to her, the gold dragon briskly ran over to greet her. "Big sister Red Dragon, how have you been lately? What is this smell? Are you smoking again? Why does the Red Dragon clan always do things that harm your body?" Her constant chattering made Yoram incredibly annoyed. She reached out and pinched the gold dragon's rambling beak shut. Yoram barked irritably, "Hey chick, you're so annoying. Shut up right now before I rip your beak off." The gold dragon cowered in fear, muttering in a trembling voice, "Red Dragon, you're so mean." Afterward, all three hatchlings sat on the couch with Jite sitting across from them, and he asked for their ages. Igrekubom replied calmly. I'm 20. The gold dragon didn't hide it either, replying, I'm 10. This age is seriously perfect. Somebody help. Someone's luring a minor into his house. Yoram sat with her chin resting on her hand, hesitating for a long time before answering. Yoram, 16. The gold dragon didn't mind her young age at all, puffing out her chest and saying fiercely, We dragons grow much faster than humans, so stop treating me like a kid. Hearing this, Yoram let out a cold snort and taunted, Oh, real tough, huh? At this point, the gold dragon asked in confusion, By the way, did he just call Big Sister Red Dragon Yoram? Is that a fake name? Who knows? Yoram snorted coldly and pouted. Bomb smiled brightly and explained, That's the name Mr. gave to the red dragon. And I'm Ubom. The gold dragon couldn't help but ask in confusion, Huh? We haven't even had our coming-of-age ceremony yet, and we already have names? Dragon names are supposed to be special, right? How can it be this simple? Then I guess my name must be Gaul. Jite nodded slightly and replied, Correct. From now on, your name will be Gaul, and that egg will be Jioo. Hearing this, Gaul was instantly stunned. She looked down at the necklace around her neck, hesitating for a long time before asking in confusion, Mister, do you know this is a blue dragon egg? Jite casually admitted, Yes. It's a polymorph type, right? It's about to hatch too, so be careful. The more Gaul listened, the more shocked she became, asking in surprise, Oh my God, for a human, you sure know a lot, mister. How do you know so much? Jite replied casually, It's not important. Right after that, his tone turned serious. He spoke in a deep voice. Since everyone is here, I'll say it one more time. You girls only need to follow one rule. Have all the fun you want within this area, but do not go past the fence. The three hatchlings widened their eyes in surprise upon hearing this. Gaul quickly asked back, What do you mean, mister? Jite explained slowly, There's no need to hide your true forms from me. Your playtime will be under my control and supervision. Hearing this, Yoram let out a helpless sigh and pouted, asking, What is this? Are you a cop or something? The moment these words left her mouth, both Ubom and Gaul turned their eyes toward her, making her ask in confusion, What are you looking at? Yet no one said a word. Ubom stood up from the couch and spoke confidently, I get what you mean, mister. Meaning we can still go out to play, right? With that, she looked at her two friends and asked, Do you two want to go out for a stroll? Since we're going to live here anyway, we need to sort out paperwork and buy supplies. Hearing that they could go out, Gaul immediately squealed excitedly. That sounds like fun. Yoram, on the other hand, pouted in disdain. Go out? You guys don't even have any money. But as soon as she said that, Jite tossed his black wallet into Ubom's hands, speaking nonchalantly. Don't worry about money. Just go out and have a good time. Ubom cheered happily upon hearing this. Thank you, mister. How much can we spend? As much as you want. Jite replied indifferently. And with just that one sentence from him, the three girls excitedly headed out. After that, it was a cycle of buy, and swipe, with transaction notifications constantly buzzing while Jite was working at home. By the time they returned, a massive pile of stuff had been added to the house, and Ubom apologetically brought the wallet back to Jite. She explained slowly, Sorry about that. Mister, we spent a bit too much, didn't we? I wanted to buy you a few outfits too, but it went over the card limit, so I had to give up. Jite shook his head casually. It's fine. Right at that moment, Gaul's cheerful voice suddenly rang out, causing Jite to look up. Hey, mister, take a look at this. She pulled out a pile of clothes and began trying them on. There was every style imaginable. She asked happily, What do you think, mister? It looks great, right? I bought a ton because the clothes were so pretty. And this watch too. I bought the exact same one as yours, mister. Jite nodded slightly in approval. It suits you well. Getting praised made Gaul very happy, and she winked and smiled, saying, Thank you, mister. You're the best. Seeing them talking so happily, Yoram seemed to be deep in thought about something. After a long while, she finally held up her hand and pouted, saying, I bought something too. Then Yoram pulled out the sword she had just bought to show him, muttering shyly, And this too. My old sword was completely ruined. Jite asked curiously, Do you like it? You bought a pretty decent sword. Yoram nodded and replied, It's all right. Luckily, I didn't buy a cheap knockoff. Seeing how boring their conversation was, Ga, you'll immediately cut in. I bought a few outfits for you too, sister. Give them a try. Seeing that pile of rainbow-colored clothes, Yoram turned around and ran away in terror. I don't need any of that stuff. Ubom sat on the couch watching the two of them happily running around. Then she glanced at Jite with a smile and said, Yoram isn't great at expressing her feelings, but she's really grateful to you, mister. That's good then, Jite said casually. Then he stared intently at Ubom and asked, What about you, Ubom? I didn't see you pick up anything. Hearing this, Ubom smiled and replied, I bought something too. The one sitting on the table over there. Then she pointed toward the table in the kitchen. Jite saw the object placed on it and asked in confusion, A potted plant. Ubom nodded slightly and replied, Taking care of plants gives such a comforting feeling. As she spoke, she walked toward it, leaving Jite confused as to what she meant. Ubom placed her hands on the flower pot and lifted it, then spoke with absolute sincerity. It will bloom, and it will become a beautiful memory forever. Saying this, she suddenly turned her head back and asked in confusion, I'm curious about something. Jite frowned slightly and asked back, About what? Ubom calmly said, As you know, what we want to do isn't just eating and playing around. Is there a way to truly enjoy life while still remaining under your supervision? Jite nodded slightly and replied, There is. Hearing this, Ubom's eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. Jite pulled out a few application forms, raised an eyebrow, and asked, Do you girls want to go to school? Ga Yul and Yeo Riem, who were playing around, poked their heads out upon hearing this and asked in surprise, School. So after that, the three girls went for their interviews and didn't return home until evening. Yeo Riem complained as she walked. Oh my God, since when does a single interview take this long? The moment Ubom got home, she looked around, searching for someone. Frowning, she muttered, Is he not home? Just then, Ga Yul, who was walking behind them, suddenly spoke up. Guys, I just thought of something absolutely terrifying. Hearing this, Ubom and Yeo Riem glanced back at her. Ga Yul's tone carried a hint of sorrow as she cried out in panic. What if both of you pass and I fail? Will I be the only one who doesn't get in a lair? Yeo Riem snapped back in annoyance. Why do you always think so negatively? Someone stuffed some bread in her mouth. But Ga Yul kept crying gloomily. I'm going to fail because I eat like a pig. At that moment, Jite returned from outside. Hearing her, he spoke up to reassure her. You did great in your interview. The moment she heard his voice, Ga Yul threw herself onto him and cried, Mister, I think they're going to fail me after that interview. Jite patted her back to comfort her. Don't worry, you won't fail. Ubom glanced at Jite and asked suspiciously, Where did you just go? Jite raised the bag in his hand and explained slowly, I went to get this. Ga Yul, who was crying, caught a whiff of the scent, stopped sobbing, and asked, That smells amazing, what is it? Jite calmly replied, It's something you like. Ga Yul's eyes instantly lit up. Is it bread? Or macarons? Jite shook his head slightly, denying it. Something you'll like even more. In a few of his past regressions, he had accidentally watched an interview where Ga Yul was a globally famous superstar. The MC had asked her if she knew much about her own show. Ga Yul nodded slightly and replied, Of course, this is a show where I can eat and chat at the same time, so I look forward to every single episode. It was a show where top-tier chefs would cook Ga Yul's favorite dishes right then and there. The MC had asked what she loved eating the most, saying, I heard you survive on nothing but bread every morning. Hearing this, Ga Yul laughed softly. Come on, I'm still human. I have to eat. After a moment of hesitation, she answered that her absolute favorite was fried chicken, which is why Jite had gone out to buy 2 orders of fried chicken this time. Sure enough, the moment she saw it, Ga Yul began drooling. That smell is insane. I bet it tastes amazing. Hearing this, Yeo Riem pouted and snapped. Hey, you claim this is your favorite, but I've never seen you eat it before. Ga Yul smirked and said, It's going to be my favorite starting right now. Yeo Riem snorted in disdain. It's just fried chicken. Why are you making such a big deal out of it? At that exact moment, Jite's phone rang, so he quietly stepped outside, but Ubom noticed him. She quickly called out, Aren't you going to eat with us? He shook his head slightly and replied, Don't mind me. Go ahead and eat. Ubom disapproved and said unhappily, It's only fun if you eat with us. But she couldn't change Ji-tae's mind, and he still walked out onto the balcony. Ji-tae picked up the phone, and a deep voice immediately came from the other end. This is the Lair admissions office. Is this Ji-tae? Ji-tae calmly replied, Yes, that's right. The person on the other end continued, I'm calling because there was a bit of an issue during today's interview. Tae frowned slightly and asked in confusion, What kind of issue? The other person didn't answer but asked back, Didn't you hear from Miss Ubom? He shook his head and replied, No. The person on the line quickly said, Miss Ubom received a perfect score on her interview. This piece of news caught Ji-tae a bit by surprise. The person on the other end said that all the judges were praising Ubom nonstop. Because of that, they asked her to host the upcoming entrance ceremony. Tae looked at Ubom inside for a long moment before asking, Did your side make the offer directly to Ubom? The person quickly replied, Yes, we were all so excited that we asked her directly. The problem is Ubom turned it down, so they want to know if you can convince her to change her mind. Ji-tae didn't hesitate for a second as he shook his head and replied, Sorry, if that's what she wants, then that's what I want too. With that, he hung up, ignoring the other person's attempts to persuade him. Just then, Yeoreum walked out from inside. She asked quietly, Was that call about the 6 dragons? Ji-tae glanced at her and corrected her unhappily. Call her Ubom. Yeoreum subconsciously let out a soft snort and pouted in disgust. Damn, that cheesy name? Do you seriously want to play family at your age? Ji-tae looked at her confused and asked back, What do you mean by that? Yeoreum didn't answer, standing there in silence. After a long pause, she asked hesitantly, Why are you sending us to Lair? Ji-tae hadn't expected her to ask this, but he reacted quickly, speaking slowly, to give you girls what you want. Hearing this, Yeoreum pouted and said, What I want is to fight to my heart's content until my last breath. Is there anyone strong there? Ji-tae nodded slightly and replied, Definitely, because the strongest people in the world gather there. Yeoreum pouted dismissively, but they're all still kids. Ji-tae couldn't help but snort. You're a kid too. These words made Yeoreum very unhappy. She put out the cigarette in her hand. Then Yeoreum snapped around to face Ji-tae and said seriously, I want to meet some people who are actually on my level. Her eyes were completely filled with battle lust. She smirked and said, I know you're strong, but I want to see just how strong you really are. If you plan on controlling me, show me what you're truly capable of. Hearing this, Ji-tae frowned as he looked at Yeoreum. In the end, he turned around to head back inside, scoffing, not interested. Go inside and eat. Yeoreum immediately got annoyed. Hey, why are you so boring? Ji-tae shrugged indifferently and replied casually, Who knows? Yeoreum was so pissed that she flipped him off and snapped in annoyance. Knows my ass. While she was throwing a fit, Ga, you'll actually poked her head out and poked the hornet's nest. Hey, big sis, don't be like that. Try a bite of this. And she immediately got yelled at. Yeoreum snapped coldly. I told you I'm not eating. Before she could even finish her sentence, Ga Yule shoved a chicken drumstick right into her mouth. The flavor instantly exploded in her mouth, making Yeoreum's eyes go wide. And then she couldn't help but marvel, Holy shit, this is insanely good. Lair was an academy located on the prosperous Hitling Island. It was unlike anywhere else in the world. This was a school that trained talents who possessed all kinds of special abilities and blessings. But the students trained at Lair were the children of CEOs, royalty, or natural-born geniuses. Because of this, the academy was frequently criticized for its glaringly obvious hierarchical structure. But right now, Ubom and GA, you were stepping into this very school. Looking around at the scenery, GA, you couldn't help but marvel. Wow, Lair really is a prestigious school. I heard only the ultra-rich and nobility can get in. Talking on and on, she even assumed Ji-tae was the secret illegitimate child of some CEO. Hearing this, Ubom felt it made sense too, nodding and murmuring, well, he just kind of looked the part. But very quickly, she happily said, but overall, I feel so relieved since all 3 of us passed. Hearing this, Ga Yul immediately jumped up and down, Yeah, exactly, sis. I seriously thought I'd be the only one to fail. Right after saying that, she suddenly remembered Yeo Riem and asked in confusion, "But where are Big Sis Yeo Riem and Mr.?" UBOM explained slowly. Yeo Riem had to go to the Azure Dragon Academy for a practical combat exam, so he went along as her guardian. Yul couldn't help but murmur in confusion. A guardian? UBOM nodded slightly and replied, "It's an adult who accompanies students when they first enter lair, so that those immature superheroes won't pick fights with them." Hearing this, Yul couldn't help but think about Yeo Riem's personality. Pouting as she said, "Big Sis Yeo Riem would probably tear that place to shreds if there wasn't anyone keeping an eye on her. But why does she have to take an extra round of exams anyway?" UBOM laughed softly and replied, "I heard the department she chose requires students to do one-on-one duels." Hearing that there was a fight, Yul squealed in excitement. "Oh, then we should go watch too." UBOM shook her head slightly and replied, "I asked him, but he said no." Yul immediately slumped in disappointment and asked, why not?" UBOM gave a helpless smile. Because their appearances were way too eye-catching. Just the two of them alone had caused the students inside lair to stare at them this whole time. Meanwhile, over at the Azure Dragon Academy, a fierce one-on-one duel was currently taking place inside the Boundless Sky Arena. Where there is a winner, there is naturally a loser who gets beaten to a pulp and left lying on the ground, while the surrounding spectators completely packed the stands, which naturally included Jite. He sat quietly in a corner, listening to the conversations around him. Just then, a deep voice suddenly rang out. "I understand the Guardian's reactions, but please calm down. You're only making the prospective students more anxious." Hearing the voice, everyone glanced over and murmured in confusion, "You are." The newcomer was a white-haired man. He immediately introduced himself. "I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? I am Yuan, an instructor at the Azure Dragon Academy. It is a pleasure to meet you, Guardians." Hearing that the newcomer was an instructor, the Guardians immediately smiled and said, "The honor is ours." He looked so impressive and polite, too. Jite ignored everyone's chatter, keeping his eyes fixed solely on that man. Right at that moment, a loud announcement echoed from below. Number 124 and number 7. Enter the arena. Hearing the numbers, Jite glanced over. An imposing figure stepped onto the stage, holding a fresh sword in her hand. The next fight belonged to Yeo Riem. As she walked, she pouted in pure disgust. "Damn it. I hope this match isn't boring." Hearing these words, the opponent standing across from her immediately looked pissed. But with Yeo Riem's personality, she couldn't care less. She snorted and said, "If it is, I'm literally running away from home." The two of them stood on the stage just like that, both radiating powerful auras. The students down below chattered away nonstop, with one asking hesitantly, "Who are you betting on?" The person next to him immediately laughed and said, "My money is on Sofia Volkova, Yeo Riem's opponent. This match is going to be pretty wild." Before coming here, she belonged to the RIL. The RIL is Russia's Special Forces Hunter Unit. The unit played a massive role in the Great War. They're infamous for training methods that are basically identical to torture. Right at that moment, a muscular man with a scar over his left eye suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, "Sophia, the higher-ups have incredibly high expectations for you. You can do this, you will win." Sophia, hearing these cheesy words, couldn't help but sigh helplessly, dying of embarrassment. With her childish, mocking personality, Yeo Riem immediately taunted her. "Hey, your dad looks worried sick over there." Sophia immediately glared over, her face twisted in anger. Yeo Riem didn't care at all. She smirked and said, "Why don't you just surrender and run back to your daddy? Such a total daddy's boy. Oh wait, my bad. I should call you a daddy's girl." Sophia was infuriated by these words, gritting her teeth as she snapped, "You better shut your mouth." Yeo Riem couldn't help but freeze up. Sophia's eyes were completely filled with murderous intent as she barked coldly, "Or else I will literally kill you." Would Yeo Riem be scared? The answer is a hard no. She even provoked her excitedly, "Oh, then just try it." The people below were shaken up by their exchange, gasping, "Holy shit, this girl is terrifying." As expected of someone from the Red Dragon clan, though that red-haired chick isn't backing down either. Right then, the announcement rang out again. Contestants number 124 and number 7, take your positions. Jite looked down intently from the stands. He wasn't particularly worried about Yeo Riem. He was more worried about Sophia. He feared that given Yeo Riem's personality, Sophia wouldn't make it out without losing a few layers of skin. Before long, the sound of the bell echoed. The match officially began. The moment the sound faded, Sophia rushed forward as fast as lightning. But Yeo Riem was no pushover either. She quickly dodged, handily catching Sophia's fist. Snorting in disdain, "Aha, your speed isn't half bad, but take a taste of this." The moment the words left her mouth, Yeo Riem slashed down viciously. Sophia quickly dodged. At the exact same time, she swept her leg across, startling Yeo Riem. Unable to dodge in time, she took the hit cleanly. But before she could even catch her breath, another kick came flying her way. Yeo Riem hurriedly dodged, but the mana still tore through her clothes, causing her to roar in anger. "Damn it, my clothes." With that, she swung her sword fiercely, snapping in frustration. "Fuck, I literally just bought this." Before Yeo Riem's slash landed, Sophia managed to leap backward just in time. She quickly stabilized her footing and then flashed right in front of Yeo Riem in the blink of an eye. But this time Sophia couldn't land a hit. Yeo Riem dodged effortlessly, without breaking a single drop of sweat. Right after that, Yeo Riem took a step back, and then she built up momentum to lunge forward. At the exact same time, Sophia rushed forward too. But this time Yeo Riem was a step faster, the sword in her hand instantly swinging upward. Swift as lightning, she struck Sophia's body. Even though Sophia managed to raise her arm to block, her arm bone was completely shattered by Yeo Riem's strike. Sophia bit her lip hard against the pain, letting out a soft groan. But Yeo Riem didn't stop there. She deftly shifted her weight and landed on the ground, then dashed right behind Sophia. The speed was so fast that Sophia couldn't react in time. Yeo Riem smirked and said, "Hey, you stupid bitch. Did you think I was easy game just because I played along with you?" The moment she finished her sentence, she swung her fist down. A single punch sent Sophia flying dozens of meters away. She couldn't stop herself from coughing up a mouthful of fresh blood. Before she could even catch her breath, the tip of a blade was pointed right at Sophia's face. Before she could even catch her breath, the tip of a blade was pointed right at Sophia's face. Hearing this, Yeo Riem smirked in pure mockery. "Acting like you're so tough, yet you got taken down in a split second." These words made Sophia's face turn as black as a thundercloud. Yeo Riem didn't bother wasting any more time on her and turned to leave, not forgetting to throw one last jab before she left. "Elite of the world, my ass." Sophia's father rushed over frantically to check on her condition. The spectators watching from outside were also completely stunned, crying out in disbelief. Holy crap, Sophia got absolutely destroyed. It looked pretty even at first too, but the moment those words were said, someone else snorted in disdain. "Even? What part of that was even? That red-haired girl doesn't have a single scratch on her. She was just playing with Sophia." In an instant, whispers and gossip erupted across the stands. Most were calling her weak as a chicken, even questioning if she only got into the RIL because of her pretty face. These words drifted into the ears of Sophia, who is currently receiving medical treatment in the stands, making her expression look incredibly twisted. The female nurse, after finishing Sophia's treatment, glanced at her father and spoke up, "I've administered first aid. She'll be fine." Sophia's father immediately replied with gratitude, "Thank you so much." Yet at that exact moment, Sophia suddenly clenched her hands into tight fists, veins popping out. She gritted her teeth and muttered, "I'm not done yet. I'm Fina." Hearing this, Sophia's father immediately let out a sigh. He spoke up to comfort her. "Sophia, you did your absolute best, and I'm sorry, but with your current strength you can't beat that child. I'm not disappointed in you." Unfortunately, Sophia wasn't listening to a single word he said. Her eyes, filled with murderous intent, stared intently at the knife hanging from her father's waist, but he didn't notice, continuing his attempt to comfort her. Honestly, encountering that girl at this time is actually a stroke of luck. Failure will only make you stronger. I will report to the higher-ups myself, so you Just before Sophia's father could finish, the nurse suddenly cried out, "Sir, your daughter!" Sophia's father gasped in shock, and looking in the direction she was pointing, he saw Sophia walking back toward Yeoriam. A thick aura of malice radiated around her as she said coldly, "I haven't surrendered yet. I was only pushed back a little bit, I'm fine." At the exact same time, Sophia summoned her mana into the knife in her hand. Yeoriam, who was walking down, suddenly heard the shout of Sophia's father. "Where do you think you're going?" "I'm not finished talking yet." She glanced back. It seemed to happen at the exact same moment. Sophia's figure darted forward like a flash, arriving behind Yeoriam in the blink of an eye, viciously plunging the knife in her back. Seeing this scene play out, Jite's expression darkened completely, and Yeoriam, seeing the mana infused in the knife, instantly lost her temper and cursed, "Fuck!" Sophia had completely lost her mind at this point, screaming maniacally, "Go die, you bitch!" This sudden turn of events made the students in the stands widen their eyes in shock, and the Guardians were no exception. Not a single person had expected a girl to harbor such blatant murderous intent during a match. Jite's face was also incredibly grim, radiating a terrifying aura of bloodlust that made people shudder. Down on the arena floor, Sophia kept a tight grip on the knife, driving it deeper into Yeoriam's back. It wasn't until both of them crashed to the ground that they finally separated. Yeoriam reached back and ripped the knife out of her own body. She gritted her teeth and hissed, "Ha, what a bitch. Does this girl seriously want to go all out?" At the moment those words left her mouth, Yeoriam's eyes suddenly narrowed, because Sophia rushed at her insanely once again, and just like before, her hands were brimming with mana. Yeoriam quickly dodged. Sophia's claws struck nothing but empty air. Did she think a quiet tiger was just a hello, kitty? After dodging, Yeoriam reached out and grabbed Sophia by her hair. The sharp jolt of pain caused Sophia's movements to seize up. Yeoriam spoke with chilling coldness, "You're fucking dead." And with that, a devastating punch slammed directly into Sophia's face. Fresh blood instantly stained Yeoriam's hand red, causing the crowd of students in the stands to break out in a cold sweat. Blood had been drawn in this fight, so why wasn't anyone stopping? Sophia's actions had completely triggered Yeoriam's psychotic side. After landing the first punch, she immediately threw her down like a sack of potatoes and began relentlessly pummeling Sophia's face. By the time Sophia's beautiful face was swollen like a pig's head and dripping with blood, still not a single person stepped in to stop it. But that wasn't enough. Yeoriam drew her blood-stained knife, approaching with an overwhelming murderous aura. She gritted her teeth and spat, "I'm not done with you yet. I'm going to give you back exactly what you did to me." Yet before the knife could even plunge down, someone caught Yeoriam's arm. It was Sophia's father, who barked furiously, "Enough! Stop this right now." Being held back made Yeoriam fly into a rage as she screamed, "Get off me, you bastard!" At the exact same time, Yuan up in the stands hurriedly shouted, "Mages, quickly deploy a multi-layered barrier. Halt the exam immediately." The moment those words were uttered, the surrounding mages began casting their spells. Mana danced wildly through the air. In the blink of an eye, they had erected a multi-layered barrier, enclosing the entire arena floor. The knife in Yeoriam's hand was also knocked away by Sophia's father at that moment. This drove her absolutely insane as she shouted out curses. "Why are you only taking your anger out on me? That bitch stabbed me first." Sophia's father, taking a self-righteous tone, snapped back in disapproval. "And that's your excuse for trying to murder Sophia?" Yeoriam had never backed down from anyone in her life. She fired right back on the spot. "Then what the hell did you want me to do? Sit still and let her kill me?" Yet Sophia's father had the audacity to say, "With your strength, you could have subdued her without trying to kill her." Talk about a lack of proper upbringing. Yeoriam's shouting grew even more heated, getting right in the old man's face. "What the hell are you talking about? If you're so smart, go teach your own damn daughter. Why didn't you teach her to accept defeat when her skills are trash, instead of pulling these cheap, underhanded tricks?" Seeing the escalating tension, Yuan stepped down to mediate. Now, both of you calm down. You are both being far too emotional." And student Yeoriam, the instructors have already gone to call your guardian. Please let us treat your injuries first. Yeo Riam's anger hadn't subsided at all as she spat. Treat my ass. My head is literally about to explode from pure rage. Yu-Won maintained his dignified facade, saying, "Of course I understand your feelings right now, but I cannot stand by and watch you make things worse." These words made Yeo Riam freeze. The first thought that flashed through her mind was, how can humans be so utterly petty and shameless? Yet Yu-Won still had the nerve to speak up, his tone carrying a blatant warning. If you blow this matter out of proportion, even I won't be able to help you. It could end up affecting your entire family. Saying this, he leaned in close to Yeo Riam's ear and whispered, "I am referring to the Yu family. You aren't the only one in that household, are you? If your loved ones get dragged down because of you, would you be able to live with that?" Yeo Riam suddenly thought of Bom and Ga. She might be fine, but she worried about the two of them. It had to be said, this bastard Yu-Won really knew how to threaten someone. Seeing Yeo Riam fall silent, Yu-Won let out a smug smile. "So, before your guardian arrives, you should—" Before he could even finish his sentence, a cold voice cut him off. "No need to wait. I am Jite, her guardian." Jite stepped through the multi-layered barrier without a shred of hesitation, stating coldly, "Stop cornering an injured child over there. Let's take this talk outside." This revelation completely stunned both Yu-Won and Sophia's father, though Sophia's father looked far more anxious than anything. A short while later, inside Yu-Won's office, he walked in carrying a tea tray and said enthusiastically, "This is Taiwan's famous oolong tea. I hope it suits your taste. They say tea helps calm the mind." Saying this, whether intentionally or not, he glanced over at Jite, because Jite had utterly astonished Yu-Won. Anyone who could effortlessly walk straight through a multi-layered barrier was bound to be a top-tier powerhouse. However, he had never once heard of Jite or any Yu family before, so he would definitely have to investigate further. Right after that, Yu-Won sat down directly across from them, offered a smile, and opened with, "Haha, oh boy, I honestly don't even know where to begin. I'm truly sorry for everything that happened." At this point, both Jite and Sophia's father were in a terrible mood. Neither Yeo Riam nor Sophia had suffered any life-threatening injuries. Sophia was currently recovering, and Yeo Riam had already returned. Therefore, Yu-Won wanted to downplay the entire incident and sweep it under the rug, meaning it would be best for everyone to settle this amicably right here. He stated that if the two of them could reach an agreement, he would handle the rest. Hearing this, Sophia's father fell into a silent contemplation. Yet, since his daughter was the one who did wrong first, he could only own up to it. "I apologize first, as the fault truly lies with my daughter. I am Mihailov, Sophia's guardian." Mihailov explained that Sophia was still young and reckless, making it very easy for her to be overwhelmed by her emotions. But before he could even finish his sentence, Jite cut him off coldly. "I don't accept your apology." These words infuriated Mihailov, who slammed his hand on the table and barked. "What?" Jite maintained his calm demeanor and spoke up. "There's no point in you apologizing, because you weren't the one who caused the trouble." Mihailov looked at him in utter disbelief and said urgently, "Come on now, we're both guardians of these kids, so I hope you can speak a bit more politely. Don't you know where I come from?" Jite didn't care at all, replying indifferently, "But we are not on equal footing. Is that how people from your place apologize?" Mihailov glared at him in frustration. "Are you saying I should drag an injured child all the way here just to apologize?" Without a shred of hesitation, Jite nodded and replied, "Yes, exactly." Seeing the two of them arguing fiercely, Yu-Won hurriedly waved his hands to intervene. "Please, let's all calm down first." Jite was perfectly calm. The one who needed to calm down was Mihailov. Jite sat indifferently in his chair and questioned him in a stern voice. "I didn't come here because of that girl. I'm just wondering why you didn't stop her when you saw her lunging at another child with a knife in her hand." Mihailov seemed to have prepared his answer in advance. He immediately replied, "That happened entirely too fast." Except Jite didn't buy this excuse for a second. He snorted in disdain and snapped. "Too fast? What a pathetic excuse. Aren't you embarrassed to use your own daughter to mask your own incompetence?" The moment these words left his mouth, a loud slam echoed as Mihailov kicked the table hard. He grabbed Jite by his collar and warned him, "Listen here, you bastard, my patience has its limits. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the RIL?" With that, mana began to flare from Mihailov's hand, like father, like daughter. When they couldn't win an argument, they resorted to violence. He gritted his teeth and warned, "Your family is just some nobody clan that no one has ever heard of." Unfortunately for them, Sophia's entire bloodline was destined to suck it up and swallow their pride today. While he was still putting on his tough guy act, his eyes suddenly widened in sheer shock. Because before Mihailov even realized it, the knife strapped to his leg had already been taken by Jite. He even remarked coldly, "This knife is incredibly sharp. If Yeo Riem had been even a little bit unlucky, things would have been much worse." Mihailov looked down at his leg in utter panic. He had clearly raised his sensory perception to its absolute limit. Ignoring his reaction, Jite continued to speak chillingly. "Your sheath is entirely too loose, which is probably why you didn't even notice when a child snatched it away. Right? Hey, Mihailov, make sure you stay away from deserted alleys." With that, he flashed behind Mihailov's back in an instant, making the man break out in goosebumps from sheer terror, only to find a knife firmly embedded right in front of him before he even knew it was there. In an instant, Mihailov's face turned as black as a thundercloud, looking exactly like someone who had just swallowed a dead fly. Letting out a soft, dismissive snort, Jite gave him 2 cold pats on the shoulder and turned to leave. "Now that we're done, I'll be taking my leave." The atmosphere in the room instantly froze into an awkward silence. Yuan hadn't expected the tables to turn so abruptly either. Over on this side, Jite quickly made his way outside, and the moment he stepped out, he saw Yeo Riem waiting for him. He asked caringly, "Are you all right?" Yeo Riem shook her head slightly and replied, "It's just a scratch. You know, it's not that easy to kill us red dragons." Hearing this, Jite nodded in satisfaction. "That's good then." Yet, Yeo Riem suddenly fell into a quiet silence. After hesitating for a long moment, she suddenly asked, "Hey, do you think I was in the wrong?" With that, Yeo Riem abruptly lowered her head and murmured, "I just keep asking myself whether everything was actually my fault." Back then, she felt like she was about to completely lose her mind, but after the incident, she suddenly thought that maybe she should have exercised a bit more self-restraint. But right at that moment, Jite spoke up out of nowhere, "No, you did the right thing." These words caught Yeo Riem a bit off guard. Jite continued to speak with absolute composure. "If there's a next time, just kill them where nobody is watching." Although his face didn't show a single ripple of emotion, his words were completely laced with thick murderous intent. Yet this was clearly exactly what Yeo Riem wanted to hear. She stared at Jite's retreating back, then let out a delighted sigh of relief. Yeo Riem hurriedly ran up to Jite's side and said triumphantly, "Don't you dare take those words back. You're the one who told me to do it, all right?" Jite nodded without a second thought and replied, "Yeah." The two of them slowly left the place just like that. Jite suddenly remembered something and suggested, "Yeo Riem, start packing your things the moment we get back home." Hearing this, Yeo Riem asked in confusion, "Why? Where are we going?" Jite explained slowly, "You're moving into Lair." Yeo Riem nodded in understanding. "Ah, you mean the dorms, right? That kid is probably going to be chirping away in pure joy again." While the two of them were talking, a voice suddenly rang out from behind them, "Guardian of student Yeo Riem, Mr. Ujite." The two of them instantly stopped in their tracks and turned their heads back to look. The newcomer was Yuan, who put on a highly enthusiastic front as he spoke up. "Could I borrow a bit of your time to talk?" The two of them instantly froze and turned around to look back. Hearing this, Yeo Riem put on an impatient expression and said, "I really don't want to listen to any nagging." Yuan burst into laughter. "Huh, it's not nagging at all. I am actually bringing you a massive opportunity. Student Yu, would you like to become the representative freshman for the Azure Dragon Academy?" Yeo Riem frowned slightly and murmured in confusion, "Representative freshman?" Yuan nodded slightly and replied, "Exactly. You will become the face of the entire school. You will receive a substantial dean's scholarship in kind, and you'll even be featured in the media." Jite couldn't help but frown as he asked back, "Are you sure you can handle all of that yourself, instructor?" Yu-Won smiled and replied, "There is absolutely no need to worry about that, since I happen to be close friends with Vice Principal Manhwa." Hearing this name, Ji-tae's expression darkened instantly. Regardless, Yu-Won kept droning on right next to his ear. "Mr. Yu, please give this offer some serious thought. I guarantee you won't find a better opportunity than this." Ji-tae's eyebrows furrowed tighter and tighter. "A friend of Manhwa, right? Makes sense considering you're both demons." Demons? Unlike the superhumans who received holy blessings, they embraced the absolute void. They always gravitated toward blind, chaotic rage, harboring intense murderous intent toward humanity alongside the darkest, most twisted desires. This world had once come perilously close to total destruction solely because of those demons. In his first and second lifetimes, Ji-tae had lost his most precious things because of them. In his first and second lifetimes, Ji-tae had lost his most precious things because of them. But Ji-tae restrained his anger to the absolute limit, because Yu-Won needed to die with a much heavier burden resting upon his shoulders, forcing down the burning wrath in his heart. Ji-tae spoke up slowly. "I understand what you're saying." He glanced at Yeo-Ryeom standing behind him and continued seriously, "But what matters more is what the person directly involved thinks. I am merely her guardian." Hearing this, Yu-Won caught on and walked toward Yeo-Ryeom, smiling as he said, "You are absolutely right. In the end, it is her decision to make." As he spoke, he placed a hand on her shoulder. "The Azure Dragon Academy is about to undergo major innovations, so we want you to be our representative student for the event at the end of the year. Would you like to shape a new future together with me?" Finishing his pitch, he took hold of Yeo-Ryeom's hand, his attitude appearing profoundly sincere. However, Yeo-Ryeom rejected him bluntly. "No way." These words completely caught Yu-Won off guard, and he asked in disbelief, "I'm sorry, did I just mishear you?" Yeo-Ryeom pouted and replied, "Nope, you heard perfectly right." With that, she yanked her hand away and turned around to walk off. "Let's go home. Mr. said I need to go pack my things." Seeing this, Yu-Won cried out in panic, "Wait a minute. Then why did you even show up for the interview?" Yeo-Ryeom replied casually, "I was just lying in bed." Yu-Won grew even more bewildered. "And then what?" Yeo-Ryeom let out a yawn and said half-heartedly, "I was bored, so I just wanted to pick a fight." Hearing this, Yu-Won's face completely froze up, turning stiff. Right at that moment, he suddenly spotted something down below. Instantly, Yu-Won raised his voice, "Student, you look down there." Yeo-Ryeom felt a bit confused, but looked down anyway, only to see a massive crowd of people holding a ton of equipment in their hands. She murmured in confusion, "Who are they?" "Reporters," Yu-Won explained nonchalantly. "They came to hear my stance regarding today's incident. They're waiting out there just to interview me. This also means that your fate here at Lair depends entirely on what I say. Do you understand?" Yeo-Ryeom didn't say a word, standing there in silence as she looked down. But very shortly after, she simply turned around and walked away with an incredibly indifferent attitude. "Don't care. Bye-bye." Hearing this, Yu-Won's frustration turned into a cynical laugh as he glared intensely at their retreating figures. Very shortly after, he spoke up in a chilling voice. "I only hope you don't grow to regret that decision." A short while later, the crowd of reporters waiting outside spotted Ji-tae and Yeo-Ryeom walking down. They immediately rushed over, surrounding the two of them, shoving microphones right into Yeo-Ryeom's face while bombarding her with rapid-fire questions. Yeo-Ryeom was thoroughly infuriated by their actions, shouting out in frustration, "What the hell is wrong with you people?" However, these journalists were absolute experts at being completely thick-skinned. Even though they saw that Yeo-Ryeom was furious, they didn't back down in the slightest, continuing to fire questions wildly. On top of that, the flashing camera lights pushed Yeo-Ryeom's rage to its absolute peak. Seeing that the situation was getting out of hand, Ji-tae immediately stepped forward to intervene. "Please stop forcing an injured child." But before he could even finish speaking, Yeo-Ryeom suddenly let out a cold laugh and spoke up, "No, if they want to hear it, I'll tell them." Right after that, she marched right up and snatched a reporter's device away, leaving them completely dumbfounded. Yeo-Ryeom didn't care at all, smirking as she let out a cold snort. "You're asking me what I'm going to do? Sex." A few days later, at the layered dormitories. It had to be said that the luxurious dorms looked exactly like high-end apartment complexes. The moment Ga stepped inside, both her eyes lit up completely. She gasped in absolute amazement. Oh my God, this place is insanely huge. Are we seriously going to live here? With that, Ga began running and jumping all over the massive house. Seeing this, Yeo Riem spoke up to remind her, "Hey, the biggest room belongs to me." Yet Ga didn't really care, running straight upstairs to open a bedroom door and check it out. The moment she saw the view inside, her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. Her jaw dropped as she gasped, "Oh my God, what is up with this room? It's so magnificent." Ga ran around the room in pure excitement, taking in the massive bed, the latest model TV, and the abundant sunlight flooding through the windows. Her expressions of awe truly echoed throughout the entire room. She smiled in pure satisfaction and said, "It doesn't look half bad. I'm going to live here so comfortably from now on." But before she could enjoy it for long, Yeo Riem walked over and spoke up. "This balcony is absolutely perfect for smoking. This room is mine." Hearing this, Ga pouted and fired back in protest. "No way, I called dibs first. You said you were taking the biggest room anyway. That other room is actually the biggest one." Yet Yeo Riem simply glared right at her. In the end, Ga had no choice but to compromise, murmuring dejectedly, "Fine, but this room is yours then." Hearing this, Yeo Riem nodded in satisfaction. Good girl. While the two of them were fighting over the rooms, someone else was quietly watering a dragon egg. Ubom, who possessed a calm and steady personality, had quickly found her own living space and then stepped out onto the balcony to tend to Jaeol, who was close to hatching. Ubom flashed a radiant smile at the egg and murmured, "Hello there, little one." Jite walked out at the same time and asked in confusion, "Why are you pouring water on it?" Ubom replied nonchalantly, "Think of it as prenatal education. Blue dragons naturally love water. When the time to hatch draws near, the egg's protective polymorph layer will automatically dissolve." Saying this, she glanced back at Jite and asked, "Did you know? The students inside Lair have been talking about nothing but Yeo Riem these past few days." Jite frowned slightly and asked back, "Yeo Riem?" Jite frowned slightly and asked back, "Yeo Riem?" Ubom, terrified that Jaeol might hear something inappropriate, immediately reached out to cover Jaeol's ears. "Oh dear, my precious Jaeol, you didn't hear any of that, right?" The person in question, Yeo Riem, was lounging lazily on the couch, pouting as she spoke up. "What's the big deal about making such a fuss over a single word anyway? Didn't all of us come into existence exactly that way?" Someone as innocent as Ga didn't understand a thing, asking in confusion, "What is sex anyway?" Yeo Riem tilted her head up to look at her and asked, "Why? Do you want to know?" Ga nodded innocently. "Yeah, do you know about it, sis?" Yeo Riem winked and smirked as she replied, "Of course I do. It's about time our little chick learned about the birds and the bees, huh?" Hearing this, Ga instantly panicked and shook her head. Never mind, I don't want to hear it. My mom told me that knowing too much isn't good for you." Unfortunately for her, there was no way Yeo Riem was going to let her off the hook. She smirked with a malicious grin and said, "You don't have the right to refuse, sweetie. Let Big Sis tell you every single detail about sex." Ga scrambled backward, trembling as she muttered, "Wait, I already told you I don't want to hear." Yeo Riem didn't give her a chance to resist, firmly pinning her hands down, which caused a terrified Ga to nod. Okay, I'll listen." But the moment Yeo Riem loosened her grip, Ga screamed at the top of her lungs for help. "Mister, save me." Unfortunately, Jite completely turned a blind eye to it. The sky was clear blue, and birds were chirping merrily away on the branches. Yeo Riem was fast asleep on her massive bed. As the sunlight illuminated her beautiful face, someone suddenly came dashing up the stairs at full speed. Ga threw the bedroom door open and screamed, "Sis, wake up right now. Something huge is happening." This caused Yeo Riem to wake up in a total daze. Propping herself up with one hand, she grumbled, "Ugh, what the hell is it this early in the morning? I pulled an all-nighter last night. and I'm exhausted as fuck. The young girl noticed this and said, Whoa, an all-nighter? You were staying up late watching weird stuff again, weren't you? Yeo Riem smirked. Yeah, I was watching porn. Yul giggled excitedly. I knew it. Afterward, the two of them walked downstairs together. In any case, right now wasn't the time to be discussing that. The young girl yawned. If this isn't anything important, I am literally going to chop you to pieces. Yeo Riem took notice. What's going on? She looked over where the three of them were gathered with Jitae and asked, What is everyone gathering around for so early in the morning? Did you BOM call for Yeo Riem? The egg resting on the pillow began to twitch and wiggle. Wait, is Jaeol finally about to be born? Following that, the shell cracked open. The entire group gathered around, staring intently at the egg to witness the birth of a new life. The last time Jitae had witnessed the birth of a living being, it had been an incredibly grim and unpleasant memory. A weak individual had reached out a trembling hand, pleading, Please, she begged, save my child. Duhai had said, It's already too late, Captain. She wailed in sheer agony. My baby isn't breathing anymore. Duhai replied, It seems it passed away immediately right after birth. Jitae looked at the baby. It was all because of the terrible environment and the war that had completely destroyed the hospital. He listened in complete silence. Even if there had been a proper medical facility nearby, that memory was far from pleasant. Jitae thought to himself that he had assumed he would never recall that day ever again. So why was it flooding back to him right now, of all times? Yeo Riem pointed out, Oh, the egg is hatching, a tiny arm is showing up, and a pair of wings is appearing too. She spoke as she watched a baby dragon hatch right out of its egg. Oh look, its head is popping out, Ubom said gently. Welcome to the world, little one. You'll watch from the side in pure fascination. The little blue dragon is breaking out of its shell. Is it Jaeol? The little dragon was carefully wiped clean. Seeing this, Jitae asked, You're pretty skilled at taking care of newborns. Where did you learn that? Ubom replied, My mother used to do that for me. Technically, I'm supposed to lick it clean too. But I'll pass on that. She asked, Would you like to try holding it, sir? He replied, No thanks. Kyle chimed in excitedly. Hey, I want to hold it. I want to hold it. Ubom handed Jaeol all over to the young girl, warning, Its skin is still very delicate, so be extremely gentle. Kyle nodded. Then the young girl cradled it affectionately in her arms. Ah, this is seriously so healing. You'll suddenly struck an idea. The young girl smirked. Sis, honestly, you secretly really want to hold it too, don't you? Yeo Riem denied it. What? What are you talking about? If you want to hold it, just hold it yourself. Then the young girl shoved it toward Yeo Riem. Just hold it once. Come on, hurry up, sis. She flinched in surprise. Hey, are you crazy? What are you doing all of a sudden? Ubom gave a gentle, soft laugh. Now. Jaeol let out a tiny yawn. Yeo Riem's heart was instantly stolen away. Gayon smilet, say. Now you get why you should try holding it. Yeo Riem admitted. Well, yeah, it is pretty cute. Then Yeo Riem turned to ask Jitae, Hey, we've all held it already. You should give it a try too. Jaeol chimed in. Exactly. Jaeol is going to be sad if you don't hold it. Yeo Riem smirked. Huh. Trying to act all high and mighty by yourself, huh? She taunted him. Fine then, I'm just going to throw it, so you better catch it yourself. If it ends up getting hurt from the impact, it's totally not my responsibility, all right? Jaeol gasped in shock. Are you seriously going to throw it? Yeo Riem laughed. Ever since I moved into this house, I've had only one single goal. Do you know what it is? Then she put some force in her arms, getting ready to hurl Jaeol all away. I just want to see the look of absolute panic on that stone face over there. The young girl went into a complete panic. Ah, you've seriously lost your mind. Before she could even throw it, he scooped Jaeol right out of her hands. Whoa, awesome. Your reflexes are insane, mister. Yeo Riem pouted, looking totally bored. The young girl remarked, You are seriously not normal at all, sis. Ubom asked, Since you're already holding her, why don't you try caressing her a bit, sir? Jitae fell into a brief contemplation, and then he slowly reached out to touch it. He gently stroked Jaeol's forehead. Like this. Jaeol snapped a photo of the incredibly rare moment. What are you doing? The young girl replied. Hee, this is such a rare sight. Moments like this definitely need to be captured in a photo, right? UBOM picked up a rose. Then let's take a group photo together to commemorate Jaeol's birth. Jaeol asked, yeah, sounds good. But what's that flower for? UBOM smiled. It's a photo prop, making the two of them pose. Jaeol was full of curiosity. The flower was tucked into Jitae's hair. Another one was also placed on Jaeol. He was cradling the little girl in his arms. Yeo Riem remarked, the expression over there looks a bit off, don't you think? UBOM covered her mouth and giggled. What do you think? Is it good? Jaeol looked over the photo. Oh, it suits both of them perfectly. He lost his patience. Just hurry up and get in position so we could take it quickly. UBOM pulled a pouting Yeo Riem along. But do I seriously have to be in this? This is so embarrassing. Just take the photo, Yeo Riem. Jaeol said. All right, get ready for the picture. 1, 2. A photo featuring every single member of the household was captured. Jaeol was currently drinking milk. All right, Jaeol, are you ready for this? Jitae asked, what are you doing? UBOM stroked the little girl's head. Since the semester hasn't started yet, I wanted to take advantage of this free time to teach her polymorph using transfer magic. Transfer magic was a type of spell that imparted knowledge to another individual by guiding one's mana directly into them. The recipient could usually absorb the knowledge without having to pay any price, but the caster had to bear the risk of draining their own vital energy. He asked, is that going to be all right? UBOM lifted Jaeol up. It's going to be very difficult for her to go outside if she stays in her dragon form. She shared, both Yeo Riem and Ga, you'll learn polymorph while in their human forms. She shared, both Yeo Riem and Ga, you'll learn polymorph while in their human forms. Jaeol waved her tiny hands. Since we develop so rapidly, I want her to have an enjoyable experience before she grows up. Jitae sat down on a chair. Just let me know if you need any help from me. She let out a sigh. What? You don't know the first thing about magic, do you? UBOM said. Well, I do have one request. She continued. While I'm performing the transfer, could you please stay right by our side? He replied, got it. UBOM glanced over and said, geez, sitting all the way over there makes you look so cold-hearted. She patted the spot next to her. Come closer. Don't be shy. Jitae replied. There's no need to go that far. UBOM rested her chin on her hand. Of course there is. What if I get tired and drop Joel? If you're close by, you can catch her. UBOM complained. If Joel hits her head on the edge of the table, I won't be able to live with the guilt. He thought about it for a moment, then sighed in defeat. Before moving over to sit next to you, well, I guess there's no choice then. Their shoulders brushed against each other. She blushed. You're so firm. Jitae asked, huh? UBOM started. Oh no, I meant the sofa is a bit firm. Jitae said. That's strange. It's full-grain leather. She focused again, then pressed her forehead against Joel's. A blue aura radiated from her. Here I go. A few days later, in front of a grand, luxurious house, UBOM slumped onto the couch as if completely drained of energy. Phew, all done. Jitae walked over and spoke up. You did well. She lay comfortably on the couch and replied, you worked hard too. Having to sit right next to me, didn't you? UBOM stood up gloomily and started walking. Well, I'm going to my room to rest for a bit then. Don't forget to feed Joel and soothe her aura. As she was speaking, she suddenly tripped. Wake me up if anything happens. UBOM tumbled forward. Her eyes widened in shock. She accidentally fell straight into his arms. Jitae looked down at her and said, let me take you to your room. UBOM's cheeks flushed bright red, and she placed her hands against his chest. She shyly avoided his gaze. Carrying me princess style like this is a bit embarrassing. Jitae said with a serious face, if you can still joke around, it means you're doing just fine. UBOM giggled happily and asked, am I too heavy? He gave a brief but smooth reply, light as a feather. She followed up, leaving Jitae at a loss for words. I didn't know you had a sweet tongue. Inside the bedroom, UBOM lay quietly on the bed, her breathing steady and even. Holding the edge of the door, he tilted his head to look inside. Jitae gently closed the bedroom door. Suddenly, a face popped out of nowhere. He turned around and was startled by it. Jitae looked at it and thought, has the time finally come? Right between the sofas, a beam of light focused on that single spot. And as he walked closer, he he discovered a little girl sitting inside. The little girl's body gradually materialized, and a beam of light faded away with it. The moment the light vanished, the little girl curled up, her eyes looking as if she had just woken up. Watching this scene, Jite fell silent, feeling a bit bewildered. He hesitated slightly, his lips parting as he said, "Hello there." Local police officer of Lair, a tall and grand building. The three walked across the street, laughing and talking. The superpowered investigation team scoured the area for months and couldn't catch those guys, yet you took them all down in just a few days. Did you see the department head's face just now? He was absolutely thrilled. Kim Sung pulled out a gleaming gold card and looked at him. Does our golden boy Ji-tae want anything to eat? I'm treating the whole team to a feast today. Karara walked over and nudged his shoulder, her voice playful. Team leader, you're using the corporate card anyway, aren't you? Kim Sung started and gave an awkward laugh. I mean, let's keep partying. Ji-tae suddenly spoke up, freezing the two in their tracks. Please excuse me. I have to head back first for some personal matters. He leaned down, looked at him, and asked, why are you slipping away again? You missed the last party too. Karara pushed up her glasses and chimed in. You've been leaving early a lot lately, haven't you? Pretty suspicious. Senior, do you happen to have a girlfriend? He didn't look at them, responding indifferently. No, that's not it. After saying that, Jite walked away without looking back, ignoring the two who were trying to hold him back. So, please excuse me. If you hate us, just say it. I'll try harder. You really don't have a girlfriend, right? I totally believe you. Along the way, green leaves fluttered down to the ground in the gentle breeze. A girl on the street was walking while chatting happily. Jite approached from the opposite direction and accidentally overheard the conversation. I told him to stop sending those nonsensical texts. He instantly transformed into that girl. The Phantom of the Grand Duke was currently acting as Jite's clone, going to work in his place. In the past, the Grand Duke of the Demon Realm skill was originally used to expand influence over distant kingdoms. But after killing its former master, it became Jite's clone. The sound of high heels clicking against the tiled floor echoed through the space. Jite's clone stood still, staring with vacant eyes while clutching the handbag tight. Not far away, Jite was sitting on a wooden bench with his back turned. It walked up to him, placed a hand over its chest, and bowed its head. You called for me, Master. The clone opened its eyes and froze upon seeing something. Master. It looked at the little girl sitting on Jite's lap, unable to help but wonder. What is that, sir? He turned his face to look at the clone and answered. It's Jewel. I just brought her back from getting a haircut. It immediately understood. So the little girl had shifted into human form. Passers-by laughed and chatted. Oh, what a good baby. She's lying so quietly in her dad's arms. The couple looks so harmonious. Hearing this, the clone looked at Jite and asked, if it's inconvenient for you, let me carry her for you, Master. Hearing that, the little girl's eyebrows knitted together slightly, and seeing that reaction, the clone flinched and stepped back. He set Jewel down on the ground, making the little girl sigh. It's fine, she can walk on her own anyway. The clone didn't press further, changing the subject instead. But why did you take Jewel out by yourself, sir? BOM, Yeo Rium, and GA you are still at home. He readily cleared up its confusion. U-Bomb is exhausted from the after effects of the transfer magic. As for those other two, an image flashed of GA, You'll happily rushing over, holding out her arms. Jewel, want to go shopping with me? Meanwhile, Yeo Rium looked visibly annoyed. Don't even dream about dumping her on me. Though irritated, Jite maintained his calm demeanor. They're still young. Though irritated, Jite maintained his calm demeanor. They're still young. Jite hesitated for a moment before asking. So, what did you want to say? It asked back, thoroughly confused. What do you mean, sir? Suddenly, a bright light radiated around him. Don't play dumb. I know you can transmit all your emotions and memories to me. The clone felt a bit uneasy hearing its master's words, and turning its face away, it replied, It's not dissatisfaction. I am simply questioning my purpose. Among those who have utilized me, no one has ever craved a mundane life like yours, sir. They always wanted to use me for a higher purpose. like ordering me to kill those who needed to be killed, or helping them flaunt their power when necessary. But my master in this lifetime only wishes to enjoy the daily routine, making it hard for a lowly servant like me to comprehend. If my words have offended you, please forgive me. Jite listened in silence before speaking up. You are an independent entity with a mind of your own, so it's understandable for you to think that way. As he spoke, he suddenly stood up from the bench. There will come a time when you need to act. For now, just keep going to work at the police station regularly. Your colleagues are really going to miss you, so go out for a drink with them and have some fun. Hearing that last sentence, it quietly recalled the faces of its colleagues, knowing it would have to part with them soon. Receiving the order, the clone quickly stood up to leave. As you command, master. Jite stood still, watching its figure grow more distant, when a voice suddenly caught his attention, making him look over. Sweetie, do you like that toy that much? A mother and daughter walked past Jite. If I knew you'd like it this much, I would have bought it sooner. The little girl smiled radiantly and said, Hee hee, you're the best, Mommy. The little girl walked along, holding up the teddy bear in her hand. He looked down and saw Jules staring intently at it, her eyes sparkling. Jite spoke up, making the little girl turn around to look at him. Want a doll? He reached his hand into the shallowest layer of Abyss S and pulled out a bear. Jite held it out in front of Joel. Here. Though a bit different. He placed the bear into the little girl's hands. A warm, pink aura of affection instantly enveloped the bear. Joel's cheeks flushed pink as she looked at it with delight. Seeing this, Jite chimed in with another question. Do you like it? The little girl suddenly set the teddy bear down on the ground and then took slow, hesitant steps toward him. Thinking Joel wanted something else, Jite picked her up to clarify. Asking for more? I'm all out. Joel's smiling face instantly turned downcast. The little girl placed her tiny hands on his cheeks. The sound of the wind whistled past. Joel pressed her forehead against Jite's, catching him off guard for a moment. He felt a bit puzzled inside. Why was she suddenly doing this? Or rather, an image from the past suddenly flashed through Jite's mind. He looked down at the little girl, wondering if she had misunderstood the mana transfer magic as an expression of affection. A sudden thought raced through his mind, showing a girl tied up on a cross. Jite's eyes widened as if witnessing something horrific, and even during moments of fighting swarms of monsters, despite his exhaustion, he kept his eyes wide open. A horde of monsters swooped down from the sky toward Jite like predators, his face slightly scratched up, his vacant eyes staring straight ahead. Jite gently closed his eyes. As the gears of fate began to turn, back in the present, he was holding Jewel in his arms, and, as they looked at each other, the little girl let go of his face, looking at Jite with a touch of surprise. He instinctively flashed a gentle smile at Joel. Joel held the teddy bear in one hand while tightly gripping Jite's hand with the other. The two walked hand in hand down the narrow path, the little girl humming happily, while he stopped and looked up toward the sky. The sky had now shifted into the golden-pink hues of the evening. Jite suddenly spoke, leaving the little girl bewildered. Did she arrive that early? From afar, a girl with blonde hair came running over. Oh, mister. He didn't greet her back, instead asking, Where are you coming back from? Yule replied, while rubbing her cheek against Jules in a hug. I just went to the shopping district for a bit, sir. Jewel is just too cute in her human form. As the two hugged, a few hints of pink appeared on their faces. The young girl smiled gently and pressed her forehead against Jules. She seems happy because she got a gift from you, sir. Jite held the bear in his hands and looked at them both. Can you read Jules' thoughts? Yule happily replied and explained. When we dragons share skin-to-skin contact, we don't just transfer mana. We can also understand each other's emotions and thoughts. Touching foreheads is especially effective. Simply put, it's the kind of physical contact you use when you want to express affection. Recalling what happened earlier, he raised a hand to touch his forehead. I didn't know that. The young girl cradled the little girl in her arms and laughed out loud. Hee hee. Turns out there are things you don't know after all, sir. Jite looked at the items strapped to her back and asked, What is that thing on your back? The young girl glanced behind her, lost in thought. Yule smiled, her voice hesitating. Oh, this is... From inside, the young girl pulled out an acoustic guitar, strumming it for a few seconds to tune it. "Ga, you'll introduced it excitedly. It's something I bought to connect with everyone's souls without needing physical touch. What do you think? I look like a singer, right?" The young girl enthusiastically kept playing the guitar, making Jules' eyes light up as she watched. "I will absolutely do my best." Even so, Jite still looked on with a completely deadpan expression. An image of the guitar, alongside a few syringes, appeared. He stood watching Ga Yule, who was sitting amidst a pile of shattered belongings. Jite was trembling so much he was left speechless, while the joy on the young girl's face vanished, replaced by an indescribable expression. Returning to the present, he quietly swallowed hard. Ga Yule blew on her hands, which were flushed red from practicing the guitar unaccustomed. Jite suddenly spoke up, making the young girl freeze. "Just don't overdo it." Ga Yule thought he was scolding her, so she hurriedly waved her hands and ran after him, asking, "Why's that, sir?" Seeing her like that, Jite explained, "I mean, just take it slow." Ga Yule wanted to say more, but he cut her off. "But I want to put in the effort. Is you bomb awake yet?" The young girl sighed and replied, "She's still sleeping, sir. Her fever hasn't gone down yet." Jite led Joel forward by the hand, looking back over his shoulder. It can't be helped, considering she used transfer magic continuously for several days. When he asked about Yeo Riem, You'll put her hand to her mouth and thought. As for Sister Yeo Riem, she's been glued to dramas all day, not setting a single foot out of her room. It's the first time I've seen Sister Yeo Riem so obsessed with something other than fighting. Hearing this, Jite felt relieved. Still better than causing trouble out on the streets. The three walked back home, and the young girl led the little girl inside by the hand. "Joel, remember to wash your hands after being outside." His eyes suddenly lowered, filled with alertness. Jie Yule was happily wondering to herself, "I wonder if Sister Boon was awake yet?" Suddenly, Jite placed his hand on the young girl's shoulder, and the atmosphere around him turned pitch black. "Jie Yule, go to your room with Joel immediately, and don't come out until I call you." The young girl was a bit confused and was about to ask when he cut her off. "Huh? Why so suddenly?" Quickly catching sight of Jite's expression like that made her a little scared. "Oh, okay." The young girl picked up the little girl and ran straight to the room. "Joel, let's read a fairy tale together." He watched the two of them run back to the room and confirmed they were safe. And only then did Jite turn his face toward the door. He walked over and placed his hand on the doorknob. A creaking sound echoed. Jite stepped inside the room. His face looked a bit grim as he took in what was inside the room. The room was completely devoid of light, with only Jite and 4 strangers standing inside his house. One of them unexpectedly spoke up first. "Who dared to turn the green dragon into this state?" His eyes suddenly flashed, his tone carrying a hint of a threat. "Was it you, Guardian?" Dragons would use enslavement magic to chain up any monsters or humans that proved useful to them, turning those individuals into nest guards, otherwise known as dragon knights. Some of the most elite guardians would act as bodyguards for the young dragons when they went out for leisure, just like this bunch. UBOM was still fast asleep in bed, completely oblivious to everything. Jite looked at her and thought to himself, did he use sleep magic on UBOM? The bodyguard suddenly stomped his foot hard against the floorboards. He yelled furiously in his face, "Answer me. Did you turn green into this?" Instead of answering, Jite asked a question back. "Shouldn't you introduce yourselves first when coming into someone else's house?" The man raised his arm, which was enveloped in a black aura. "It seems you don't grasp the situation here." The Guardian quickly launched an attack at him. "Asking questions is the privilege of the strong. Only I have the right to question anyone here. You lowly human." Jite raised his head and looked up. It was a high-level defensive barrier magic. The man retracted his power and continued, "I'm warning you for the last time." The Guardian tightly squeezed the aura in his hand. "What did you do to Green?" "Spill it, human." Showing no fear whatsoever, he stated bluntly, "Yukoam has awakened." Hearing Jite's answer made him freeze. The Guardian's hostility toward him lessened at this point. "Then who are you?" Jite shoved his hands into his pockets and replied, "I'm the protector of the kids." Hearing that, the man scoffed in disdain. "Protector? What a laughable introduction. Do you even know what it is you're protecting?" He quickly answered before tossing back another question. I do. Which is why I have a question of my own. Why did you guys arrive so early? You're supposed to be drifting in that torn space-time rift right now. They spoke up in disbelief. How do you? The Guardians suddenly drew their weapons. This guy is just a human, yet you know way too much. We are the guardians of the children and the keepers of historical causality. I acknowledge that you've looked after them in our stead during this time, but it seems you have nothing to do with righteousness. Letting you live will only breed disaster. Hearing that, Jite could only sigh. So it can't be resolved through dialogue then. The sound of the wind whipped past in an instant. Don't worry. The whole bunch of you charging at me alone with weapons won't hurt at all. The Guardian holding the sword rushed forward fiercely, decisively slashing at Jite with an incredible burst of power erupting from the blade. But it was quickly blocked by him using an ordinary sword. He thought to himself in shock, my magic sword was destroyed this easily? Jite calmly blocked the attack without a single expression on his face, and then he decisively blew that guy away along with his sword. Seeing this, the shield-bearing guardian nearby roared and charged forward. Pathetic fool, falling to such an ordinary strike. Hey, let us handle this guy. You step back and watch. After that, all the men nearby rushed forward. The guardian who had just been defeated yelled out to his comrades, wait, hold on, this guy is stronger than expected. Next, he witnessed his comrades being taken down one after another under Jite's powerful sword strikes. When he stopped his hand, those guardians were slumped on the ground. Jite approached one of the guardians who was still conscious, sitting slumped on the ground. Seeing him approach, the man thought in panic. I had my doubts from the beginning. An ordinary human taking care of young dragons. And he even knows about our existence. I should have realized sooner. He is a transcendent being that cannot be touched. As Jite stepped closer, their eyes locked, and then he suddenly let out a long sigh. The sword in his hand vanished. Jite said, I already suggested negotiations earlier, didn't I? The Guardian suddenly asked, is this the world under your rule? Jite calmly replied, answer my question first. How did you survive when space was warped? The Guardian looked at him and explained seriously, due to spatial twisting. He then recalled the moment when a group of Guardians and their master, a great dragon, were present. We opened a portal to connect our nest to this world, but for some reason, the dimension distorted and flung us out into the universe. Jite instructed, explain spatial twisting more clearly. The Guardian replied, I'm not exactly sure, but according to what the Master mentioned, there is something called the horizon of fate. Spatial twisting occurs due to energy from that place, as if all dimensions are swirling around it. Hearing this, Jite doubtfully thought to himself, this is strange. I've never heard of the concept of a horizon of fate before. So, what does it have to do with them appearing here? Could the horizon have helped them reach this place? This is quite different from previous times. This is the first time you Bomb's Guardians have come looking for me. He then cast a cold glance at the Guardian, who was slowly crawling up, and spoke gloomily. I need to know how you guys got here, and how the horizon helped you arrive. The Guardian continued to explain. To be more precise, there was a will that crossed that boundary and helped us. Jite asked, confused. A will, the Guardian said. It felt like an invisible force was pointing the way. It guided me to gather the Guardians and find the place where the young dragons were hiding. Hearing this, Jite immediately said, let me check for a moment. He then placed his hand lightly on the Guardian's head. He leaned in slightly and said, look straight into my eyes. The Libra Eye skill was one of the 3 powers he had seized from the Demon King. It was an eye that could distinguish good from evil, truth from falsehood, and love from hate, allowing one to see the reality of things. After a moment, he closed his eyes and said, so you were telling the truth. Jite thought to himself, I've already dealt with every threat to this world. Jite glared in frustration. He had checked the space countless times, so why did holes still appear? The Guardian spoke again about the will from beyond the horizon. It carried a resentment that felt like a curse. Perhaps because I carry the core created from you Bomb's power, I was able to sense it. Hearing this, Jite slowly reached out his hand, then decisively pierced through the Guardian's armor and pulled something out. The Guardian let out a loud cry of pain. He then forcefully ripped off a piece of the armor. A hole appeared in the armor, and something was glowing inside. He was astonished. Suddenly, several glowing chains emerged from that spot. The Chronos clock power detected a timeline being destroyed. The Chronos clock power identified a hostile element. This power strongly excluded everything outside the main timeline. Then, several chains formed an hourglass. It would hunt down all entities carrying a separate timeline. This power, which was originally dormant, had now activated, and the hourglass fell into Jitei's hands. He thought, confused, but I can't interfere right now, so I have no choice but to wait. Seeing this, the other guardians started whispering, "Did a strange light turn into a clock?" "Well, it's fine for now." Jitei turned back and said, "What are you guys planning to do now? The young dragons are already under my protection, so it's useless for you to stay here. The subjugation magic has already been broken by the spatial twisting. So what reason do you have to stay here anymore?" The guardian asked, "Are you setting us free?" Jitei replied, "As long as you don't cause any trouble, it's fine." They stood up one by one and said, "Then we'll take our leave." "Same here." Jitei calmly closed his eyes slightly and said, "Yeah, go ahead." But the guardian whose armor he had torn earlier said with difficulty, "I can't leave." Jitei understood and asked, "You won't leave?" He replied firmly, "Yes, because I am a guardian of causality." Before he could even finish a sentence, Jitei punched him hard, knocking him down. Jitei slowly walked over and said, "I'll ask again, you still won't leave?" The guardian replied determinedly, "I cannot." He placed his foot on the guardian's chest and forcefully unleashed a burst of power that shook the entire room. He coldly asked, "For the last time, still no?" The guardian looked at him and answered weakly, "I cannot." The guardians behind him said, "It's useless to keep talking. He's always been a stubborn guy who stands before freedom but dares not grasp it. What a fool." Jitei glanced over and thought for a moment, then turned his face away and said, "Fine, at least you're qualified to be a guardian." A sword slowly appeared in his hand. The guardian was surprised. A moment later, the room was in chaos, and the guardians who craved freedom had now perished. The stubborn ones who didn't leave struggled to stand up, wondering, "Why did you keep only me? Are you testing us?" Jitei calmly replied, "Not exactly. It's more like I find you quite interesting. Why do you insist on protecting Ubom so much?" He replied, "That is because my loyalty to the Ubom clan is immutable." He said, "Loyalty is good, but Ubom already has me to protect her. You are weaker than me, so what right do you have to protect her? However, there's a role that suits you quite well." Hearing this, he curiously raised his head. Afterward, in another place, Jewel, and Yeo Riam were standing there when Jitei said, "Say hello." He appeared with the guardian from earlier, who was now wearing an apron. Jitei said, "This is my new helper." His face looked somewhat unwilling as he thought helplessly. A helper. Inside the cozy kitchen, the rustling sound of dishes being washed by a smart robot could be heard. It washed each bowl and plate thoroughly, creating suds to clean them. The smart robot opened its mouth in its own way. No, different from a human. It turned around and retorted, "What? A helper? Are you joking?" Jitei snapped, "Don't like it." The robot stubbornly argued back, "What does protecting dragons have to do with cleaning? My head isn't smart enough to understand this." He slammed his hand onto the table. "As I said yesterday, I'm enough to protect the dragons on my own. Letting you stay is just an act of leniency. If you don't do the helper job well, I'll wipe you out immediately. So try your best." The robot sighed, heading back to the kitchen area. "Why did I end up in this situation?" Just then, Ubom walked over with a sweet voice. "You're the guardian from Ascalibur, right?" It was surprised. "Ms. Ubom, is your health okay?" She smiled. "Yes, it's just a minor fatigue. I heard you're staying on as a helper." The robot's voice turned sad. "I guess so." Suddenly, Ubom complimented him. "The apron suits you. From now on, I'll be counting on you, Mr. Helper." Oh my God. Being praised by a girl made its cheeks turn rosy with shyness. At this moment, the hand holding the bowl trembled slightly, cleaning or washing dishes. "Please leave it all to me. Miss, I won't let you get your hands dirty." Who have expected the very next second to hear a crash from broken dishes? She said, "Ah, those were very expensive." Joel, in a blue bear costume, looked so cute. Next was a school uniform that created a sense of innocent childhood, or a lovely gown that gave off a magical feel, which the little girl wore. You'll watch the system screen with sparkling eyes, delighted. So cute. When did you buy these, sister? They're beautiful, UBOM replied. I ordered them as soon as she was born. Jewel, do you like them? Seeing her excited expression, she teased. She definitely likes them. She grinned. Mr. Helper, which one do you think is the best? The robot replied. To me, Jewel is lovely in every outfit. The little girl laughed aloud. It opened its mouth to thank the little girl. At this moment, no one knew that Jitae's face had turned as serious as if it were about to turn into a soot-black pot. Who would have guessed that his focus was directed at the happily laughing little girl? This guy is quite the flatterer. Red patches appeared on her fair hands, drawing attention. Jitae yelled angrily. Are you still playing guitar? You'll hurriedly replied. No, I just strum it a little bit every now and then. UBOM also wondered. Does you'll play it because she likes it? Is there a problem, sir? He said in a low voice. I didn't say anything. Now that I think about it, Riem has been gone all day. She's still burying her head in games. She stammered. I guess so. The helper spoke up. Actually, I tried to clean the room earlier, but I was kicked out. But her complexion was so pale. I'm really worried. She looked deathly pale, Mississippi. Riem snapped. Leave me alone. Get lost, you dwarf. Seeing the robot report that, UBOM said, probably just because she stayed up late watching movies. Jitae's narrow eyes glanced at her, as if he had something to say, and then he moved in front of Riem's door with a stern face. Those eyes looked inside, becoming more angry, as if he saw something completely unexpected. Beer bottles were scattered all over the floor, and an ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, which was terrifying. At this moment, Riem had a cigarette in her mouth. She said while chewing on a piece of meat, What is it? Suddenly, Jitae cut her off. I just came to check if you were still alive. Just then, a sound came from the TV screen. For the fatherland. He watched the screen, skeptical. You watch this all the time? Riem was surprised. Have you ever watched it? Jitae was blunt. No. She enthusiastically introduced it. There are 7 parts, but the content is terrible, and the setting is garbage too. Jitae said in a low voice. Then stop watching it. Riem frowned. Huh? You really are a genius, aren't you? Suddenly, he turned around to leave and reminded her. Come out. I have something to discuss. Afterward, Jitae gently carried Jewel in his arms and instructed, So, from now on, we're going to do a deep clean. Hearing this, Riem complained. Huh? Deep cleaning? Yul wondered. Why all of a sudden? He explained, even though you guys aren't regular people, if you're living in the human world, you have to know how to keep things clean. Especially Riem and Yul. Both of your rooms are filth. Being named like that made Yul shout. How? How could you enter my room? My mom taught me not to let others trespass into one's nest like that. Jitae asked pointedly. Did she also teach you to be a slob? The little girl cried. That's not the point, he said with a serious face. The helper will take care of the living room and kitchen, but clean your own private rooms. Riem stood up and picked her nose. That's absurd. We already have a helper. Why do I still have to clean? Seeing that, Yul criticized. Ew, that's so dirty. She quickly reached out and smeared her hand on Yul's face. Is that so? Here, this is for you. After that, the entire house heard Yul's loud scream. After Riem left the room, Yul held her face and cried noisily. Sister, I hate dirt. Riem added a jab. You say you hate dirt, but your room looks like a pigsty. Hey, dwarf, I'm going to practice. Clean my room for me. I'll check on it when I get back. The robot replied nimbly. Yes. And UBOM also stood up. I cleaned up since yesterday. I'm going to the night market now. There are many people in our house now, so I'll cook a feast. Hearing her report, Jitae nodded repeatedly. Okay. But in his memories, his face turned pale when he saw the food cooked by UBOM. UBOM smiled warmly. Oh, is there anything you want to eat? Is there anything you're craving? He quickly said, No, go ahead. At the same time, at the helper's feet, beer bottle fragments were rolling around. Even the robot was speechless when it saw the condition of this room. Then the robot said, Even though I don't have a nose, I can still smell the stench. Is this hell? No, it's even worse than hell. Yeoriam looks so pale. What's this pot? Is she training her poison resistance? After observing the surroundings for a while, it decided, all right, first, the heavy trigonometry. Jite walked over and started. Aren't cans and plastics supposed to be separated? Do you not know the basic principles while being a helper? Does Askaliba not have the concept of recycling? What a lawless land. It frowned and thought. Others might not know, but I can recognize it. This is devilish energy. Could it be his clone? He mocked, just staring blankly like that. Do you intend to stay up all night? The robot nodded obediently. I understand. Looking exactly like the real self, Jite walked over and said, You two are cleaning. What are you doing? The devilish Jite clone replied, You're here, my lord. I'm guiding the helper. It trembled, not daring to speak. I heard its account. He said in a low voice, Don't just stand there and boss people around. Go help him. I called you because I was afraid you wouldn't be able to clean Yeoriam's room. The Jite clone was stunned. Me? In the gym, Yeoriam was lifting weights in her fitness out. UBOM was busy looking for fruits to cook. On this side, Jiayu was trying to stuff clothes into the wardrobe. Everyone was busy scrubbing the house clean. The sky had shifted to a shimmering golden orange, covering Jite's mansion. The devilish Jite clone came to report. Everything is done, sir. He replied, Good. This is the place you need to go. I don't know what he saw, but it made the Jite clone surprised. The computer screen displayed satellite footage of the Northern Hemisphere. The Jite clone said, Moscow, he explained. The Invisible Demon Organization is researching super demon types here. Finish up the police work this week, then fly to Russia. Jite emphasized. Find Prototype X for me at all costs. The Jite clone stated clearly. As you command, I will prepare immediately. At this moment, UBOM stepped in with a bright face and a sparkling smile. I'm back. The robot smiled kindly. Welcome back, Mississippi. Jiayul piped up. Sister, you bought so much. UBOM replied while carrying 2 bags in both hands. There are many mouths to feed in the house, so I have to cook a lot. The Jite clone stepped forward and said, UBOM is back. I'll take my leave. Jite stopped him. Wait, he commanded in a gruff voice. You must swap clothes with me right now. At this moment, some rather strange dishes were displayed on the dining table. UBOM spoke up. Enjoy your meal, kids. You'll focus on the soup bowl. This soup tastes just like the one in Askaliba. Yeoriam added. It's all right. The little girl wondered innocently. It would be so fun if Mr. Helper ate with us. She yelled loudly. How is he supposed to eat without a mouth? You idiot. Right at this moment, the Jite clone, who was disguised as the real Jite, was sweating bullets while looking at the food. Master, was it because of this that you told me to sit here? Yes, in the thick, foggy space. At the abandoned industrial zone near the lair, there was a guy shouting and cursing with blood flowing continuously from his mouth, looking truly demonic. He looked straight into Jite's eyes and cursed crazily. Do you think you can get away with this and be safe? You lowly human, who dares to? Do you know who my backers are? Who would have expected that before he could finish his sentence, he was slashed across the abdomen? Watching him hit the floor with a thud, Jite said, Yes, I know very well. He grabbed the guy by his hair and reminded him, Professor, one of the Azure Dragon Academy, right? Or rather, it should be the demon human, one of the invisible, right? What is one plotting? What kind of trick are you trying to pull? At this moment, Jite used his heavenly dragon eye power and threatened, Don't lie to me. Tell the truth. The guy, with his face twisted and covered in deep red blood, trembled. I don't know the details, but he said that after 3 months, if the plan succeeds, he will be chosen. Jite said in a low voice, Chosen? You mean the throne, right? The guy replied hurriedly, Yes, that's right. The throne refers to the 4 elite demon humans selected by the Invisible. Normally, demon humans operate in small groups, but those who achieve the throne will have their own army and reach the highest level in the demon-human hierarchy. Disaster-level power. Jite pondered. This is strange. In previous loops, one never reached the throne. Furthermore, at this point in time, he didn't have the stature to come up with any plans. At this moment, he suddenly discovered something unusual. The Chronos clock power detected malice from beyond the horizon. The Chronos clock power existed because a heart existed outside the world's timeline. The Demon Human 1 target had intervention from an entity dissatisfied with the regression loop, located outside the world's timeline. Demon Human 1 had escaped the regression cycle, carrying the most elite elements from the previous loop. After the Guardians, now it's 1. Is everything related to me being interfered with? While Jite was deep in thought, he suddenly heard the guy call out, "Hey, I only know this much, but if you spare my life, I can dig up more information. My mother is sick waiting at home. I won't betray you. Please spare me." Unexpectedly, Jite didn't show any mercy and slashed his head straight off, causing it to fall to the ground. Jite used his heavenly dragon eye power to create killing intent. I said it before, lying is useless with me. And even if it's the truth, you still have to die. Immediately after, the abandoned house emitted a thick, foul smell, the scent of blood, destruction, and incineration. The sky shifted to a new day with freshness amidst the chirping of birds. He walked through the crowd, calculating in his mind. If one had a major plan to reach the throne, it's very likely that plan relates to the lair. Jite recalled the moment one told Yeo Riem, "Can you represent us and lead the event at the end of the year?" The year-end event might relate to that guy's plot. Suddenly, a voice rang out, "Oh, the baby is so cute." In the middle of the park, everyone was excitedly looking at UBOM and Joel. Everyone complimented Joel. "I've never seen such a cute baby. What's her name?" UBOM opened her mouth. "This is Joel." People passing by always had compliments for the girl. "Her eyes and hair color are beautiful. How old is baby Joel?" Suddenly, UBOM noticed Jite's appearance and opened her eyes wide in surprise. Jite said, "What business do you guys have with the child?" Due to the sharpness of his eyes, everyone shook their heads in fear. "Ah, nothing. UBOM spoke softly. "I haven't seen you all day. Where have you been?" He replied, "Just some minor errands." "How come you're hanging out with Joel?" She tilted her head and replied, "I've been sick lately, so I haven't had time to play with her. And since school starts tomorrow, I'm afraid we won't have many chances to play together later on." He responded, "I see." UBOM's bright eyes and approachable smile met Jite's gaze. He had that perfect side profile with a sharp, attractive bridge of his nose. Suddenly, she spoke up. "Doesn't it look a lot like we're a family like this? Joel is your daughter, and I'm her mother. If we go by that script, then we would be..." At this moment, little Joel was looking at them with clear, innocent eyes. UBOM expressed to him, "And so, you and I would be..." Jite remained silent, saying nothing, as if he were deep in thought. Who knows what UBOM was thinking at that moment, but she laughed bashfully. Seeing Jite so serious, she immediately eased the tension. "I'm just kidding. Just kidding. Why are you being so serious?" He said sternly, "If you keep talking nonsense, just go home." Then Jite picked the little girl up, headed forward, and asked with concern, "Did you have fun playing?" UBOM stood far away, watching that retreating figure with a thoughtful expression on her face. The sky had shifted to an orange-yellow hue that looked truly romantic. Beneath the beautiful cherry blossoms were students dressed in neat uniforms. The girls were rushing across the street to make it to class on time. Petals fell all over the academy courtyard, creating a lyrical scene. At the same time, Jie Yule was busily chewing on a piece of bread while running in a rush, her cheeks flushed pink and her mouth beaming with a bright smile. "Finally, I get to go to school. What class are you in, big sister?" "I wish I could be in the same class as you." UBOM smiled. "I'm taking superhuman studies, literature, magic studies, and sociology too. By the way, G.A. Yule, I've been wondering for a while why you keep holding that sandwich in your mouth. You already ate at home this morning." Suddenly, the little girl laughed shyly, her cheeks turning bright red. "You don't know? My mom said that if you hold a sandwich in your mouth on the way to school and bump into someone, G.A. Yule revealed the secret, saying that person would be their destiny." Talking about this, her eyes sparkled like glittering stars, full of hope. Who would have thought that while she was so excitedly talking, she would actually bump into Yeo Riem? It was so romantic. "Ouch," Yeo Riem scoffed. "I wish I had a destiny person like that too." "Oh my god, I didn't expect to bump into little G.A. Yule." So, am I little Ga Yule's destiny? The little girl cried. But you're a girl. Yeo Riem quickly grabbed the piece of bread and popped it into her mouth. So what? I've seen in Western movies that girls bite and nibble on each other all the time. The little girl shouted, My sandwich, Yeo Riem reminded her. By the way, where did that guy vanish to this morning? Isn't he supposed to be observing us? Ga Yule answered, Yeah, I think he said he would head to the office first to confirm something. Yeo Riem laughed loudly. Huh? He didn't come home yesterday either, probably out chasing girls. Ga Yule looked blank. No way, he's not that kind of person. Ga Yule wondered. What's wrong with you? You're suddenly sweating bullets. Suddenly, the little girl seemed to discover something strange. Ga Yule was curious. Who are those people? They don't look like students, right? Who else could it be? Probably reporters, right? Yeo Riem spoke up. They must be here to take photos of some standout students among the freshmen. UBOM hurried away. You guys, I'm going inside first. At this moment, a young man slightly turned his head as if he had spotted something. The crowd around them was curious. Is that little girl Yeo Riem? It's Yeo Riem, the one who took down Sophia and had that legendary, earth-shattering quote. Ah, that's right. It's that red-haired girl. Yeo Riem stood blankly and cursed. Immediately, the lights shone straight at her, and the reporters asked repeatedly, Are you Yeo Riem? Please let us have a short interview. Look over here for a second. Please just answer the interview. Ga Yule timidly hid behind Yeo Riem. What? What is this? What is wrong with you people? At this moment, Yeo Riem's mouth opened wide and she yelled, Everyone! She angrily shouted so loud that it was ear-piercing on the school grounds. Yeo Riem was furious. Hey reporters, I already answered like that last time. Isn't that enough? Fine, I'll deal with each one of you. She didn't hesitate to give them the middle finger. Bring it on. You bunch of parasites. Jewel woke up from her sleep, waking up to see the house empty. The little girl just kept staring toward the door. Seeing this, the guardian was also worried. He was flustered. This is really awkward. Before leaving, Jite had instructed him, The kids have gone to school, and I won't be home either. Today, only you and Jewel are at home. So be careful and look after the little girl. The guardian scratched his metal head, not expecting to receive a task even harder than cleaning. I've never babysat before. He called out, Hey, little Jewel. The little girl turned around, her sparkling eyes looking at him. The guardian stepped forward to explain like a professional butler. The other girls and the master won't be back until tonight. Just stop waiting. Why don't you find a comfortable place to sit and rest, my lady? Jewel heard him, but didn't respond. The two of them just stared at each other for a while. Finally, the little girl just coldly turned away, leaving him standing there like a statue. He panicked. This is so embarrassing. The guardian saw he couldn't convince Jewel. He walked away dejectedly, intending to start working as usual. Ah, whatever. I'll just go clean. Suddenly, he looked into the middle of the living room. His eyes lit up when he found a solution to break the deadlock. Once again, the guardian walked up to Jewel. Ah, Lady Jewel? In his hand was a book. The guardian asked cautiously, Would you like to read a fairy tale with me? Fortunately, Jewel agreed. The two of them went out to the room to read the book. The little girl's sparkling eyes shone when she looked at the world in the pictures. Seeing such a positive reaction, the guardian was secretly happy. Thank goodness, it seems she has an interest in fairy tales. Well then, I will read to you, my lady. The story began. The title was Your Father is a Fairy. The guardian started telling. Once upon a time in a far-off forest. Suddenly, the bright story was distorted. If it's an ancient forest, it must be from the period before the demon world, some kind of primeval forest. The story continued. And next, in that place, there was a little girl named Don Uni and her father living together. The guardian added another unnecessary comment. It seems her mother has passed away. But Don Uni is lucky. In those days, having even one person alive was a miracle. Before bed, her father would tell her ancient stories every day. The story couldn't maintain its inherent innocence. Interesting. If it's ancient history, it must be about the Great War, right? Jewel, with a look of disgust, watched him continue to babble. So Don Uni must be a war addict, huh? The guardian was still enthusiastically telling. Then one morning, when she woke up, Don Uni discovered her father wasn't at home. Ah, could it be that he went to find a new mother for her? I heard that in those days, there was a culture of taking war prisoners as concubines. If Donyuni had a new mother, she would probably be very happy. The Guardian concluded. Anyway, Donyuni. Suddenly, he saw something wasn't right. Jewel looked at him with an expression of disgust. The Guardian was blank. What's wrong, my lady? Do you not like the content of this story? Jewel didn't answer. The little girl just pointed into the distance. The direction she pointed was a corner of the wall. Jewel pointed at the Guardian again, an action she repeated over and over. He was chased into a corner by the little girl, sitting hunched over, not allowed to touch the book. At the same time, in the city center, a luxury car was cruising down the street. From inside the car, a pair of elegant legs stepped out. All the male students in the school had to turn their heads to look at the person who had just stepped out. The girl who just stepped out daintily touched up her makeup. Her name was Gong Joo-hee, the heir of the Gong family, one of the 3 great sword-wielding families in Korea. But currently, she was more interested in taking care of her looks than swordplay. Joo-hee grumbled, practicing swordsmanship makes me sweat. It's so uncomfortable and my makeup is ruined. Joo-hee saw a group of reporters ahead. What is that? Those reporters? Could it be they are waiting for me? She appeared weary. Secretary Kim, you know I don't like being in the spotlight. Handle it for me. Secretary Kim behind her reminded her. It seems they aren't here to take photos of you, my lady. Hearing that, Joo-hee was surprised. She uncomfortably squeezed through the reporters. Then who is there that they wouldn't be photographing me? Suddenly, Joo-hee went silent. She was stunned. She's gorgeous. The people being sought after by the press were Yeo Riem and Ga Yul. Meanwhile, Yeo Riem was sitting on the back of a male student. Ga Yul shyly wondered, "But big sister, why is that purse in your chair?" Yeo Riem replied bluntly, "I don't know either, they volunteered." She checked on him. "Are you okay? Don't cry later." The male student happily replied, "Yes, of course, I'm your fan." Yeo Riem wondered, "Fan? What nonsense are you talking about?" A reporter approached. "So, student Yeo Riem, can we start the interview now?" Yeo Riem replied arrogantly, "If you don't follow the order, don't talk about an interview. I'm walking away. 1 question each, and then get lost quickly." She signaled, "All right, let's start with that guy wearing the hat." Greetings, student Yeo Riem. I am from TTTV. Yeo Riem interrupted. "Your intro is too long." The next reporter yelled, "I wasn't even done talking yet." Another reporter immediately asked, "I am from CT France. Recently, you have become a focal point in the superhuman world, highly sought after by many. How do you feel?" She answered quickly, as if stealing the words. Another reporter approached. "Do you know your fan cafe was just set up? Say a few words to your fans." The guy kneeling was overjoyed. "The reward is here." She didn't care much. So was this guy. "You claim to be my fan? What a bunch of psychos." Next, another reporter introduced himself. "I am Park Kong-ho, from Ji-san newspaper." From his bloated body, a strange stench emitted. He kept wiping his sweat. "What did the sentence you said at the Blue Dragon Academy interview mean?" Yeo Riem pinched her nose and answered, "You know it. Why ask? Is your brain only full of that stuff?" She whispered, "What does that smell?" He kept pressing. "Don't be like that. Explain it clearly." Out of countless words. "Why did you choose that word?" Yeo Riem frowned uncomfortably. The reporter looked at her with a perverted expression. Was there some other underlying meaning? Yeo Riem didn't let it slide. She interrupted. "Reporter," Yeo Riem challenged. "Do you want to do that with me?" Kong-ho was blank, He stammered. "Dude, don't be like that." Yeo Riem's face darkened. "You know I was just joking." "You know it was a joke, so why keep asking and twisting things like that?" Seeing her angry, the reporter still wouldn't stop. "Maybe student Yeo Riem is young, so you don't understand, but journalism is just that kind of profession. So if you cooperate well, I will write a decent article for you." Yeo Riem angrily lunged and grabbed the reporter's collar. "Oh my God, buddy, do you think I can tolerate you forever?" Ga Yul behind her panicked. "Hey, big sister, let them be. Let's go inside." Kong-ho's camera was still capturing every moment of Yeo Riem. He was secretly happy. Yeah, keep acting aggressive like this, and the views will go up. But he was still a bit regretful. Should I poke at her a bit more? Thinking is doing. He continued to mock. "If you keep acting like this, I'll be forced to write the article according to my own understanding. For example, Yeo Riem, the center of public opinion, demands relations with a reporter. Yeo Riem clench her fist. Yeah, go ahead and write it. She lunged straight at the reporter angrily. But before that, you have to die by my hands. Yul chased after her, wanting to stop her. Yeo Riem. Suddenly, her punch was blocked. Jite had appeared just in time to resolve everything before Yeo Riem could take things any further. Yul breathed a sigh of relief. You came just in time. Jite looked at Yeo Riem and asked, causing trouble the moment you arrived? Yeo Riem yelled, it's not like that. It's that pig over there. Seeing Yeo Riem couldn't calm down, Jite decisively picked her up and carried her elsewhere. Yeo Riem protested, but not significantly. What is this? Let me go. Jite announced to the reporters. The interview ends here. Before leaving, he threatened, and it's best you people don't put this in the newspaper. From Jite, a surge of power was released. He walked away angrily, his steps so powerful that he crushed a piece of ground. Kong Ho fearfully backed away, and his interview equipment also burnt out. Yeo Riem blankly watched Jite's recent action. All three walked away under the gaze of many people. Jite warned, Yul, if you don't want to be late for class on the first day, get in immediately. Yul trotted after him. Yes. Gong Juhi witnessed the entire story. She was stunned. Did you see that just now? Secretary Kim understood the implication. How about we investigate what's going on with their family? But Ju didn't care about that. Where's that blonde girl with the big breasts? In the classroom, the teacher began introducing himself. The professor smiled happily. Welcome, students. I am a swordsmanship teacher, Kaido. Today's lesson will cover the history of swordsmanship and the attitude when holding a sword. Yeo Riem watched listlessly. What? What is attitude when holding a sword? Hurry up and teach us how to fight. Jite appeared surprised. But that's surprising. I thought you would be so bored with school that you'd run away. She sighed. What are you talking about? I've watched boring movies and still managed to finish them. She was serious. I have to work hard until I can defeat that pile of pillars wearing hats. Just you wait. The day will come when I defeat him. She wondered. Wait, why are you taking the class with me? Go follow the others. Jite replied nonchalantly. You know the reason better than I do. Yeo Riem raised an eyebrow. Oh my, I'm not causing trouble. I've been very well behaved lately. Jite reiterated. Did you forget about the reporter incident just now? Yeo Riem was startled. She still wanted to make excuses. It was because that pig kept making me angry. He kept trying to piss me off. If you were in my shoes, you couldn't have held back either. While speaking, Yeo Riem inched closer to Jite. He warned, don't get involved with me. It's hot. Yeo Riem happily provoked. Why? Men are usually mesmerized by this kind of contact. Or are you shy? Before Yeo Riem's teasing, Jite only remained silent. Yeo Riem didn't get the reaction she was hoping for. She was bored. Yeo Riem slumped over on the table. So boring. Jite spoke up. Learning is boring by nature. Yeo Riem denied. It's not the learning, it's the way you talk. She lay collapsed on the table. A kidnapper who isn't even interesting at all, Yeo Riem recalled. At first, I thought you were weird too. I thought there would be days with dopamine explosions waiting for me. Yeo Riem pouted. But I didn't think you'd be playing this kind of family game. Jite replied. The things that happened on your way to school were exciting enough, weren't they? Recalling the old story, Yeo Riem was annoyed. It wasn't that kind of frustrating story. It should have been about fighting, killing, and the intoxication of victory. Suddenly behind her, the teacher's voice rang out. Oh ho, it seems our student Yeo Riem is feeling itchy. In times like these, the teacher has a good method. The teacher proposed, stay behind after class with your guardian. Yeo Riem's face twisted when she heard the request. After school, in the gym, Yeo Riem was holding a wooden sword, trying hard to polish it. The more she polished, the angrier she got. Yeo Riem stood up abruptly, threw the sword in her hand, and the more she thought, the angrier she became. Why do I have to polish this? I like fighting. Opposite her, Jite was also forced to clean. He calmly advised, instead of grumbling, hurry up and polish it. Yeo Riem uncomfortably requested, Call the person at home to finish it, right? He likes cleaning, Ji-tae asked back. Then who will look after Joel? She had to click her tongue and let it slide. That blue girl is also demanding. Yeo-ryum changed the subject. I have a question. When you were young, did you study anything? While polishing the sword, Ji-tae replied, didn't have time to study properly. She took the chance to tease. What? You're also a dummy? Not having time to study is usually just an excuse, isn't it? He just replied simply. Back then it was war. I had to be busy surviving. Yeo-ryum heard that and went blank. She turned away. Damn, you ruined the mood again. So what is my situation due to? She thought for a while and decided to ask. Is your life fun? Ji-tae was not happy. Yeo-ryum slumped down in front of him. Then why live? It's so boring. If I were as strong as you, I wouldn't live such a dull life. Or is it because you're too strong that you're bored with life? Haha. Ji-tae pondered. Life goes on. I can't just quit. Yeo-ryum broke the seriousness. What's with the childish talk? Ji-tae didn't want to argue. All right, enough chatting. Go polish it. Changing scenes to the evening at Ji-tae's house. Everyone was living happily. The scene was as warm as a real family. Yeo-ryum toyed with the Rubik's Cube in her hand. So you turn it like this to make the sides match up? While she was fiddling to find the solution, the Guardian kept walking back and forth, cleaning behind her back. Yeo-ryum, annoyed, threw the cube straight at him. Hey jerk, do you intend to keep annoying me? The Guardian focused. The Guardian was in a pathetic position. He stammered, sorry. After releasing her anger, Yeo-ryum lay collapsed on the chair. The Guardian went away sadly to clean somewhere else. Ubom saw Yeo-ryum was in a bad mood. She asked, why are you so irritated today? Because of the reporters bothering you this morning? Yeo-ryum was bored, but mostly just bored. I haven't been able to fight lately. Yeo-ryum called. Hey, big sister bomb. Ubom was startled. Her face turned pale. Did you just call me big sister? She went to Yeo-ryum's side again. Yeo-ryum? What's wrong with you? Do you need to go to the hospital? Yeo-ryum frowned. Oh my God. Do you want me to address you rudely for you to be satisfied? She propped herself up to sit. Anyway, that's not important. She wondered. Why are you living, big sister? First time seeing Yeo-ryum like this. Both Ubom and Joel stared in amazement. Ubom whispered in the little girl's ear. Joel? Big sister Yeo-ryum has finally reached puberty. Joel nodded in agreement. Yeo-ryum blushed and shouted, I heard all of that. You idiot. And you, blue little girl, what are you nodding for? Yeo-ryum recounted. Today I asked the human guy what he lives for. Do you know what he said? Yeo-ryum mimicked Ji-tae's expression at the time. Life just keeps going on. You can't give it up. Ubom and Joel exclaimed. Oh, just now you looked exactly like him. Yeo-ryum continued. But that person doesn't feel happy. People in this world live to find joy. If you can't feel joy, what's the point of living? For example, that yellow monkey, it just needs good food to be happy. And that little child playing with an old teddy bear is already happy. Ubom was also lost in thought. He doesn't say anything to us, but he must have things he likes, right? Suddenly Yeo-ryum replied. In my opinion, you're just like that person. Ubom wondered. I'm like him. Yeo-ryum agreed. Yeah, both equally hard to understand. Both are boring as hell. Ubom mused and thought seriously. Is that so? Yeo-ryum continued to ask. So do you see anything fun while living? Ubom remembered something. Her eyes lit up. There's one thing. Yeo-ryum was curious. What is it? Ubom's answer stunned Yeo-ryum. Do you know? Is he a human or a lord? Yeo-ryum was skeptical. What? You can tell just by looking that he's the cold-blooded psychopath type. Thinking about Ji-tae, Ubom gently replied. Yeah, I thought so too. Memories of them sitting together appeared in Ubom's mind. She remembered Ji-tae's face at that moment. Ubom instinctively smiled bashfully. But actually, he has a cute side too. Yeo-ryum suddenly lunged forward, her face full of disdain. Huh? What's with that disgusting smile? Ubom was startled by Yeo-ryum's action. Oh my God. Yeo-ryum pinned her to the floor, not stopping the questioning. Don't tell me you two have been doing weird stuff behind my back. Ubom, being tickled by her, couldn't suppress her laughter. Stop tickling me. It's too funny. Just then, Ga ran down from the stairs. Big sister. The little girl was happy. It's amazing. The social media community is all talking about Big Sister Yeo Riem. Ga voice was excited. There's even a fan cafe. Yeo Riem turned and asked, "What is a fan cafe?" An electric current ran through Ga head. She seemed to understand something. Ga turned her head, her face red with embarrassment. "Ah, nothing. You two continue what you were doing." Yeo Riem angrily shouted after her, "Hey, you little brat. What are you doing?" Another peaceful morning arrived at Jitae's house. In his room, he was putting on his shirt, adjusting his watch. The door to the room suddenly opened. Yubum slowly walked in. "Master," she looked up, intending to say something. "I'd like to ask for a favor." Jitae's shirt was only half-buttoned, revealing his toned abdominal muscles. Yubum panicked and slammed the door shut. "I'm so sorry. I should have knocked first." Jitae calmly reassured her. "What's the matter? Come on in. I'm finished dressing." Ubom entered again, looking even more bashful than before. Ubom started. "Could you go out with me today?" Jitae tightened his tie. "Go out? Why so suddenly?" She acted coquettishly. "You've only ever gone out with Yeo Riem and Jewel all this time. You've never once gone out with me." He replied, "I suppose I have no choice." Ubom thought to herself, "I like violence, and Ga is easy to manipulate. Want to go eat fried chicken with me?" "Wow, fried chicken. Thinking of that." Jitae let out a helpless sigh. "Fine." Ga spoke while eating. "Big sister, you're going to school. Where are you going?" Yeo Riem grumbled. "Finish what's in your mouth before you talk." Ubom smiled. "I'm going on a date with that person." Ga was startled. "A date?" Yeo Riem looked away. "You mean going out with the guardian, right?" Ga chewed her bread while leaking the information she had just heard. "But seriously, why haven't you gone out with Sister Bom before? Don't tell me you're playing favorites with only me and Sister Yeo Riem." He explained, "No, it's not like that." The little girl smiled. "Even though playing favorites is bad, I understand. My mom knows 100 men, but still clearly favors 2 or 3. Yeo Riem was stunned. "Oh boy, your mom is really something else." Ga laughed innocently. "Right?" Ubom sighed and turned her head away. So, am I like one of the 97 guys who got dumped?" Jitae asked skeptically. "What do you mean?" Ga said sadly. "After the kidnapping was over, you didn't care about me anymore. Like a fish that's already been caught, you don't even bother looking at me anymore." Yeo Riem blamed him. "You've been abandoned." "Poor Sister Bom. You're really mean, Master." Yeo Riem also looked at him. "I understand why you only go out with us, but you don't need to worry. You should just go out with Sister Bom. You can't keep an eye on us 24/7 anyway." He mused. "Very well." Hearing that, Ga winked mischievously, having achieved her goal. Time passed quickly until they reached the building, sunlight shining down on the roof. Inside, 15 students and their guardians were seated properly. Everyone looked at Ubom and whispered, "Oh, isn't she the sister of that famous girl, Yeo Riem? Her name is Ubom, right? Isn't she pretty? I heard this girl got a perfect score on her entrance interview. Is that true? Which family is she from? I heard it's the Yu clan. I'm not really sure." "The Yu clan? Sounds so rustic." Just then, Suji clapped her hands. "All right, social theorians here for the rest. We will practice social dancing." A young man at the front spoke up. "Ah, this is so embarrassing. Why dancing?" She asked skeptically. "Oh, why so embarrassed? When you become superhumans representing your families, there will be times when you have to dance at luxurious parties. Standing there like a wooden plank at that time is what's truly embarrassing. Now, let's find dance partners." A man and a woman approached each other. "Count on me, okay?" "Yeah." Another pair, blushing, grabbed each other's hands. "If no one else agrees, dance with me." She laughed. "If you feel like pairing up with someone, be bold and ask." Oh, at this moment, a girl with pink hair was attracted to something and gave a huff. Ubom still doesn't have a partner? I thought guys would be lined up to ask to dance with her. That young man explained, "Yeah, there's something about her that's hard to approach. It feels like if you touch her, your arm will break." Suji anxiously approached. "Oh, Ubom, you still don't have a partner?" Ubom smiled to hide her true feelings. "Yes, I guess I'm not very popular with everyone," she suggested. "But Ubom is so pretty." How about with the professor? She interrupted. Excuse me, professor, can I ask my guardian to be my dance partner? Jite, standing far away, was surprised to hear this. Suji nodded. Ah, sure? Of course. She quickly ran over. Thank you, she exclaimed. That was fast. She quickly approached where he was sitting. Ubom reached out her hand. Master, come on up here. He looked away, avoiding her gaze. I don't know how to dance. She acted aggrieved. So you're leaving me alone? That's so lonely. Hearing that, he let out a helpless sigh. Suji instructed according to the rhythm. Now, slowly hold your partner's hand. 3, 2, 1, 2 steps. Jite and Ubom faced each other, feeling quite awkward. She suddenly noticed something and was quite surprised. His hand moved up and down. She teased. Master, are you shy to touch me? He turned his head. No. Ubom took the initiative to hold both of Jite's hands. Don't worry. Just because we touch doesn't mean we're in love. He remained cold. Yeah, I know. Her voice was heavy. And don't dance half-heartedly. It'll ruin my grade. He replied, I know. Both of them got into position. She said, let's start. Both of them danced rhythmically to the music. Ubom thought to herself, why are his hands so sweaty? Her fair hands held Jite's damp ones. Are you stressed? Other places are soaked too. The sweat on your chest is so much it's almost transparent. She remembered the image of Jite's hot body from before. Ubom's face turned bright red. In that moment of distraction, she tripped and fell backward. But Jite quickly caught her before she hit the ground. The scene was romantic. He stood frozen, not knowing what to say, while Ubom was already blushing from embarrassment. Her heartbeat increased. Then her eyes went blank, and her nose started bleeding. He was startled. A nosebleed. A while later, after the class ended, at a street side shop, Ubom was drinking lemon juice, a piece of tissue plugging her right nostril. Jite asked, do you need to go to the hospital? She replied, dragons don't need to go to the hospital, right? I'm fine now. Thinking back on that, he was suspicious. That's strange. There was no impact. Why would you have a nosebleed? She shyly turned her head away. Who knows? She changed the subject. By the way, you dance better than I thought. Where did you learn? Hearing Ubom's question, Jite sank into thought. Deep memories from his soul surfaced, his gaze growing colder. Somewhere a girl was teaching him to dance. Come on, 1, 2, slowly. Her face broke into a happy smile. Not bad. At this rate, you'll be a pro soon. Captain. Jite's silhouette reflected on the ground, creating a sad scene. Then he replied, never learn. Hearing that, she fell silent and said nothing more. Ubom slowly took the tissue off her nose. She stood up and asked, class is over, are you busy? Jite depleted. Numero. She tied her hair up. Then let's go do something fun. The full moon shone through the white clouds. In Moscow, Russia, at the research facility of the underground organization Invisible, alarm lights flashed, and the alarm sounded loudly. A figure ran fast, behind them the bodies of guards. She gritted her teeth. Damn it, damn it, damn it, fate. Where did that monster crawl out from? The number of people here isn't enough to stop it. I have to escape and protect the headquarters. At this moment, the guardian appeared behind her. Where are you rushing off to? She stared at him, stunned. What do you want? He replied coldly. Master, I'm looking for something. XY Commander Class Superhuman. Where is he? She yelled angrily. You think I'll tell you? Kill me. The guardian used shadows to grab her neck. After killing many superhumans, I realized one thing. When close to death, your instincts will awaken. But when in too much pain, you struggle like a puppet with cut strings. Do you want to dance a few steps under the moonlight too? Vera collapsed in a pool of blood. The guardian knocked her out and sent a signal to report to Jite. Master, an image of a girl with one leg chained appeared. The X-type sample has been transferred to the Invisible headquarters as a test subject. And this time, the X-type is a female model, quite different from previous versions. He listened to the information. Then Jite asked, the lead researcher you handled just now was Vera, right? He replied, yes, master. He ordered, disguise yourself as him, infiltrate Invisible, and find out the true identity of XD. The guardian replied, as you command. After disconnecting, Jite thought about the many vicious-looking superhumans who were worried. Commander Class Superhuman, Prototype X, a creature possessing special abilities, connects the minds of countless superhumans. The longer it exists, the more superhuman consciousness it absorbs and becomes dangerously unpredictable. He remembered the superhumans who died by his hand. That's why I always prioritize destroying Prototype X every cycle. But this time, the information was different from previous cycles, causing the hunt to face obstacles. Jite took out his power, which displayed a notification. Central X time speed power is reading malice from the Destiny horizon, scanning for existences outside the timeline. Looking at the notification that continued to scan, he thought, the fact that X changed its form must be due to the malice the Guardian mentioned. Jite clenched his power. Just kill all these life disturbers, and it's done. Just then, Ubiom called, Master, come here for a second. He walked over and asked, what? She urged, hurry up. Hurry up. Jite was astonished, seeing Ubiom slightly open the curtain to show him the lingerie she was trying on, shyly asking, do you see? Does it suit me? He turned away sharply. What kind of game are you playing? Ubiom laughed and replied, summer is coming soon. It's not a big deal to buy one. Ha! She even invited him. Standing there is hard to see. Come inside and get a better look. He acted indifferent and said, you said we were going out for fun, and now you're dragging me into this nonsense? Ubom was shy. What's wrong? I think it's fun. As if realizing something, she asked, huh? What weird things are you thinking? Adults are truly hard to understand. Jite replied, don't tempt me. Afterward, the two went for a walk, and Ubom didn't let go of the earlier incident. Master, tell the truth, you wanted to see it earlier, didn't you? He denied no. She continued to tease. Oh. It's impossible you didn't want to see. Ubiom laughed brightly. I should have bought it. Jite said. If you're done playing, let's go home. She said, ha. Actually, I came here to buy gifts for the kids. He repeated, gifts. Ubom thought of Jewel and the teddy bear, expressing her desire. Yeah, do you know Jewel's teddy bear is torn to shreds? So I intended to buy her another one, and at the same time buy gifts for the others. Jite inquired further. What do the others want? She started listing. Yul only likes clothes. She doesn't care about anything else. So she won't feel inferior when going out with friends later. Maybe buy her a nice wallet. He asked, what about Yeo Riem? Ubom thought about what Yeo Riem wanted to buy and answered with a forced smile. Yeo Riem. Yesterday she said there was something she wanted to buy. She recalled the girl's tone at the time. Watching a movie the other day, I saw this, buy it for me. Ubom judged the item to be a bit strange. Then the two split up. She said, then I'll go look for gifts for Yul and Yeo Riem. You choose something for Jewel for me. Jite agreed. All right. Ubom watched him walking forward. She silently asked, is it okay? At the toy store, the shopkeeper was at the counter, deep in thought. She looked at Jite, guessing his age to be late 20s or early 30s. Is this physique a model or a soldier? His face is good-looking, too. He was still engrossed in choosing a teddy bear, all alone. His eyes were blank in front of the children's toys. The shopkeeper thought smugly. The perfect type of customer to rip off. Caught a fat prey. She happily came over to inquire. Oh, are you buying a gift for your little one? How old is she? Jite replied. About 4. The shopkeeper flattered him. Oh, the cutest age. Is she your daughter? He answered, not my daughter, but she is a little girl. She went over, patted Jite's shoulder, and praised him. Ah, so she's your niece? It's rare to see uncles go pick gifts for their nieces like this. She must love it. And then she continued, but you're a bit tactless. The shopkeeper put a toy medical stethoscope to his chest, then said, at 4 years old, you should buy role-play toys like this rather than dolls. This type helps you play with the child and bonds the family. Deep inside, she exclaimed, his physique is so firm. She enthusiastically pitched, ah, if you buy this doctor set, I'll give you a 10% discount on other sets. Seeing him pick up the toy, the shopkeeper asked, do you want to take a look? Jite imagined Jewel playing with a syringe. He said, then I'll leave it to you. The shopkeeper was overjoyed at the sale. In the end, Jite bought a pile of gifts, and she kept saying, it looks like a lot, but it's essential for the child's psychological development. You won't regret it. He held out his card. The shopkeeper asked, paying by card? Jite just nodded. Seeing the card, she was surprised. thinking about the value of the card in his hand. A black VIP card only for elite families. No wonder he bought whatever I suggest. The shopkeeper admired his handsome face, calculating silently. The more I look at this guy, the more attractive he is. He's probably not married. Should I take this chance and flirt? She probed shyly. Hey, are you dating anyone? Suddenly U-Bomb appeared, hooking her arm around Jitae's, calling. Master, she asked, are you planning to buy all of this? The shopkeeper guessed. Is she his girlfriend? Looking at U-Bomb's outfit, she guessed. Wait, this is a student uniform. So you two are still. She chatted aimlessly. What are you planning to buy for Joel? He replied, teddy bear. She said, but why choose all these random things? The shopkeeper interrupted. Oh, so you're buying it for your little sister? UBOM glared at her. She said, she might not be used to it first, but UBOM repeated, she won't like it. The shopkeeper said reluctantly, ah, is that so? She picked up a teddy bear and judged. This one might be fine. UBOM looked at the bear and continued. It's like the old bear, so she won't feel strange. Jitae added, I intended to buy it from the start. She said, maybe this gets a VIP discount. At home, G.A. Yule and Jules' eyes were round with excitement. Wow, look at all the gifts, they politely asked. Are these really gifts for us? G.A. Yule held the new wallet, overjoyed. I was just thinking about buying a new wallet. I love you both so much. The little girl looked at the gifts everyone was interested in. Jewel has a teddy bear. What gift did Sister Yeo Riem get? She answered sister. With handcuffs in her mouth, she said, adult toys. She coaxed. Hey, yellow monkey, come here. There's a fun game here. G.A. Yule refused hurriedly. I don't want to play. The little girl was scared to tears. Ah. And the little girl held by him expressed her emotions through touch. UBOM spoke, giving you this. Jitae opened the gift box. This is, she said, I saw you wearing the same old tie every day, so I bought it as a gift. UBOM added, when I earn money, I'll buy you a suit. He looked at the gift. Thank you. Jitae asked, why didn't you buy anything for yourself? UBOM replied, oh, I bought one thing. He was curious. What did you buy? She shyly thought of the lingerie and said, I'll show you later. A few weeks later, the guardian crept in. He asked seriously, did you call me? Jitae instructed, I'll be away for 3 days. Remember to take good care of Joel. The guardian said, you're going far away. He glanced at the bed and replied, yes, Yeo Riem is sleeping and drooling. Jitae continued, Yeo Riem will be coming with me too. The next day, everyone was gathered in the crowded waiting lobby. A young man among them spoke. It's finally starting. The superhuman war simulation battle. As he finished speaking, the purple circle gradually widened. As known, the simulated superhuman battle is a survival battle lasting 2 days and 3 nights in a virtual space. Students will move in groups of 3 under the command of a representative guardian called a tactical operator. They are originally navigators in professional monster hunting superhuman squads. Here, the guardian will play this role. Jitae was also present right there. Yeo Riem, beside him, propped her chin and sat evaluating the members this year. Oh boy, look at those nervous kids, people that mediocre have no real-world combat experience. And so, she was reminded by Jitae, hey Yeo Riem, this is not the time to show off. She heard this and was dissatisfied. Yeah, he continued. This isn't a solo fight. It requires 3-person teamwork. Yeo Riem sighed. I know, but you have to choose suitable teammates. Suddenly, she noticed the group of people next to them. A man and a woman approached. The man scratched his head and asked, if you don't have a group yet, do you want to join with us? Yeo Riem got angry and shouted, what the hell? Get lost, you weaklings. But Jitae nonchalantly asked, what are your names? The guy replied, I am Hisaki Sojiro. The woman also spoke up, Kim Jin. Both bowed their heads politely at the same time. Sojiro promised sincerely, we will try our best not to bother you two. Yeo Riem still maintained a grumpy attitude. You guys, didn't you hear me say get lost? In her heart, she thought, I can see how weak they are already. Yet, Jitae agreed concisely. Okay, making Yeo Riem irritated. Huh? Who allowed them to join the group? Then Jitae said, if you don't like it, go find other teammates yourself. Yet the girl lowered her voice. That would be too much trouble. Seeing this, Sojiro and Kim Jin were both stunned and motionless. The result was that Yeo Riem had to endure. Hey, you weaklings, if I'm fighting and you get in my way, watch out. Sojiro was happy. Thank you. But suddenly a hand came flying, striking the young man hard on the head, making Sojiro clutch his head in pain. It was Johnny. He glared in warning. Hey, you mediocre piece of trash. Didn't I tell you already? Acting all flirtatious in front of me. Do you want to die? Sojiro was in pain, tears streaming. The young man hurriedly said, Haha, sorry. Then Johnny turned to tease Kim Jin. Hey, your boyfriend apologized. Aren't you going to say anything? He directly placed his hand on her head and challenged her. Got nothing to say? Just then his friends laughed and said, Hey, Johnny, that's someone else's ward. Take it easy. Don't be so aggressive. He sneered. What about it? The adults don't care what happens to a bunch of orphans. Johnny took advantage of the situation, grabbed Kim Jin's hair, and mocked. Hey, you should cut your bangs. They look so gloomy. She tried to pull his hand away, but couldn't, only helplessly crying out, Stop, stop doing that. Johnny laughed triumphantly. Oh, please, an orphan like you dares to talk back. He didn't expect that Yeo Riem had appeared right beside him at some point. She said gently, What do you mean by orphan? Hearing that, he was startled. Deep down, he thought, This girl is Yeo Riem, that crazy person representing Chonryong Academy. Yeo Riem put her hands in her pockets and asked impatiently, I'll ask you again, what do you mean by orphan? Johnny's eyelid twitched as he recalled what his family and the adults in his clan had said, to stay away from her kind. So, he released Kim Jin's hair and turned to explain, Haha, don't know what an orphan is? It's a student without a guardian. Put simply, it's just trash without any backing. As he said that, he laughed and pointed at Kim Jin and Sojiro. Yeo Riem scratched her head. Is that so? Is it really that troublesome with these environmental pollutants? Hearing her say that, Johnny put his arm around her, pretending to be friendly and going along with it. Hey, don't tell me you're on the same team as them. You're strong. Why would you team up with such weaklings? Ahem. Why don't you join our team? If you agree, I can clear a spot for you. His two henchmen were stunned to hear this, and one asked, Johnny, what are you saying? But Johnny didn't care at all. He was only calculating. Yeah, even though she's truly crazy, it would be extremely beneficial for me if I could get close to her. The way she fights is also a good fit. I just need to learn how to flatter her a little more, and it'll be fine. Then a punch to the face landed, and naturally, Johnny took the full impact before the wide-eyed gaze of the two henchmen and the couple Kim Jin and Sojiro. He could only cover his mouth, listening to Yeo Riem curse. Hey, blockhead, do you want to die? Who gave you permission to put your hand on my shoulder? Are we close, you and I? You dare to act like my equal? You pest. At this moment, Johnny stood motionless with a distorted face, but inside he was screaming, You crazy woman, just you wait. And then, surprisingly, he turned and walked away, despite Yeo Riem still cursing him relentlessly. Next time I see your face, you're dead. Kim Jin and Sojiro looked towards Yeo Riem in shock, while Jitae, already too used to this, could only let out a heavy sigh. After that, the instructor stepped out to announce, All right, students, pay attention. It was the combat professor, Quit T. He looked rather lazy as he said, Now, I will explain the rules. You will be divided into 50 teams, starting from separate deployment points. Activity points, kills, deaths, damage dealt. Everything will be calculated and ranked in real time. If you die, you must wait 3 hours to respawn at a different location. Remember this well. The virtual location is an ant nest, and, as the name suggests, it is a giant cave. The teacher finished his presentation with a well wish. Good luck to you all. Dismissed. One by one, everyone stepped into the virtual matrix. Jitae's group had also entered. Yeo Riem laughed and said, Haha, quite impressive. Since it's this great, let's kick things off with a slaughter. But Kim Jin quickly stopped her and asked, Wait, do you even know where the other teams are? Yeo Riem said blankly, Huh? Just run around everywhere, we'll find them. Kim Jin explained, Sorry, but we aren't as agile and resilient as you. If you rush off alone, we could be ambushed from behind. Yeo Riem crossed her arms and mocked. Good grief, are you proud of being weak? Kim Jin offered an opinion. We should set up a strategy before acting. Yeo Riem laughed scornfully upon hearing that. What strategy? Just leave the fighting to me. You guys provide cover from the back. Kim Jin became serious and criticized. This is a team match, not a solo run. Don't act recklessly. Yeo Riem glared back. I took pity on you and let you in the team. Now you're trying to push your luck. So Gyro, in the middle, nervously tried to intercede. Hey guys, let's calm down. Ji-tae finally spoke up. Do you have any specific targets? Kim Jin was caught off guard by the question and was a bit stunned. Huh. Ji-tae kept his cold expression and continued. How many teams do you want to take down? Kim Jin replied. How can it be that easy? Every team has a navigator. They're hard to catch off guard. Yeo Riem couldn't help but speak up, so pessimistic, talking about how many teams. Then, the mischievous girl wore a triumphant smile. Just wipe out whichever team we see. On the other side, Johnny was wincing because of the gift of love Yeo Riem had given him, muttering as he walked. Annoying girl, my face still hurts. The group's navigator wondered. Why do you keep teasing you Yeo Riem and getting beaten up? The higher-ups told us not to mess with her. He replied grumpily. I just wanted to make friends. Who knew she was actually crazy? The henchman then spoke up. But Johnny, earlier when you intended to kick someone out to bring Yeo Riem in, was that for real? He felt a twinge of guilt. Of course not. I was just testing her reaction. To change the subject, he stomped his feet furiously and shouted. Arg, Yeo Riem, just you wait. When we meet again here, I'll tear you apart. Who would have thought that as soon as you mention the devil, he appears? A voice that sent shivers down Johnny's spine rang out. Tear me apart, you say? Where did the big sister just rush in from? The sword she held was strangely shiny. Her gaze was still full of love, causing Johnny to freeze for 5 seconds, unable to utter a word. His expression was completely solidified. Yeo Riem looked at him and challenged. Go ahead and try it. Before he could even move, she landed a kick right on his chin for the second time, causing the HP of poor Johnny to drop from 100 to 17. After that, she turned with great flair before the admiring gaze of everyone. The result was that Johnny was kicked into the wall, creating a not-so-small tremor. Johnny's navigator thought in astonishment. Damn it, when were we being followed? He realized and shouted, Ambush! Prepare for battle. So the two henchmen prepared their machine guns, getting into a combat stance. Yeo Riem had by then landed on the ground. She said softly, Combat? You guys have got it all wrong. And then she slowly raised her head, laughed savagely, and continued. This is just a one-sided hunt on my part, you dogs. Johnny's teammate fired at Yeo Riem. Unfortunately, Yeo Riem's speed was so fast that she could dodge the bullets. Seeing this, the other guy panicked and shouted, Don't come over here! But in the blink of an eye, Yeo Riem had run right in front of him. Without a second thought, she swung her sword, draining all his HP. Just after finishing, Yeo Riem noticed something. There was someone rushing towards her. She didn't hesitate, nor did she dodge, but raised her sword to parry. This action startled the attacker, but deep down he was cursing, You idiot! Instead of dodging, you're blocking the counterattack head-on. His position was higher, so he thought he was guaranteed to win, and his weapon was also much heavier. Therefore, he believed that no matter how strong Yeo Riem was, he had no reason to be outmatched. But life isn't a dream. The guy's eyes suddenly widened, because Yeo Riem was still standing there proudly, sneering, You think you can beat me in a power struggle? Finishing her sentence, she swung her sword down, bringing his HP down to 0. After eliminating them, Yeo Riem was very displeased. She muttered in dissatisfaction, What the hell is this? This guy wasn't even enough for me to warm up. Is that really it? At this moment, Hisaki shouted a reminder. Yeo Riem, there's still one guy over there. Hearing that, Yeo Riem frowned in suspicion. One more. She then glanced over and saw Johnny crawling up from the ground. The kick earlier didn't finish him off completely. He still had 17 HP left. Seeing Yeo Riem notice him, he quickly pleaded, Could you please not hit my face again? Unfortunately, Yeo Riem had never listened to anyone in her life. She kicked him directly in the face, causing his HP to hit a perfect 0. Johnny's guardian saw this and exclaimed, It's over. Hisaki quickly ran over to praise her. Amazing. You took them all down by yourself. Kim Jin also secretly reflected in her heart. I didn't expect Yeo Riem to be that strong. Is she that famous for nothing? But what surprised her more was Yeo Riem's guardian, Ji-tae. Despite being in a condition of restricted mana sensing, he still managed to find the other team so quickly. In this training session, combat commanders are not allowed to use mana. But Ji-tae had calculated the exact moment for Yeo Riem to ambush and order the attack without missing a beat. With such agile tracking ability and perfect command, Kim Jin was certain he used to be a first-class combat commander of the Alliance. Right then, an announcement sounded. All members of Team 37 have died and will respawn at a different location in 3 hours. Johnny's guardian quickly took the 3 people and left. Ji-tae looked at them steadily, then just gave a slight nod to the guardian. Right at that moment, a cry of surprise rang out from behind. Look at this. It startled Ji-tae, and looking back, it was Hisaki. He was looking at the ranking board and happily shouted, "We only took down 1 team, and we've already jumped to 6th place." Kim Jin nodded in agreement. The Demon Combat Simulation has only just started, so there are probably still many teams that haven't finished their skirmishes. Since Yeo Riem crushed the entire team without taking any damage, it's natural that we'd be in the top. Hearing that, Hisaki wanted to pounce and hug Yeo Riem. That's Yeo Riem. You're really talented. But before he could even touch her, she grabbed his snout. Yeo Riem scolded in dissatisfaction. You dried squid, what's so funny about just standing there in the back watching and grinning from ear to ear? She said, when I charge in alone, what was Hisaki doing, huh? Isn't he supposed to be the sharpshooter? While I was fighting, he should have found a position and gotten into a sniping stance. Instead, he just stood there looking like a bunch of idiots. The 2 Hisakis were scolded at length by Yeo Riem, but it was clear she was right. They could only bow their heads and apologize. Seeing this, Yeo Riem snorted coldly in disdain. And don't be happy just because we're in 6th place. We definitely must take 1st place. Got it. Saying that, she tapped her chest, her eyes full of determination. The 2 Hisakis had no other choice but to nod in agreement. But Yeo Riem wasn't done yet. She was both angry and fixing Hisaki's clothes while scolding. Hey, you dried squid, dress properly. You're not a kid anymore. Ji-tae stood to the side watching this scene, unable to help but sigh helplessly. While they were fighting, Joel had to stay home with the guardian in a state of extreme boredom. Time passed by, and the Demon Combat Simulation had been going on for 2 days. At the control room of the virtual dungeon, Ji-tae walked in with a cup of coffee, muttering as he walked. Today is the last day of the simulation, right? Hey, teaching assistant, which team is currently holding 1st place? The assistant immediately replied, Team 1 is still in the lead, but Team 50 is trailing very closely. Ji-tae frowned in suspicion upon hearing that. Let's see, Team 1 is the Elite 52, but who is Team 50? The assistant quickly spoke up. That's the team with student Yeo Riem. Ji-tae was startled hearing that. Yeo Riem? Is that the crazy one? The assistant whispered. Yes, that's right. Yeo Riem and 2 students without guardians. Yeo Riem's team only has her as the direct attacker. Both Hisaki and Kim Jin are sharpshooters. Seeing that, Ji-tae commented, this is truly a team where Yeo Riem does it all by herself. Is that girl so strong that she could climb all the way to 2nd place? The assistant quickly replied, in my opinion, it's thanks to their guardian acting as the combat commander pulling them up. Sir, take a look at this. Saying that, he opened a map. Ji-tae saw it and exclaimed in astonishment. Oh my, what is this? On the map was a movement route that was overly perfect, which couldn't help but surprise him. The assistant glanced at him and asked, could it be that he was a combat commander in the Alliance? Ji-tae didn't think so, shaking his head in rebuttal. Hey, did you forget I used to be a combat commander? Who in this industry do I not know? And I have never heard his name before. Saying that, he fell into deep thought. Yeo Riem, a student of Chong Ryong, is a person of interest who the magic professors praise as a rare genius. UBOM. They all belong to the family founded by that guy named Ji-tae. The important thing is that the information about this man is too clean, as if it had been scrubbed with an eraser. making Jite unable to help but be suspicious. While he was thinking, the assistant hesitated and spoke up. Professor, there is one point that makes me very worried. Jite slightly frowned and asked. Yes, what is it? The assistant spoke slowly. It seems Team 1 is using making. The route of Team 1 has never intersected with Team 3 and 4, as if they were exchanging signals with each other. Jite squinted at him upon hearing that, coldly asking back, Hey assistant, are you a sports referee? Leaving the assistant confused, Jite snorted coldly and explained, Our subject is real combat. In a situation without external communication, conveying intent to each other is not cheating, but strategy. Shouldn't we even praise them for it? Hearing this, the assistant realized and quickly replied, Ah, I never thought of it that way. Indifferently shrugging his shoulders, Jite added nonchalantly, But if they meet and don't fight, that truly is cheating. Inside the dungeon, Yeo Riem was furious, punching the wall so hard it cracked. She shouted in frustration, Hey, from the beginning until now, we haven't died a single time, and we're still gaining points constantly. Right? Hisaki nodded slightly. Yes, that's right. Yeo Riem was not happy hearing that and shouted. Then why are we still in second place, huh? Hisaki was scared by her, his voice trembling as he replied. Either way, second place is already very good. Yeo Riem angrily punched and kicked him, causing his HP to drop continuously while she kept scolding. I already told you, I don't accept anything other than first place. Kim Jin saw this and hesitated to speak. Sorry, but can't you be satisfied with second place? This made Yeo Riem startle and turned her head to look. Kim Jin felt a moment of unease but still reminded her, You're still doing fine, but we are about to run out of stamina. Furthermore, time is not on our side. She said if they pushed too hard, they would lose points instead, so it would be safer if they considered their current situation. But just as she finished, Yeo Riem suddenly closed in on her, startling Kim Jin. What is it? Yeo Riem softened her tone. Yeah, I get it. Aside from the beginning, you guys have been trying hard, following me quite well. That counts as enough effort. Hearing this, Kim Jin felt touched. Yeo Riem? But before she could finish, Yeo Riem erupted in anger. But that's exactly why you guys can't get anything done. As she spoke, she squeezed Kim Jin's shoulder, causing her to cry out in pain. But Yeo Riem didn't care and kept scolding. Do you know why you two are looked down upon by others and called idiots? Because you don't have a guardian? Jite stood to the side, observing the surroundings, paying no mind to them. No one stopped her. Yeo Riem was free to act out and scold. But it's because you give up as soon as you get a little tired. That damn loser mentality is already deeply rooted in your brains. She said, On the very first day, you two said you wouldn't be a burden to me. So stand up, don't live like a loser anymore. Hisaki heard this and raised his head to look at her. Kim Jin also bit her lip fiercely. She had felt what Yeo Riem had just said. So right after that, they both shouted in unison, We can do it. We will take first place. Seeing them cheering, Yeo Riem smiled in satisfaction. At this moment, Jite spoke up. Now that the speech is over, come over here for a second. The three of them quickly walked over and saw strange marks appearing on the wall in front of them. Yeo Riem snorted coldly. Yeah, I wondered why it looked strange. Are those guys using this sign to join hands? Hisaki also nodded. I looked elsewhere and there are similar signs. Thinking back, I think I've heard of this somewhere. There were seniors who formed alliances to avoid encountering each other. He said, maybe these signs were left by them as well, but that's just a suspicion. Jite hesitated and said, There's no solid evidence. How about reporting this to management? It's not too late yet. But Yeo Riem sat there silently thinking, and after a long while, she let out a smirk. No need. Kim Jin looked at her in confusion. Yeo Riem wore an eerie smile and said, I have a better idea. This way we'll make those bastards suffer big time. In another place, Team 1 was also constantly checking the rankings on the information board. Team 1's current ranking. First place. A blonde fat guy in the team looked at the time on the notification screen. Remaining time until finish. 40 minutes and 35 seconds. The announcement for the whole team is almost done too. 40 more minutes until the simulation ends. The red-haired girl walking ahead suddenly turned back and asked him, Is Team 50 still in second place? The blonde guy quickly confirmed, that's right, but no need to worry, as long as we don't die. First place is definitely ours. Then he remarked with interest, also, the captain of the second place team is that brat Yeo Riem, right? I heard she's very good at fighting, but I didn't think she'd be this impressive. A freshman climbing all the way to second place. If there wasn't a perfect plan, it would be dangerous for us, wouldn't it? As soon as those words were out, the person walking in front immediately stiffened. The red-haired girl immediately realized the situation and quickly turned back to shout at the blonde guy. No matter how good she is, she's not as good as our captain. Watch your mouth, you pig. He is a descendant of the Yong sword-wielding clan. The captain of Team 1 belongs to the famous Yong sword-wielding family. Yong Mayongo. The blonde guy knew he had made a slip of the tongue and had to smile to make amends. Myonho, I apologize, I just let my mouth run. Yong Myonho calmly reminded him, don't get relaxed. The exam hasn't ended yet. Even though he remained calm on the surface, his heart was full of determination. No matter how strong Yeo Riem is, it doesn't matter, because my goal is to win first place in this exam to be recognized by the clan head. He was furious when he thought of another person. Just wait and see, I will prove that I am superior to that Yong Teha guy. At that moment, their instructor seemed confused and asked the group, hey guys, did your plan change halfway through? Yong Myong-ho immediately replied, no, is something wrong? But just as he looked ahead, he was startled. All over the walls in front of them were many symbols placed by them. The blonde guy saw it and shouted in confusion, why are there so many symbols? With this, how can we know who has passed and which direction we should go? He gritted his teeth in anger. Who is playing this trick? And the red-haired girl warned the group, calm down, someone is coming. From the tunnel ahead came the sound of footsteps of a group of people. Upon seeing those people, Yong Myong-ho exclaimed in surprise, are you Team 3? The Team 3 guys also looked back in a daze. Team 1. The blonde guy was confused. We are allies. The red-haired girl immediately asked for Yong Myong-ho's opinion. What should we do now? He didn't hesitate at all and replied, what else? We have to kill them. Simultaneously pulling out his weapon, the Team 3 guys were also flustered by the sight. Hey, they're actually going to fight. Should we pretend to lose? The captain of Team 3 was still more level-headed and immediately rejected his teammate's idea. You idiot. Do you think Professor Jite is a fool? I don't know what to do either. Finally, he cursed and decided, damn it, whatever, let's just fight first. As the order was given, both sides charged into hand-to-hand combat. On a high cliff nearby, Yeo Riem's group was observing the situation below with interest. Look at them beating each other to pieces. Sojiro couldn't believe the situation below. No way, I didn't expect this plan to actually succeed. Yeo Riem was still excited and asked him, want to bet on who wins? Turning back a few minutes earlier, both Sojiro and Kim Jin looked at Yeo Riem in surprise. Using those signs in reverse, Yeo Riem pointed at the signs on the cliff and explained to them, that's right, even if I don't know what that sign means, we just need to redraw it to the point that they don't even realize it. When that happens, their route will be disrupted, and their plan will collapse on its own. My plan is just that simple. Sojiro and Kim Jin followed her instructions, walking around and drawing plenty of similar symbols. During that time, Yeo Riem would split off to hunt people for more points. In case I encounter the first-place team, I'll beat them to a pulp. Kim Jin hesitated and interrupted. Hey, I have a question. What if we wander around and bump into another team? Yeo Riem heard the question, had already planned for it, and pointed at Jite. Such cowards, I'll lend you this old guy to lead the way. Figure out how to hide yourselves. He protested with some displeasure. Am I a commodity? But Yeo Riem still asked him extremely nonchalantly. How about it? Is my plan okay? Jite remained silent for a bit, then finally had a nod in recognition. Okay. Having obtained his acknowledgement, Yeo Riem was smug. I knew it. My plan is top tier. Were you thinking speechless, right? Turning back to the present, Yong Myong-ho finally defeated the captain of Team 3. The notification board displayed. Team 3 has been eliminated. The red-haired girl held her wounded shoulder and said with difficulty to Yong Myong-ho, Captain, I'm sorry, I'm dead. He still replied to her calmly. It's fine, we took out the entire team 3, so our points will increase even more. If we survive like this. At that moment, a voice rang out, cutting off his words. Who said you guys are going to survive? Young Myong-ho was startled and alert. Who's there? Yeo Riem jumped down from the cliff and replied with flair. Asking who I am? Huh? In this chaotic world, I'm the true villain here. Before her appearance, the atmosphere became silent for a moment. Her 2 teammates observed from above. Yeo Riem calmly faced Yonka Myong-go while he looked at her suspiciously, wondering, could it be that she's the one who ruined my plan? But immediately he glanced up at the cliff. They were up high. So Gyro poked his head out and said to Yeo Riem, we'll provide cover for you. Upon seeing the other 2, Yong Myong-ho sneered. He quickly ordered the blonde guy. Wei, can you still move? There are 2 more of them from Team 50 up there. Take care of them. The blonde guy disagreed and suggested. Can't we just retreat? Dragging it out like this is winning already. Young Myong-ho immediately lowered his voice. Wei. He glared at him menacingly. Don't make me repeat myself a second time. Wei immediately fell silent, but cursed himself. Damn it, do you think you're all that? But in the end, he finally agreed. Fine, I'll be right back. With a single leap, he sprang onto the cliff ledge where Sojiro and Kim Jin were hiding, landing with a spectacular flourish. He greeted them before their terrified faces. Hey there, buddies. Right after, he aggressively balled his fists and slowly stepped forward. I'm a bit busy, so let's make this quick. Both of them screamed in unison, then turned and bolted. Run, Wei shouted. Running where? Then he zoomed past Jite to chase them below. Yeo Riem heard the resounding scream from above and remarked with interest, Look, a flying pig. But immediately, she was startled, quickly raising her sword to parry an attack from Yong Myong-ho, who had lunged at her while she wasn't paying attention. He gritted his teeth and reminded her, this isn't the time to be distracted. Yeo Riem swung her sword with force, pushing him back. As soon as he regained his stance, Yong Myong-ho suddenly asked her, You're Yeo Riem, right? I didn't expect you to be able to break my plan. I'll give you credit for that. You're definitely not just someone who only knows how to use her fists. Yeo Riem replied with disdain. Colluding with others and calling it a strategy? You idiot. Yong Myong-ho arrogantly retorted. Let's end this right here. No matter how much you struggle, first place belongs to the Yong clan. Yeo Riem confidently swung her sword. Not a chance. She looked up at Jite, who was calmly watching the match from above, and confidently declared, because first place belongs to our Yu clan. Elsewhere, Sojiro and Kim Jin were desperately running away with Wei in hot pursuit. He angrily shouted at them, Stop running and just listen to me for once. Kim Jin, running in front, tried to encourage Sojiro following behind. Hold on a little longer, Sojiro. That pig just fought, so he's likely quite injured already. Once he runs out of steam, we'll counterattack. But Sojiro was breathless. His eyes rolled back, his mouth agape, and he stuttered in reply. Huh? What did you say? I can't hear clearly anymore. That appearance of Sojiro made Kim Jin scream in shock. Ah, you scared me. You look like you've lost 10 years of your life. Sojiro whispered back to her. Kim Jin, you run. I can't run anymore. Kim Jin tried to encourage and threaten him at the same time. Don't give up. Do you want to die at Yeo Riem's hands? Sojiro suddenly growled back at Kim Jin. No, I'm not giving up. I'll leave the front to you and Yeo Riem. As he spoke, he turned and fired an arrow straight at Wei, which instantly startled him. Meanwhile, Sojiro remembered his past of being bullied, pouring out all his resentment. I'm sick and tired of a life where I'm looked down upon just because I'm weak and don't have a guardian. He determinedly drew his bow. I won't run away anymore. But the arrow weakly fell right in the middle of the path, leaving all 3 of them frozen. Finally, the first one to speak was Sojiro. He panicked and yelled, Maybe my hands are out of energy from breaking those signs early. Wei reacted very quickly, jumping over to punch Sojiro straight in the face. You scared the hell out of me, you dog. That single punch knocked Sojiro out. His HP dropped from 88 to 0 in an instant. Kim Jin anxiously pulled out her weapon and called to him. You idiot, Sojiro. But immediately, her face was tightly gripped by Wei. He aggressively slammed Kim Jin into the wall. Where do you think you're going? After subduing Kim Jin, he contemptuously asked her, "Hey, I saw the records for you and that dried fish guy. You two don't have guardians, right? Are you trashy lot thinking you're something special just because you got dragged up to second place?" Kim Jin suddenly grinned. "Second place, you say?" Wei was slightly taken aback by the situation, only hearing Kim Jin coldly continue, "Sorry." Simultaneously, a spark of light flashed in one of her eyes. Kim Jin was using the sharpshooter's eye protection skill. She firmly declared to him, "We care more about first place." At the same time, the gun barrel in Kim Jin's hand pointed straight at the light-emitting Wei. He panicked and yelled, "Wait!" But when he instinctively put his hand out to block and dodge, Kim Jin's shot went straight up. Wei saw that her attack missed him and finally let out a breath of relief. "Damn, that scared the life out of me." Then he aggressively ridiculed her. "Kim Jin, your mana gun can't even hit anything and you want first place? Know your place." But she replied with a cold laugh. "What are you saying? I used it exactly as intended." Her gaze directed straight at the rock falling directly onto Wei's head, and in a split second, he was hit by the giant rock. Wei suddenly realized, could it be that she wasn't aiming at me? But at the top, Wei was finally taken down by Kim Jin, and she herself was exhausted, leaning against the wall behind her, muttering softly, "Yo, Riem, I've done my best." Really, the system announcement immediately updated. Remaining members of Team 1. A red-haired girl from Team 1 suddenly opened her eyes. The instructor standing nearby asked with concern, "You're awake?" She shook her head slightly and quickly sat up. "Yes, I'm a little dizzy." She then anxiously asked about the situation. "Guardian, my team. How are they?" He quickly replied to her, "The thing is, Wei has fallen in battle, and Yo Myong Ho is still fighting." She couldn't believe it, looking toward the ongoing battle. What? Is the squad leader losing? Because of that insignificant brat. Yo Myong Ho was currently slumped under a cliff, while Yeo Riem was still casually standing in front of him. "I thought your fighting would be something. Turns out it's just that? Truly disappointing." She continued to mock. "Don't make excuses like you're exhausted from fighting other teams. I also smashed a few teams to pieces before meeting you guys." Yo Myong Ho gritted his teeth in anger. "Don't act like a winner." He aggressively lunged forward, slashing a powerful sword blow toward Yeo Riem, roaring, "Does a low-class clan have the guts for that?" But immediately after, the top of his head was firmly pressed by a hand. Yeo Riem from above sneered, "The low-class one is your strength." As she spoke, she used her leg to stomp down hard on Yong Myong Ho. But immediately her expression became even more excited. When Yong Myong Ho used his sword to block her knee that was pressing down. "You blocked it." Yong Myong Ho used all his strength to fling Yeo Riem off him. By this time, he had to admit, "All right, I admit you are stronger than I expected, but you aren't skilled in swordplay." His voice suddenly became threatening, and even his expression became extremely gloomy. "Now, I will show you the difference in class." Yeo Riem was still very excited, answering with slight disdain, "You've been beaten to a pulp and you're still posturing?" But immediately she stopped, because Yong Myong Ho had crouched into a defensive stance. Around him, the sword aura seemed to take the form of a roaring blue dragon. This is the swordplay of the Yong family. First form, Dragon Ascendant. The guardian standing outside couldn't help but ask in surprise, "Yong Myong Ho, since when did he learn the secret technique of the Yong family?" And Jite was still standing to the side, calmly monitoring the match. Meanwhile, Yeo Riem was standing near Yong Myong Ho. Alert, she thought to herself. The wind is like turning into blades. Is this the swordplay of the Yong family? But that made her even more excited. Actually, it's pretty cool. Yong Myong Ho had stepped onto the sword aura, rushing straight toward Yeo Riem, arrogantly shouting at her. "No matter how strong you are, with that wild fighting style, you won't be able to touch the prestigious swordplay of the Yong clan." Swordplay of the Yong clan. Second form, Dragon Blade Flash. Yong Myong Ho, like a gust of wind, swept past Yeo Riem, simultaneously unleashing several sword strikes at her. Yeo Riem's entire body seemed to be pierced through by Yong Myong Ho's sharp sword aura. While he was still smugly muttering, "I didn't expect the first time I used this swordplay to be in this place." Yong Myong Ho remembered his years of arduous training. For years, I have secretly trained hard to manifest the dragon's sword. He gripped the sword he had just attacked with in his hand, proudly reflecting, real combat is indeed the perfect proof. Now I can be recognized by the clan elders. I am fundamentally superior to that young Teha guy. But just then, he discovered that he was only holding the bottom half of the sword in his hand. Young Myong-ho bewilderedly asked himself, "Huh? Where's my sword?" Just then, a cold voice replied, "It's right here," along with the figure of Yeo Riem appearing like a grim reaper behind him. She casually mocked him. "Hey, I heard you bragging about your prestigious swordplay, so I did some thinking." Yeo Myong-ho turned to look back, extremely shocked in his heart. "How does that brat have my sword?" Yeo Myong-ho's sword blade was being firmly bitten by Yeo Riem in her mouth. She answered him with contempt. "Prestigious swordplay without a sword is just low class, isn't it?" Right after, she imitated Yeo Myong-ho, aggressively shouting, "Swordplay of the Yu clan. Form number 999. Crushing the shadow, hitting straight." Yeo Myong-ho was sent flying by a sword strike, but couldn't help but curse. "Damn, this isn't swordplay at all." Yeo Myong-ho was knocked unconscious by Yeo Riem, but she herself was gasping for air, her body swaying, yet she still smiled triumphantly. "First place. We got first place." Saying that, her whole body fell backward. Jite appeared out of nowhere, reaching out to catch her, calmly inquiring about Yeo Riem's feelings. "How do you feel after winning?" Yeo Riem happily replied, "I'm exhausted to death. I'm going to Hill Lin to relax, just like Yu-Gi-Oh." At this moment, the system announced the final ranking results of the Demon Combat Simulation as follows. Yeo Riem's team, N50, ranked first. Jite was kindly informing Yeo Riem, "I heard it's snowing out there." That made her uncomfortably frown. "Really? Then the wounds will probably be freezing." Cutting to the outside, snow was now falling on the streets. Looking out from inside the house, Jie Yul sighed. "Do you know why snow falls in such a warm spring?" "That's because of Jewel. They say that when the mood of the Blue Clan becomes melancholy, white snow falls around them." In other words, little Jewel is feeling lonely. Even though she turned her head to say that, as the clan's guardian, the cleaner had to melt Jewel's heart. The guardian stammered, "I understand the young lady's point, but with this appearance, can I melt young Lady Jewel's heart?" Looking at his princess-like appearance, Jie Yul was interested. "Of course. These days, there isn't a child who doesn't like this character." She confidently ordered, "All right, now let's set out to melt Jewel's heart." The guardian agreed. Little Jewel was currently playing in the living room. She sat drawing by herself in a very bored mood. Then from behind, the guardian approached. "Young Lady Jewel. Young lady seems very bored. Would you like to play princesses with me?" He put on a cute face, but it didn't look cute at all. Seeing this made Jewel angry. The little girl clenched her fists tightly, causing the crayon in her hand to snap in half. Seeing that, the guardian wondered, "Young Lady Jewel, why are you like that?" UBOM stepped from behind and wondered, "What is this? What is that thing?" The guardian explained, "Oh, that. I thought if I dressed up as a cartoon character, young Lady Jewel would be happy. So I tried it." Seeing UBOM appear just then, Jie Yul started, "Oh damn, she found out." UBOM sighed wearily. "Your current appearance is only making Jewel more afraid. Go wash your face immediately." Then he turned to Jie Yul and explained, "But young Lady Jie Yul said you would definitely like it." Jie Yul immediately denied. "I never said that." Right after that, the guardian went into the bathroom to remove his makeup and return to his normal form. From outside, the door opened at that moment. Jite and Yeo Riem had returned. She rubbed her head angrily. "What the hell? Why is it snowing in May?" After the two returned, Jie Yul excitedly greeted them, "Uncle Yeo Riem. It's been a long time. Did you two have fun?" Yeo Riem looked angrily. "You think we just went out to play?" She wondered and asked back, "Didn't you just come back from playing?" Yeo Riem wore a mischievous smile, holding a snowball in her hand and answering, "Yeah, that's right. So while we were at it, I also have a gift for you." Instantly realizing her intent, Jie Yul turned to run, but this had been predicted by Yeo Riem. She grabbed the back of the shirt and stuffed the snowball down Jie Yul's back, laughing loudly. "Here, take your gift." An ice-cold sensation traveled down her back, making Jie Yul scream, It's so cold. What did you put on my back? Is that a snowball? Yeo Riem replied, Yeah, and I threw in some dog poop too. Hearing that, Ga Yul cried, I hate you. Ubom approached to ask, You've worked hard, uncle. He nodded in greeting. Then he looked down at little Joel. He wondered, What is that? Ubom answered, It's a gift Joel made for you. He took the drawing the little girl had just made. He interestedly explained, This is you, and these two are Yeo Riem and Ga Yul, right? And the one cleaning and the one hugging Joel is... Ubom answered, I think that's you. He asked back this. Ubom continued, Because you are hugging Joel. Hearing this, the corner of his mouth lifted into a smile. Then he turned to make a suggestion. Let's go somewhere tomorrow. A 2-day, 1-night trip. This made Ubom excited. You want to travel? It must be thanks to Joel that your mood has improved. He looked away to avoid the subject. That's not exactly it. Noticing this, Joel's mood had become much happier. Along with that, the sunlight returned to the city, dispelling the previous cold. This made the people below a bit surprised. The snow stopped falling. This place is about 2,000 kilometers north of the Mongolian border, belonging to Russian territory. About 20 years ago, this place was used as part of a military base during the war era. But now it is an extremely secret place with no human footprints. The whole family was present here. Ga Yul excitedly exclaimed, Wow, so beautiful. She happily played with the water and turned to ask him, Why do you know of such a beautiful place? Look at how clear the water is. I can even see the bottom. He answered, I found out when I was attacking the fortress before. Yeo Riem lay on the roof of the car, yawning. Seriously, just using teleportation would get us here. Why go through the trouble of renting a car? Ubom smiled and answered, Sometimes driving around like this is also nice. Seeing him turn to leave, she wondered, Uncle, where are you going? He answered, Uncle is going to set up a tent nearby and find some food. You kids go have fun. She made a suggestion. Can I come along? He answered, You're the big sister. You have to look after Joel. Being rejected made the little girl a bit sad. And all these actions were in Yeo Riem's sight. She pushed her glasses up and looked with a scrutinizing gaze. After a while of working, he had set up the tent and was starting to light a fire. After lighting the fire, he went to find food. Holding a purple mushroom in his hand, he was a bit hesitant, but then he still decided to take it. After returning, he told everyone, Everything is prepared. You kids come here. Then his gaze suddenly froze. Little Ubom replied, Is everything already finished? We finished playing and are eating snacks here. What hit his eyes was the whole group of kids wearing bikinis, looking very cool. Looking at the girl's swimsuit, he muttered, That's swimsuit. She quickly answered, That's right. It's the swimsuit I was wearing at the mall before. You still remember? She continued, Uncle, actually, you really want to watch, don't you? My appearance when wearing a bikini. He put on a serious face and answered, Put on your clothes. Yeo Riem approached to tease. What? Why avoid eye contact like that? Don't tell me you're shy. Do you see us as women now? You said you were going to set up a tent. Who knows if you were going to set up something else? If I had known, I would have worn a super sexy micro bikini here. He was truly speechless and didn't answer. After that, Yeo Riem was punished by him and thrown straight into the river. Ga Yul watched the little girl interestedly. That's punishment because you stole my instant noodles, big sister. So a long day passed, and sunset arrived. The faces of the kids looked a bit frustrated when looking at the pot of food in front of them. Looking at the purple pot of food that couldn't look more toxic, Ga Yul wondered, What is this? He answered, Mushroom hot pot. Yeo Riem continued to wonder, Isn't it poisonous mushroom hot pot? Ga Yul continued, Back when I was in the Amazon, I ate too many poisonous mushrooms, so I don't want to eat anymore. Ubom managed to survive in that place, huh? Just smelling the odor of it made Yeo Riem's face wrinkle like a monkey's, but, oh God. Talking about poisonous mushrooms. Just looking at it, it seems like trash. Even the dog next door wouldn't bother eating this. He angrily, and yet, Ubom's cooking is delicious. Ubom pouted. Uncle, are you criticizing my cooking? Last time you praised my cooking as delicious. This made him startle and only cough to avoid the subject. Yeo Riem continued. Anyway, I don't want to eat this. Before I flip this table, bring the instant noodles out here. You'll angrily continued. You ate it all up earlier already. Not caring about them. Bomb reminded Joel to move close to the pot, then took a spoonful and chewed it greedily. This attracted the attention of the others. Seeing that, Yule yelled, Joel, don't eat indiscriminately from that. Riem stopped her. Hey, spit it out quickly. He remained calm behind. It's healthy stuff. Contrary to everyone's thoughts, the little girl wore a very interested expression and exclaimed, Delicious, very delicious. This made the rest of the kids surprised. You can talk now? The little girl ate another spoonful and giggled. Yule blankly asked. Joel can talk. But just as she finished her sentence, she realized she was being silly. Wait, what am I saying? Of course she can talk. She has been able to talk since she was born. Saying that, Yule rushed to hug Joel tightly, laughing. Oh my God. So it's not that you couldn't talk, but that you didn't want to? You wanted to talk so much, but we're holding it in until now. Riem, beside her, pouted and teased. Or is it because the blonde girl is too noisy that she told herself she shouldn't do that? Yule was unhappy, rebutting. What are you saying? I'm a quiet person by nature. Jite didn't pay attention to those two rivals. He glanced at Ubom, asking, Did you know about Joel? Ubom nodded slightly, answering, Yes. I heard her talking when you weren't home. Jite suspiciously asked again, Then why didn't you say anything? She answered nonchalantly, because she wanted to choose the time to speak herself. The person she wanted to talk to first was you. While the two were talking, Riem and Yule were still arguing bitterly. Jite, on the contrary, paid no attention to them, his gaze suddenly becoming sharp. In one regression, he had locked the adult blue dragon in prison, and she had tried to run away. At that time, Jite was extremely angry and caught her. He stomped on the blue dragon, cold-voiced. How many times do I have to tell you to understand? Blue dragon, you can't leave this place. Even though the blue dragon was heavily injured at that time, and had Jite's foot stomped on her face, she still kept muttering, Please let me go. You will need me. Jite remembered this story, and he suddenly froze. But standing in front of Jite right now was a still very small azure dragon, and she was relying on him like that. He really didn't know what to do. Joel didn't understand the complex thoughts racing through Jite's mind. She still wore an innocent smile, muttering, The food is delicious. That smile was something Jite had never seen in his previous life cycles. He couldn't afford to regret having treated this fragile child so poorly in the past. That's right, Jite absolutely must not feel regret, because regret is the beginning of the curse for a regressor. Therefore, a regressor can only pray in their heart. Thinking that, Jite sat down to face Joel. This action left Ubom and Gul stunned. Ubom, on the other hand, was quite expectant, watching him intently. Right at that moment, Jite pressed his forehead against Joel's. He lowered his voice and muttered, Thank you. She also gave a sincere smile, enjoying the warm feeling. At least in this loop, Jite hoped she would grow up healthy. Right after that, they finished eating all the mushroom hot pot that Jite had cooked. Riem looked at the empty pot, pouted and muttered, Tisk, I'm still hungry. Is all the food gone already? Hearing this, Gul huffed coldly and teased. Earlier, someone said they wouldn't even feed this to a dog. Ubom spoke up at this moment. Hey, you kids, since the mister already cooked, it's your turn to clean up. But before she could finish, Riem stood up and waved her hand, saying, Gul, Joel, you two clean it up yourselves. Gul heard this and yelled in protest. That's cheating. What do you think you're going, huh? Riem replied, nonchalantly, Go and have a smoke and get some exercise after eating, you dummy. Yet at that very moment, a hand suddenly rested on her shoulder. It was Ubom. Her tone was a bit cold now. Riem and Joel, you two clean it up. Riem immediately stiffened, unable to react for a long time. After a long while, she sighed reluctantly. Fine, I'll do it, okay? Yet, as soon as she finished speaking, she created a magic circle. Seeing this, Ubom asked suspiciously, Riem, isn't this a summoning circle? She replied calmly, Just wait and you'll see. Very quickly, Riem pulled a head out from inside the circle and complained irritably, Damn it, this is heavy as hell. Hurry up and get out here quickly. As soon as she finished, The guard appeared immediately and asked doubtfully, Miss Yeo Riem, why did you summon me? Could it be that you all are afraid of me being lonely and abandoned at home? Too bad, you're dreaming. Yeo Riem draped her arm over his shoulder and pointed in one direction, toward the pile of bowls, dishes, and pots they had left there after eating. She raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, What are you looking at? Clean it up already. And so, with no other choice, the guard had to get to work. He frowned and asked, Why is that servant here? Yeo Riem replied nonchalantly, Because he is a servant. Gul pouted and scolded indignantly. You're really cruel. Yeo Riem refused to comment and pouted, suggesting, Then why don't you go help too? Hearing this, Gul felt guilty and cheered loudly. Good luck, Mr. Servant. Just then, Jite noticed something. He glanced in one direction. Immediately after, he spoke in a serious voice. You girls get into the tent, quickly. Gul asked suspiciously, Huh? Is something wrong, mister? Jite didn't answer, staring straight toward the forest, where a figure was slowly emerging. Jite watched the person with extreme vigilance. The person approaching was a middle-aged man wearing a wide-brimmed hat. Yeo Riem and Gul were immediately stunned, muttering in confusion. A hiker? Who is this middle-aged uncle? The middle-aged man cordially grabbed Jite's hand. Is your family out for a picnic? Jite answered vaguely. We're on a trip. What about you? The man explained excitedly. We're just out for fun, too. This is my beautiful wife and my precious son. Saying that, he pointed behind him where a pregnant woman stood. The man continued, I didn't expect anyone else to know this place besides my friends. It's such a remote spot. And have you been picking mushrooms around here? Jite frowned and asked back, Do you mean Abaddon mushrooms? I ate them all. This statement left the man startled and stunned. But very quickly, he smiled shyly and said, Oh, really? Actually, those are mushrooms I planted. Since hardly anyone comes here, I didn't think anyone would eat them. Jite heard this and said apologetically, I'm sorry. The man shook his head. It's all right. It's my fault for not putting up a name tag. While the two were talking, Yeo Riem walked up to Jite's side and asked in a low voice, Who is that? He looks damn strong. Jite shook his head slightly and replied, I don't know. But in reality, he knew exactly who the man was, and he hadn't expected to meet him here. That middle-aged man was the 9th-ranked superhuman in the world, the reincarnated mage Myong Yongha, one of the few nature-type superhumans considered a national-level tactical weapon. Jite had once fought alongside Yongha. They had been friends, and they had also been enemies in previous life loops. He couldn't remember everything, only that Yongha was always worried about his pregnant wife's illness. Perhaps those mushrooms were also for her. Thinking this, Jite reached into the shallowest part of the abyss. Then he took out an item and threw it toward Yongha. Myong Yongha looked at the item in his hand in confusion and asked, What is this? Jite replied nonchalantly, It can replace the mushrooms. It's quite nutritious too. Yongha heard this, bowed 90 degrees, and said, Oh my God, you didn't have to be so polite. Then I will accept it. Thank you very much. Honey, say thank you to the mister. This item is even more precious than Abaddon mushrooms. Jite considered the debt settled. However, just as he was about to leave, a voice rang out from behind. Hey buddy, since we met like this, I was wondering if you have some time? Yongha saw him stop and continued to smile. If you go a little further, you'll see a spot with a beautiful rift. The view there is top tier. Why don't you all come along? Jite wanted to refuse, but Yeo Riem and Gul were one step faster. Gul cut in excitedly. The scenery is beautiful, I love it. Yeo Riem, on the other hand, aggressively suggested, What scenery? You look pretty capable. How about a fight with me? Yongha laughed out loud. These girls are really straightforward, but I don't really like fighting. Jite sighed helplessly. These two were really something. Just then, a vine suddenly appeared from the ground. In a flash, they wrapped around Yeo Riem and Gul's waists, leaving them stunned. Before they could do anything, they were lifted high into the air by Yongha. He laughed happily. Now, buckle your seatbelts. Let's go enjoy the view. Yongha's wife saw this and spoke up apologetically. Oh my, I'm so sorry. My husband is a bit childish. Jite shook his head and replied, It's fine. We'll follow after cleaning up here. You guys go ahead. Hearing this, Yongha's wife nodded and walked toward where Yongha had just run off. At this moment, Ubom walked over and laughed. It's so lively, it looks like two families hanging out together. But do you know the difference between us and that family, mister? Jite answered without hesitation. Because we aren't a real family. Yet after hearing that, Ubom laughed and shook her head. Not necessarily. Listen to me. If you're the dad and I'm the oldest sister, the others would be the younger siblings, but then there's no mom, right? That wouldn't do. These words left Jite stunned, not knowing how to reply. Ubom didn't wait for him to react. She took off her hair tie and let her long curly hair fly in the wind. Immediately after, she stepped in front of Jite and stood face to face with him. She raised an eyebrow and said, I think I'll have to become the mom. She tiptoed to lean close to him and whispered, Maybe I should be the mom, right? Jite was stunned upon hearing this, not knowing how to react. Seeing his reaction, Ubom couldn't help but burst into laughter. Immediately after, she patted his shoulder and laughed. Just joking. I'm just joking. Are your ears turning red again? Jite quickly brought his hands up to cover his ears. Ubom took it a step further. Your ears are really red. Take your hands away and let me see. He frustratedly chased her off. That's enough joking. Hurry up and catch up to them. Right then, the voice of the Duke's shadow reached his ears. Master, I have found a clue regarding Prototype X. Jite frowned, thoughts flickering in his eyes. After a long while, he spoke. You go ahead. Ubom stood still, not knowing what Jite meant. He said coldly, I'm going to take care of some business, and I'll be back. Ubom hurried to call him back. Mister, but Jite had already walked straight into the spatial portal. Ubom watched his retreating back, muttering in confusion. Where is he going at a time like this? The guard couldn't help but speculate. If he said that, he probably went to use the restroom, right? So it must be urgent. Ubom was speechless after hearing that. She glared at him and raised an eyebrow. You're done cleaning. So you have time to joke around, huh? The guard nodded. Oh yes, I'm all done. Elsewhere in Moscow, Russia, a figure stood silently on the roof of a high-rise building. It was the Duke's shadow, currently disguised as a woman from the demon organization. Before long, Jite appeared from the spatial warp. The Duke's shadow immediately bowed. You've arrived, Master. Jite spoke nonchalantly. I'm just stopping by briefly. I have to return immediately. The Duke's shadow hesitantly suggested. If you're busy, you could have just called. Jite looked up at the dark night and sighed. I just wanted to take a breather. This statement stunned it. But Jite didn't care. He asked seriously, what is X's whereabouts? The Duke's shadow didn't think anymore, handed him a file, and said, Please have a look at this. Jite accepted it and frowned while muttering. The Duke's shadow slowly replied, This is the demon's plan to move X to the front lines, a project to attack the Superhuman Alliance. Jite opened the document to take a look. The Duke's shadow explained from the side. Recently, Master, you destroyed the demons hiding in Reyes, causing their organization to become chaotic. They have started to realize something is standing in their way. Jite nodded in understanding. So they decided to strike first, huh? The Duke's shadow nodded. The target is a 70-person strike team. X will conceal their identity, infiltrate the team, and kill them all. Jite frowned slightly and asked, What about X's personal information? The Duke's shadow replied apologetically. I'm sorry, Master. I still haven't tracked that down. Jite was silent for a long time, then burned the document in his hands and said seriously, I will go myself. You stay here and continue to monitor the situation. Understood. Please be careful. The Duke's shadow nodded in acknowledgement. On this side, Yongha's group had climbed to a mountain peak and laid out a mat to wait. After a bit of conversation, Yongha learned Joel's name and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Does the baby's name mean winter? And are these girls spring, summer, and autumn? You cute girls cover all 4 seasons, don't you? Yeo Riem heard this laugh and grumbled with dissatisfaction. I keep thinking our names were just picked at random. Gul replied indifferently. What's wrong with that? I think it's cute. Ubom did not join the conversation. At this moment, she realized something, glanced behind her, and saw that Jite had returned. She called out happily. Why are you back so late? You said you were only going for a moment. Jite replied coldly. I met an acquaintance. Ubiom asked suspiciously. Who did you meet? Yeo Riem poked her head out to tease. At this hour, who else could it be? Probably a secret lover. Ubom was angered by this remark and glared at her. Yeo Riem could only change the subject. She looked at Young Ha and shouted, So, when is the beautiful scenery going to appear? It's almost on already. Young Ha replied hurriedly, Oh, it's about to start. Everyone look up at the sky. Hearing his suggestion, everyone complied and saw a crack in the dark night. Gul cried out in surprise, Oh, there's a crack in the sky. Right after that, her eyes widened in delight, because inside the crack was another sky, full of colors and small, incredibly eye-pleasing stars. Young-ha saw everyone was enjoying it and laughed excitedly. Haha, what do you think, girls? It's absolutely top tier, right? Yeo Riem stared blankly at the scene in the sky, unable to believe it, and muttered, Oh my God, I have goosebumps. Gul quickly recorded it, saying excitedly, This is amazing. This isn't an illusion, right? Ubom glanced at Jite and asked, Mister, have you ever seen a sight this beautiful? Jite shook his head slightly and replied, I'm not sure actually. Saying that, he remained silent, his eyes fixed on the starry sky. Right then, a vague image suddenly flashed through Ubom's eyes. She pursed her lips and muttered, Mister, could it be that you? But before she could finish her sentence, she was interrupted by Gul's sudden shout. Wow, it's a shooting star. Just as she said, a meteor really did appear in the sky. Ubom, on the other hand, didn't pay attention to it and instead stared fixedly at Jite. Gul and Yeo Riem were observing it with great interest. Youngha's family was no exception. Such a beautiful scene was perfect to watch with family. At the same time, Youngha's son suddenly glanced at Jewel in Jite's arms. His cheeks flushed red in an instant, but Jewel didn't notice. She was busy observing the shooting star, her large, round eyes glistening like water, clearly very happy. This breathtaking scene was enjoyed by them in its entirety today, a chance meeting that was also very romantic. After an impressive night, a new day began, and everyone was up, preparing to part ways. Youngha shook Jite's hand and laughed. Ha! Although it was a short time, I really had a great time. Jite also nodded and replied, Thanks to you, we were able to broaden our horizons. Youngha suddenly winked and whispered, That place is beautiful, right? I proposed to my wife there. His wife behind him muttered uncomfortably, I heard everything. Honey, why are you talking about that here? Jite hesitated for a long time before saying, That's romantic. These words left Youngha stunned. Seeing his reaction, Jite asked with a bit of confusion, What's wrong? Youngha scratched his head shyly. Oh, it's just that I didn't expect you to say something like that. Do you have someone in your heart too? This made Jite fall into silence. He suddenly glanced toward the riverbank, where Ubom and Jewel were standing. Jite suddenly remembered that in the past, there was a girl in a white dress with hair reaching her waist, also playing on that same riverbank. Her smile was beautiful enough to make one's heart flutter. Jite's face showed a hint of heartache, and he muttered in a low voice, Not anymore. Youngha was about to say something more, but his wife suddenly coughed and spat out a mouthful of blood. Youngha called out in worry, Honey, are you okay? You didn't have any symptoms lately, so why now? Seeing his wife unwell, he hurriedly took her and their son's hand and walked into the spatial portal. We'll take our leave now. After saying goodbye to their family, Jite walked over to Ubom and said, Ubom, you Jewel, let's head back. Yet, Ubom stood there, stunned, with no reaction. Jite saw this, frowned, walked over to pat her shoulder, and called, Ubom. At this, she was startled out of her thoughts. He asked suspiciously, Why are you just standing there? Ubom apologized. I'm sorry, I was just thinking about something. Then she remembered something and said, Oh, and it seems Jewel doesn't want to leave yet. She's been staring at that lake for a while now. Jite heard this and looked at the girl in silence for a long time. Jewel sat there with her eyes wide open, looking down at the water, her eyes filled with sorrow. Jite hesitated for a moment before taking a bottle to collect some water. This action left Jewel stunned. Jite smiled and said, Let's come back here next time. Jewel accepted the bottle of water from him. After a long while, she smiled, looking very satisfied. Right at that moment, Yeo Riem poked her head out of the car and shouted impatiently, "Damn it! Hurry up already." Elsewhere at the hospital, Yongha's wife was on a 4-drip after returning. Yongha sat by the hospital bed, his back looking incredibly lonely. His wife was now so weak that she had to use a ventilator for support. He pursed his lips and muttered, "My wife." Just then, a hand suddenly appeared and rested on Yongha's shoulder, making him look over in surprise. He saw a youth standing there. The youth raised an eyebrow and said with a smile, "Hey Weed, long time no see." This youth was the second-ranked superhuman in the world, the first regressor. Outside the hospital, patients and many others were passing back and forth. The youth BM sat on a bench, tilting his head back to chug a carton of orange juice. Yongha sat opposite, drinking water, and laughed. "Haha, it's been a few months, right? I heard you've been busy lately. I haven't even seen you at the grand banquet." BM pouted and said, "I just went out to gather some things and stopped by to see how you were doing. Now I have to get back to the lab." At this point, his gaze suddenly lingered on Yongha for a long time. BM spoke slowly. "I heard your wife was doing better lately, and now it's happening again?" Yongha sighed helplessly. "Yeah, we just went camping not long ago, and she had a relapse." Saying this, he pursed his lips, his face filled with sorrow. It had been 10 years. What did it matter how much medicine and magic had developed? No one still knew what Ha-Won's illness was. If only he had protected her better during that great war, it would have been so much better. If it weren't for that damn ancient virus, Ha-Won wouldn't have ended up like this. Yongha deeply regretted that time. Hearing this, BM couldn't help but console him. "You did your best." Yongha indignantly crushed the can in his hand, gritting his teeth as he muttered, "I will never accept this." His action startled BM, but Yongha still clenched his fist and said, "So what if I'm a top superhuman? So what if I'm the world's strongest mage? I don't need those things. I just need Ha-Won to be healthy." Saying this, he couldn't help but burst into tears. BM leaned in to take a look, which made Yongha choke back his tears. He asked in confusion, "What are you doing?" BM laughed nonchalantly. "You rarely cry, so I had to take the chance to look." Usually Yongha laughed loudly like an orc, but now he was sobbing. This was a rare sight indeed. Come to think of it, the first time he saw him cry was when his son was born. BM finished speaking and raised an eyebrow, teasing, "Your face back then was truly unforgettable." Yongha replied with dissatisfaction, "At least pretend to console me. You psychopath." BM shrugged indifferently, then tossed him something and said blandly, "I don't know how to console people. Take this." Yongha looked at the item in his hand and asked in doubt, "What is this?" BM explained slowly, "Try letting Ha-Won use it, but don't get your hopes up too high. It's a very good item. It was hard to find, too. I'm leaving. Give my regards to Ha-Won when she wakes up." Yongha smiled. "If it was hard for you to find, it must be valuable. Thank you." But just then, he suddenly remembered the ginseng he had received from Jite. He hurriedly called him back. "Hey BM, can you check this for me? I was given it as a gift. You probably haven't seen it before either." BM paused his step due to that remark. He turned his head and raised an eyebrow to ask, "Something even I haven't seen?" Elsewhere, at a blue stream, a monkey was frantically chasing a bird, causing the small bird to cry out for help constantly. Jewel sat on a rock not far away, observing the scene. Just then, a sudden cry rang out, "Jewel!" making her turn her head to look. Seeing the scene, her eyes widened because Jite was standing in the distance, his shirt unbuttoned to reveal his toned abs. He was waving at Jewel. "Come here, let's go play in the water." The overly pleasing sight made Jewel stare in a daze. Immediately after, she jumped off the rock, gliding across the water. As she approached Jite, Jewel jumped. Just like that, her body floated in midair. But before long, she landed in Jite's arms. He laughed happily. "Haha, caught you. You're a great jumper, Jewel, and so cool too." Jewel was stunned. "Cool." Jite spun her in the air a few times, laughing, "Of course. Jewel is the prettiest, the coolest." So it turned out those beautiful scenes were just Jewel's dream. Jite poked his head in from outside. Seeing that Jewel had fallen asleep, he closed the door and left. It was very late. The moon had risen to its peak, and the caretaker was already fast asleep. Yeo Riem was the same. She had long since been sleeping soundly in the large bed. Jite quietly went outside, but suddenly he froze. Without him noticing when, Ubom had appeared behind Jite. He frowned and asked, "What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep at this hour?" U-Bomb slowly opened her mouth. "Let me come with you," Ji-tae coldly replied. "I'm only going for a moment and we'll be right back. Go to sleep." Yet, U-Bomb still stood there, speaking seriously. "The urgent matter you need to head out for, it has something to do with your departure yesterday, doesn't it?" Hearing this, Ji-tae was startled, but he quickly asked with a stern voice, "You saw something through the law, didn't you?" U-Bomb slowly spoke. "You know it, those things seen through the law cannot be spoken aloud. The only thing I can say right now is that you need me." Ji-tae did not change his mind and said coldly, "This is none of your business, so—" But before he could even finish, Ji-tae suddenly stopped, because U-Bomb had lunged forward and hugged him tightly. She whispered softly, "Do you think I'm just a child who needs protection? Covering up ugly things, staying away from dirty business. Do you think we'll be happy just by stuffing things with goodness?" As she spoke, she tightened her grip, clutching the hem of Ji-tae's shirt. U-Bomb muttered in a low voice, "If I were like other children, only seeing the good things, I wouldn't even care. But I am of the Sixth Dragon clan." Hearing that, Ji-tae frowned and remained silent. After a long moment, he pulled away from U-Bomb's embrace, and Ji-tae coldly stated, "I'm leaving." U-Bomb could not sway him. A look of disappointment flickered in her eyes. She lowered her head and muttered, "Sorry, but if it's a very painful and difficult task that must be done, what should one do?" Ji-tae paused his steps, but without turning around, he indifferently replied, "Then it still has to be done." U-Bomb lightly bit her lip and said, "Even when there are people who will hate you, even when there are people who will suffer." Ji-tae just gave a casual nod, then continued walking toward the door. But he spotted a large sword placed in front of the door. U-Bomb slowly explained, "I borrowed it from the caretaker. A time will come when you need to use it, but I hope you don't have to." Ji-tae couldn't help but look at her in surprise, muttering under his breath, "U-Bomb." But before he could finish, U-Bomb smiled and interrupted, "Travel safely." Meanwhile, another development was occurring at the International Superhuman Association headquarters in Tokyo. To prepare for today's large-scale subjugation, prominent powerhouses in the Superhuman Alliance had gathered. The 70-man strike team of the International Hunter Alliance had assembled, and naturally, there was someone else. The leader of the Superhuman Alliance sat in the room, looking slightly displeased. Ji-tae stood before him, raising an eyebrow as he suggested, "Are you the leader here? Make an extra spot in the team for me." It was a suggestion that made the captain's face go as dark as a pot bottom. He gritted his teeth and muttered, "What?" The 70-man strike team of the International Superhuman Alliance had fully assembled. The target for this raid was the giant boss that appeared in the S-rank dungeon, Hitias, the Kraken. The high risk of this raid was clearly evident. Therefore, the Alliance only gathered superhumans in the top 0.5% or higher. Simply put, this force was equivalent to the military firepower of a developing nation, and their appointed leader was an official of the International Superhuman Alliance, the 90th ranked powerhouse in the world. "Shiraishi Ryanosuke," he asked, "Are you Japanese?" He replied, "I just live nearby." He continued, "In other words, you want a spot in this 70-man strike team? And you want to check the entire files of the members, too?" He replied coldly, "You're a quick thinker." The corner of his mouth twitched with amusement. "Ha ha." Then he covered his face with his hand and laughed out loud. "Right. Knowing classified information about our operation and getting past the monitoring network to stand right in front of me proves you're no ordinary person. In such a dangerous operation, having a strong strategist like you join would be something I'd welcome." Then he shifted his tone. "Did you think I was going to say that?" He pointed his finger forward, preparing to launch an attack, and warned, "There are only a few hours left before the raid starts." In this situation, with no prior coordination, no connections, and not even being a member of the Alliance, why on earth would I trust you enough to let you in? He gritted his teeth in anger. "What the hell do you think this Alliance is?" He still calmly replied, "I thought we could talk." He pointed toward the door and shouted, "Get lost to the detention room right now. If you resist, I will consider you an enemy of the Alliance and kill you without mercy." Facing these threats, his eyes showed no sign of fear. This made Shiraishi somewhat angry. He immediately fired a beam of energy toward him, but this attack was easily avoided as he tilted his body. Seeing this, he slumped into his chair and kicked the table in front of him, sending it flying toward him. Without a moment's hesitation, he thrust both hands forward, unleashing countless magic bullets that riddled the table with holes. In an instant, the table disintegrated into tiny pieces. But this still did not satisfy him. Standard attacks aren't working, because all these attacks were neutralized by him in an incredibly simple way. His expression darkened. I didn't intend to use this. He reached out and touched the armrest of the chair, and instantly his body flew straight up into the air. Once airborne, he drew a bow and aimed it straight at his head. His voice became cold. Please don't dodge. I don't want to drill a hole through the basement of this building. When he was ready, he used the judgment skill. An arrow whistled through the air from behind. He remained calm, reached out, and caught the arrow with ease. This caused Shiraishi's lips to twitch in fear. He caught the heavenly judgment bow, and that easily, while he was still dazed, the arrow was thrown back at him. The powerful impact sent his body slamming into the wall behind him, shattering. He slumped to the ground, letting out a painful groan. He stepped toward him. At this moment, his face still looked composed. He approached and asked, "Have you changed your mind yet?" He replied, "Who knows? If I keep refusing, what are you going to do to me?" He continued, "I'd probably skin you and wear it." His body emitted a green magical aura, and he laughed through the pain. "Haha, I look young, but I'm old. Old people's skin is tough. It'll be a lot of work if you want to wear it." Without hesitation, he used the light walk technique. His body shot off from his position, quickly turning to run outside. As he ran, he gritted his teeth and thought to himself, "Stay calm. In any case, escaping from that monster is impossible. The only way out right now is the emergency teleport machine in the room next to the office. I'll just get to headquarters, report the situation, and call the guards." Just as he broke through the wall to jump into the next room, his eyes suddenly went blank for a few seconds. The teleport machine had already been destroyed by someone. His eyes widened in shock at the scene before him. A sword was already pressed against his throat. Intense killing intent flickered on his face. He repeated, "So, have you changed your mind?" He stuttered in fearful frustration. Damn it. After a few seconds of thought, he spoke. "Welcome to the strike team." Back in the office, he sat on a chair reviewing the files of the participants in the strike team, while Shiraishi knelt on the floor, his eyes filled with fear. Who on earth is that monster? Not a demon. Could he be a Ritter Knee from another world like BM? No. If he were a Ritter Knee, the Alliance would have info on it. And why did he want to join our operation in the first place? It's impossible to guess what he's planning. After reviewing everything, he turned and questioned, "Is this all the information on the strike team?" He answered nervously, "Yes. Among the 70 people, there is one person's information missing." He asked curiously, "What is this about?" He explained, "The old operator couldn't be reached, so we had to rush to find a replacement. That's why the name isn't in the file yet. But that person was sent directly by headquarters, so there's nothing to worry about." He suggested, "Can I meet that operator right now?" He immediately complied, speaking through his communication bracelet. "The operator is waiting there. Come to my office right now. Don't ask why, just hurry." Suddenly, a voice echoed in his mind. "Master, may we speak for a moment?" He replied, "What is it?" The voice continued, "I have obtained information about Prototype X." He continued, "If you found it, then transmit the memory immediately." The voice stuttered, "I'm sorry, sir, the thing is..." Hearing this, he was startled. "Is it someone I knew in my past life?" The voice answered, "Yes, that is correct." From outside, a pair of small feet stepped inside. Scanning the room, the person exclaimed in surprise, "Huh? Why is the office so messy? Why is the captain kneeling there? And he's injured too." Shiraishi replied, "No, it's nothing. I just fell." The other person continued, "Are you being scolded?" He exclaimed angrily, "That's not important. He wants to see you." This startled the girl. "Me?" He stared at her, thinking to himself, even if X is someone I knew, it doesn't matter. Regardless of who it is, they have to die. But the moment this person removed her mask, his eyes widened in surprise. She asked, "Were you looking for me?" He muttered in his heart, "Ha sate bile. She is the ex-lover of the returnee." This moment comes right after Jite began his second regression. 3 years have passed since the war against the demons broke out in Severobakelsk. Humanity has established a camp here to rest. Some are busy building fires and cooking. Jite is also present in this place. He is 32 years old, in his second regression loop. While Jite is admiring the scenery, someone suddenly approaches from behind and taps him on the shoulder. Jite glances back, only to have a finger poke his cheek. The person who arrived is a girl, and she laughs happily, saying, "Haha, you got tricked again, Captain." Jite looks down and asks suspiciously, "What is with that outfit?" This girl has a face that looks very similar to Saiti Bayal, but appears slightly younger. She smiles and replies, "It's rare to get a break, so I try to create a vacation vibe. What do you think? Does it suit me?" Jite says nothing but averts his gaze. Seeing this, Hasavial teases him, "You're blushing." Jite shakes his head in denial. "I'm not." Hasaiti Bayal doesn't think much of it. She suddenly suggests, "Captain, do you want to go up to that hill behind us tonight?" Jite frowns slightly and asks, "A hill?" Hasaiti Bayal nods gently and replies, "Yes, I have something I want to show you." The two of them stand there talking just like that. Others behind them can't help but gossip. That captain and Miss Hasaiti Bayal, there's something fishy going on between them. It seems like they've known each other for a long time. It's true that love still blooms even in the middle of the battlefield. Meanwhile, someone suddenly asks doubtfully, "But why did Miss Hasaiti join our mercenary squad? Anyway, it's too gloomy for a young, beautiful girl to be here." The two of them, Jite, are unaware that everyone is gossiping about them and remain happily standing by the lake, joking around. Jite lifts Hasaiti Bayal up high, making her scream with excitement. On the shore, a team member suddenly exclaims in surprise, "Don't tell me she fell in love with the captain at first sight, which is why she joined." Hearing this, another shakes his head. "That's not it. Initially, she worked at an orphanage, and as everyone knows, that was when the war broke out. The orphanage was destroyed, and all the children died. At that time, Bayal was completely heartbroken. After that, she awakened as a combat coordinator superhuman, so she naturally got dragged into this gloomy place." Hearing this, the other person nods in understanding. "So that's it. She always looks so cheerful. I never suspected she had a past like that." By evening at the Star Hill, Jite and Asal really arrive at the place, and she excitedly waves her hands, calling out, "Come here, come here." Hasaiti Bayal glances at Jite and says with a smile, "You still remember our promise, huh? I thought you'd forgotten." Jite frowns slightly and asks suspiciously, "Is there something here?" Hasaiti Bayal looks up at the moon in the night sky. She winks and says with a laugh, "You really aren't romantic at all. There's a beautiful night sky here and a pretty girl like me." Hearing this, Jite falls into deep thought, and the atmosphere becomes quiet. Seeing this, Hasaiti Bayal coughs in embarrassment. "Actually, there's something else here. You know that my ability is the eye that detects danger, right?" Jite immediately becomes serious, frowning as he asks, "Do you mean there's something dangerous here?" Seeing his reaction, Hasaiti Bayal exclaims in a panic, "No, you're being too serious. Just close your eyes and listen to me." Hearing this, Jite suspiciously closes his eyes tight. At this moment, Hasaiti speaks up, "My ability is indeed to detect danger, but once you get used to it, you can sometimes sense other things besides danger. If my senses aren't wrong, what I'm feeling this time is an emotional tremor." Hearing this, Jite opens his eyes and asks in a low voice, "Are you trying to say?" Yet before he could finish, his eyes suddenly constricted, because in the sky at this moment, there are countless shooting stars. Jite looks up in astonishment. At the same time, Hasaiti suddenly takes a step and runs. Then she throws herself directly into Jite's arms. She looks up at him and asks happily, "Do you see it? That's the tremor." Hearing this, Jite seems to be thinking about something. After a while, he reaches out to touch Hasaiti's face. And a second later, Jite leans down for a very romantic kiss in this wonderful moment. After a long while, he finally pulls away from Hasaiti Bayal's lips. After a moment of shyness, Hasaiti raises an eyebrow and teases, "The captain's lips are so dry. Let me lend you some lip balm." Jite coughs, nodding in embarrassment. And in a moment the meteor shower appears in the sky. Jite proposes to Hasaiti Bayal. After this local battle ends, Let's get married. Hasetibayal asks back in surprise. Are you proposing to me? So suddenly, Jite frowns and asks, why? Do you not like it? Hasetibayal shakes her head and replies, it's not that I don't like it. If it's the captain's order, I have to obey. Hearing this, Jite breaks into a rare smile. That same night, the two of them on the Star Hill talked about many future plans. But then a tragedy occurred. In a battle, Hasetibayal was severely injured. Someone had used a knife to attack the whole squad. Many people fell, and blood flowed like a river. The only thing was that the one who dealt the blow was Jite himself. At that time, he seemed to have gone mad. His hands wouldn't stop stabbing into Hasetibayal's body. But Jite kept screaming, stop it, please, please stop it. It turned out that someone behind him was controlling him. That person was the collapse-level superhuman, Hasegawa. He laughed, saying, the sound is truly exquisite. There is no melody more stimulating than killing the one you love with your own hands. Having said that, Hasegawa's tone suddenly became sharp. He gritted his teeth and questioned, why do you go around doing things that are an eyesore? Do you know how much damage our side suffered because of you? He said that he had promised Hasetibayal that he would let him live, so he should live and remember this forever. Just as he finished speaking, Hasegawa retracted the strings controlling his puppet. He turned around and left the place, leaving Jite standing there with an extremely ugly expression. He laughed triumphantly. Remember well the consequences of daring to defy us demons. In that regression, Hasetibayal died at the hands of Jite, and that moment of the second regression became his trauma. The moment he began killing, and the entire mercenary squad fell, Jite's mission to save the Earth failed. He once again returned to the next regression loop, returning to reality, seeing Jite staring blankly. Hasetibayal couldn't help but ask in confusion, hey, are you okay? Only then does Jite snap out of the past. He looks at the finger Hasetibayal pointed at him. Realizing this, Hasetibayal hurriedly explains, I just saw you blanking out for a while without saying anything, so I just poked you. This situation makes Shiraishi panic. He hurriedly reminds her, what are you doing? Don't provoke him. Hasetibayal asks back suspiciously, why? Is he someone with high status? At the same time, Jite uses his pendulum clock ability. The person he needs to check for malice is Hasetibayal. Very quickly, Jite learns that due to some reasons, Hasetibayal's life cycle in this regression has changed, and she has become a cursed one, a superhuman who made a contract with an entity from the abyss to become a demon. The entity that contracted with Hasetibayal is the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshata. Jite receives all the information and immediately turns off the ability. Without needing to think much, who Rakshata is doesn't matter. What he has to do is already very clear. His mission is only one, which is to stop Rakshata. Thinking this, Jite slowly opens his mouth. Hey, my position is the flank guard, right? Shiraishi, who is talking, is startled and answers, yes, that's right. Jite coldly requests, switch to combat coordinator. I will act with this woman. A few hours later, at the dungeon area in Hitiya Sea, the waves are surging violently. A moment later, a spatial gate appears, and people begin to step out from within. Behind them are many others. This is the 70-person assault team of the Superhuman Alliance, led by Shiraishi. Hasetibayal walks behind Shiraishi, squinting her eyes as she looks at Jite. He walks in front, his silhouette looking extremely imposing. He draws the large blade from his back. Just like that, the Kraken Dungeon raid officially begins. The Hitiya Sea is currently having surging waves, signaling a certain danger. Those participating in the battle this time are taking advantage of their break to view the information. Seeing Jite's name, they murmur in surprise. Combat coordinator? Someone complains unhappily. Why was someone suddenly added like this? And is it okay to let an unknown person join such a dangerous operation? Not far away, Jite leans against a cliff to rest. Shiraishi walks up to him and calmly says, I told the team members that you are an acquaintance of mine. Even though some are suspicious, it probably won't be a big problem. But you won't cause any other trouble, will you? Yita no indirentu. Yeah. Hearing this, Shiraishi says with satisfaction, okay, when you're done, please leave quietly. I find that really troublesome. Hasetibayal, sitting on the ground, can't help but speak up. I feel like you're putting them under pressure. Even Captain Ryan-Oh-Suk is that flustered. You must be a big deal, right? Or are you some kind of inspector from the Alliance? Jite remains silent, but Ha Seol continues without caring, laughing. Then you must have plenty of experience with dangerous dungeons. Actually, I'm scared of water, so this is the first time I've been a combat coordinator in an ocean dungeon like this. Saying this, she turns to look at Jite, winking playfully. If I fall out of the water, don't leave me behind because I'm heavy, I'll probably sink. Jite is immediately stunned and says nothing. Seeing this, Hasitabayal feels embarrassed. Not good. I have something to do for a bit. I'm usually not like this. I don't know why I'm so nervous today. Having said that, she hurriedly runs off, while Jite says nothing throughout the process, just casually watching her leave. This Hasitabayal, he knows she is inherently this timid. She is not only afraid of deep water, but even trembles at the sight of blood. But the person in front of Jite, right now, is not afraid of water at all. Even though she carries fragments of memories that strayed from the timeline, Hasitabayal still doesn't recognize him. Because her core is already different, yet she relies on the memories of the original to imitate Hasitabayal. Perhaps her true soul has been shackled by the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshita. And the one who designed this whole situation is an entity outside the timeline. The thing it wants is only one, and that is Jite's despair. It wants him to collapse by forcing him to kill his Hasitabayal. To be precise, that is pure malice aimed directly at Jite. But clearly, the seventh lord of the abyss, Rakshita, doesn't understand him very well. Right at this moment, from the deep sea, a giant tentacle wriggles up. The expressions of the people in this place immediately turn ugly. What appeared is the Kraken, a giant monster. The Kraken slowly crawls onto the shore. It is much larger than in the report. It really is of the giant species. Right at this moment, someone walks to Shiraishi's side worriedly, urging him, Captain Ryan-Oh-Suk, please give the order. Shiraishi wakes up at this moment and hurriedly says, okay, gotta finish this quickly so we can go to the party. Midfielders charge. Just as he finishes speaking, light arrows begin to appear in his hands. At the same time, the guard squad also charges forward one after another. Immediately, countless energy beams rush towards the Kraken. Right at this moment, some silhouettes quickly flash and disappear. By the time they appear again, they're already in front of the Kraken. They attack it frantically. Swords and blades slash at it constantly. But the Kraken's outer skin is like steel. They can't do anything to it at all. Of course, they don't give up and continue to attack. Heaven doesn't disappoint, as someone manages to stab the Kraken in the eye. The pain makes the Kraken become fierce, and those fighting are immediately panicked. Unfortunately, it's too late, as a giant tentacle lunges forward. With a loud boom, the tentacle whips down forcefully. Shiraishi hurriedly shouts for everyone to hold on together. Superhumans of the ceiling spell type restrain its tentacles. He also orders the support team to amplify mana and have the archers provide continuous cover fire. Just like that, they coordinate well to strike back at the Kraken, trying to hold on until the combat coordinator finds the weakness. It's just that before long, the iron chains binding the Kraken begin to show signs of breaking. The High Monk controlling the iron chains immediately mutters with a trembling voice, It's too strong. I can't hold it for much longer. Shiraishi turns his head to look at Jite behind him and shouts loudly, Has the combat coordinator identified the weakness yet? Jite slowly answers, It's its left eye. Everyone, aim for that. Shiraishi asks back doubtfully, Is that the core? Jite explains indifferently. Hitting there causes it to have a painful reaction. Shiraishi nods gently, indicating he understands. It's just that at this moment, he seems to realize something. He exclaims in a panic, Hasitabayal, where is she? Jite calmly replies, She hasn't returned since she said she was going to the bathroom. This makes Shiraishi worry and shout, Damn it, is she crazy? Going to the bathroom at a time like this. He aggressively bites his lip and asks with difficulty, The left eye, right? Are you sure? Jite doesn't answer, but Shiraishi thinks he's confirming it. Having prepared to act, someone asks worriedly upon seeing this, Captain, what are you going to do? Shiraishi yells fiercely. Hold those tentacles tight. I'm unleashing a big blow. Just as he finishes speaking, he releases his energy. Immediately after, an energy beam appears in his hands. In the blink of an eye, Shiraishi transforms it into an arrow. He screams frantically, "O monster of the dark abyss, I grant you an eternal slumber." As soon as his words end, the arrow is pulled taut immediately, and then Shiraishi slowly releases his grip. The arrow shoots out with the momentum of tearing the wind. The arrow aims straight at the Kraken's left eye. With a boom, the arrow explodes directly. The Kraken begins to scream because of the pain. Seeing this scene, others hurriedly retreat to avoid the impact. They worryingly exclaim, "Did Captain Ryanosuke succeed?" At that moment, the Kraken slowly falls. After unleashing that move, Shiraishi quickly returns to the shore. It's just that his expression isn't very good because he realizes his force wasn't enough. If only his shoulder wasn't injured at that time. This is not enough to kill the Kraken. Shiraishi knows he must finish it before it recovers. At the same time, a silhouette is standing on a cliff not far away. As soon as she sees the Kraken sinking step by step, that person jumps down. This person is none other than Hasaiti Bayal, and her target is Shiraishi. Her eyes are red, and she is filled with killing intent. In the moment of peril, Jite appears to intervene. With a loud boom, the seawater suddenly explodes, and water splashes everywhere. Shiraishi stares blankly at the scene, muttering in confusion. What was that? Something seemed to just zip by. Below the deep water, broken pieces of armor begin to sink. Hasaiti Bayal is also sinking. Her eyes have become vengeful. She grits her teeth and mutters, "You bastard, since when did you know my plan?" Jite stands coldly in front of her, speaking indifferently. "You don't understand anything about me. I have no more emotional attachments now." The Hasaiti of that time, and the version of himself from that time, even though they had beautiful moments together and went through a dark past, he had killed them all with his own hands. After Jite finishes, he gazes intently at Hasaiti Bayal, his face filled with killing intent, and Hasaiti Bayal looks at him vengefully, gritting her teeth. "Do you know me?" While eating, Hasaiti Bayal also realizes something. "Ah, so that's it. No wonder you look familiar. I think I'm starting to remember. Back on the battlefield, right? We used to be a couple who lived and died for each other. We must have held hands before, and even kissed under the starry sky." She leans close to him and continues, "Those lips, even if they were rough, they were also so sweet. If I had known you would block me like this, I should have bitten your tongue off back then." As soon as the words were spoken, she punched him hard, but he immediately reached out to block the attack. She begins to return to her original form. Countless legs grow out from behind her back. "You just said that, didn't you? That you kill me back then." She is now completely transformed. "Then now it's my turn to kill you." This is the complete form of Prototype X. She smiles with interest. "Is that right?" Without a moment's hesitation, she aims her legs directly at him. Following the water current, the tentacles are heading toward him. He doesn't hesitate to swing his sword, easily cutting off the incoming tentacles. Just as he finishes slashing, other tentacles appear and rush toward him. He continues to deal with them very neatly. This makes Hasaiti Bayal a bit angry. She screams happily, "Ha!" Then she attacks him repeatedly, but all attacks are easily countered by him. This makes her wonder, is this really the Jite I used to know? Compared to then, you become overwhelmingly stronger. If you had been this strong back then, you could have protected both me and our teammates." She rushes to grab his hand. "But I've been curious for a while now. Why are you only blocking and refusing to attack? Could it be out of guilt? Can't bear to kill the woman you once loved one more time? Back then, you tore me apart and stabbed me to pieces. You even gouged out my eyes very neatly. You don't know how painful that was for me, do you?" But the old images begin to flood back into his head. Hasaiti continues, "That morning I was truly, truly cold." While saying that, she smiles, but that smile contains an indescribable pain. Jite's image now exists in her remaining eye. After that, his image begins to shrink and disappear. At this moment, the system sends a notification. The EX pendulum clock ability has found an item that has deviated from the world's timeline. Target: Arma's longsword. Countless slashes now begin to appear, and the creator of it is none other than Jite. By now, he has mastered his emotions, so he does not fall into the illusion again. Bearing the full brunt of the successful barrage caused Bayal to let out cries of extreme pain. The system continued to send a notification. The pendulum clock EX power will protect you from the approach of malice. He thought to himself, can it actually sense the power of the pendulum clock on the Guardian's inner sword? Could it be that when the malice was drawn out of the Guardian's body, it left its power on the sword? The image of the sword radiating power appeared in his mind. Along with it, U-Bomb's voice echoed. I borrowed it from the janitor just now. Sooner or later, there will be a time you need to use it. He thought to himself, did she predict this situation and that's why she gave me the sword? If it's this, it can blow away both the malice and the demon's power without needing to kill Bayal. Feeling the pain running through her body, Bayal gritted her teeth in anger. You bastard! What have you done to my body? Then her eyes suddenly widened, a bit startled, because at this moment, he had rushed her face, his voice decisive. Stop playing around with this poor girl's body. And get out here now. As he spoke, he gave her another slash. Feeling every part of her body wanting to fall apart, she cursed under her breath. Damn it. Every time I touch that sword, the shedding layer gets destroyed. At this rate, the demon state will disappear. Is there any better way? Then she cast her gaze down toward the giant squid lying on the seabed. A smile bloomed on her lips. That's it. As long as my body doesn't touch it, that's fine. As soon as she finished the sentence, she lunged straight toward the squid below and landed gently. After that, countless tentacles on her body began to sprout, piercing straight into every part of the giant squid's body. A source of power burst forth from her eyes. Immediately, she was able to completely control the squid. Looking down, he exclaimed, in this loop, it's not just the demon. It seems you can even link your spirit with monsters too. She did not answer, her mouth only shouting loud. She did not answer, her mouth only shouting loudly, then controlled the squid tentacles to strike straight at him. The sword in his hand glowed. He used the skill, Invisible Sword, second form. Energy began to rotate around the sword tip. Without a moment's hesitation, he slashed decisively. Chain link form, easily cutting off the incoming tentacles. Looking at the attack, she was somewhat surprised. This black power, in this woman's memories, it doesn't exist at all. Feeling it from the Kraken's skin. This isn't mana or a blessing. It's pure killing intent honed from countless higher beings and curses. What the hell did you do to get that kind of power? Looking at the incoming slash, she could only helplessly smile. Huh, what a crazy monster. A slash immediately flew straight toward the top of her head. Right after the impact, the coast where they were fighting experienced an extremely violent tremor. This caused the other warriors to startle and shout. AAA? What is this? Why is it suddenly? Get out of here, quickly. Shiraishi also felt this power. He thought to himself, this ominous power is definitely his. He sighed, well, there's nothing left to say. What kind of private matter causes such a commotion? After the battle, the sky returned to its original blue. Jite's feet walked slowly. In his arms, he was carrying Bayal in a state of nakedness. The system called to notify, starting to collect traces of the malice contained within Bayal, notifying that Bayal needs to be observed periodically to search for malice. Looking at the notification board, he sighed in relief. Is it over for now? Suddenly, the communication bracelet on his arm vibrated. Gul's voice echoed. Uncle, where are you? He replied, I have a private matter to handle. On the other side, her voice became urgent. Hurry back. There's no place here. Sister Yuriam is mixing your wine to drink, AAA. He was helpless against the mischief of these girls. Thus, the 71-person raid team of the International Superhuman Alliance completed the subjugation of the Kraken at Hatia's C, an S-rank dungeon. And one more thing, right after that, he brought Bayal home before returning. Seeing her stark naked form made the kids in the house gawk in surprise. Jinte had just stepped into the house when he was called out with a guilty face. The whole group of sisters was waiting at the door. Yuriam folded her arms and immediately demanded an explanation. On the sofa, Myong Hui lay unconscious, only temporarily draped in a black shirt. Yuriam stepped forward to tease, provoking Jinte by asking if this was his girlfriend. She even laughed slyly. while Gul was shocked to the core hearing the suspicion that Jin-tae had stripped someone. Jin-tae broke into a cold sweat, only able to explain that she was an old acquaintance. Urium refused to let go, continuing the dramatic performance about this ambiguous relationship. A chop to the neck made Urium fall silent. Jin-tae firmly asserted that this girl was not acquainted with him at all. BOM also joined in, asking if Jin-tae went out yesterday because of her. Hearing Jin-tae say he needed to keep the girl to get information, Urium, despite her swelling head, temporarily accepted it. Gul suddenly shouted in protest, making Urium jump. She firmly asserted that this house was the group's own nest. To Gul, this is a sanctuary to relax after returning from outside. Gul pointed and declared she didn't want anyone disturbing this privacy, leaving Urium speechless. Jin-tae pointed to janitor as an example, but Gul dismissed it because that uncle isn't a person. Urium found it reasonable, so she turned to support Gul immediately. Gul turned to ask for Bom's opinion, who is also uncomfortable with strangers. Bom's eyes revealed deep pensiveness, especially since the stranger is a woman. The referendum ended with an overwhelming score. The strange girl was officially banned. After settling it, Gul invited everyone to go to bed early to go to school tomorrow. The group pulled each other into the rooms, leaving Jin-tae with the girl who was still sleeping sound. Urium stayed behind to ask Jin-tae what he intended to do with this burden on the sofa. Jin-tae sighed, thinking that after she wakes up, he'll have to find somewhere else for her to stay. Myung-hui still has no idea she was just voted out by the whole house. The next morning, the sun shone brightly outside the penthouse. Birds chirped, a seemingly peaceful beginning. Urium rushed out to report to Jin-tae, while Jul hid behind her, watching with worry. She announced that the strange girl from yesterday was starting to go crazy. Myung-hui woke up in a state of loss of control, holding a broken bottle as a weapon. She screamed, asking what kind of hellish place she was in. Jin-tae carried Jul inside, his face still calm as he looked at the girl causing chaos. Myung-hui furiously demanded an explanation for why she was in such a scantily clad state. She blushed furiously, thinking about the bad things Jin-tae might have done. Even though she is just a petite girl, Myung-hui asserted that she is a person with superpowers. Urium stood next to Jin-tae, weary of looking at this inescapable tantrum. Urium's gaze began to turn cold, while Jin-tae noticed something unusual from the system. Traces of malice had gathered to 10%, signaling a terrifying transformation. The eternal clock activated, revealing a new truth about Myung-hui's condition. The system confirmed she had been mentally polluted, making her personality extremely aggressive. Jin-tae realized this was the terrifying consequence after direct contact with malice. Myung-hui suddenly lunged with incredible speed, surrounded by a stream of golden energy. She swung the bottle fragment, attacking wildly, demanding that everyone get out of the way immediately. Urium suggested dealing with the crazed girl first and worrying about the rest later, but Jin-tae lightly warned her not to kill anyone. Myung-hui lunged like an arrow with a glass shard in hand, screaming because she was being ignored. In the blink of an eye, Urium caught the aggressive girl's wrist. A very skilled takedown. Myung-hui was knocked down to the floor without mercy. Urium smugly boasted about her precise strike, but Jin-tae was paying attention to something else. The jacket slipped off again, leaving Myung-hui completely exposed. Urium panicked, and the girl fainted from shock. The red-haired girl hurriedly used the shirt to cover the poor girl, her mouth muttering constant reproaches. Being annoyed, Urium turned to shout at janitor, demanding he clean up the pile of broken glass. But responding to that anger was only a cold refusal from the iron armor. Urium, Jin-tae, and little Jul were all stunned by this unexpected resistance. Janitor declared his duty was to protect Bone, not to mop the floor. Purple smoke began to spread with darkness. The mental pollution erupted. Janitor roared, demanding Jin-tae return the sword immediately. Urium began to feel chills. Little Jul also trembled because of the killing intent radiating from the armor. Jin-tae's gaze hardened when he realized Janitor was falling into the exact same state as Ha Sepile earlier. The iron armor's eyes glowed brightly, appearing to have completely lost all reason. Jin-tae realized that during the battle, Janitor himself had been infected with the stream of malice. Thick, black energy enveloped Janitor, turning him into a dangerous enemy in his madness. Jin-tae quickly set Jul aside to prepare to deal with the one who was losing control. Janitor prepared a stance with a mop, treating it as a true weapon to attack. The tension was evident in every crevice of the iron armor radiating purple smoke. Jin-tae struck with lightning speed, a precise chop to Janitor's neck to end the chaos. A loud sound rang out. The giant armor collapsed to the floor before the astonished eyes of the two girls. The helmet fell off and rolled on the floor, revealing emptiness inside. Urium was shocked to realize that both people had contracted the same terrifying disease from that villain. Myung Hui and Janitor had both been subdued, lying listlessly on the floor. Urium worriedly asked Jin-tae what the next step should be, because clearly they couldn't take them to the hospital. Jin-tae asked a seemingly unrelated question, asking Urium if she had finished all the wine stored in the room. He waved his hand to open a portal glowing with purple color, preparing to take the whole group away. The destination is a place where the consequences of this mental pollution can be cured. The group entered the underground maze, a vast space with gloomy ancient stone architecture. Urium couldn't help but be overwhelmed by the grandeur of this place, while Jin-tae only considered this a secret hiding spot. Looking at the iron cages around, the red-haired girl thought she had just stepped into an underground prison. Jin-tae calmly led the way, ignoring his sister's extreme surprise. Urium began to worry, asking if Jin-tae intended to lock up the sisters if they didn't listen to him. Behind those iron bars, it seemed there were still shadows of the past being imprisoned. A glowing red, I looked through the gap, full of hatred and pain. Jin-tae looked into the depths of the maze, muttering about how this place was no longer as it used to be. The sound of steady footsteps echoed, breaking the terrifying stillness of the stone maze. Finally, they stopped in front of a metal door labeled BM. Both Urium and Jul curiously poked their heads out, wondering who exactly lived here. Urium smelled the scent of an extremely powerful person. Jin-tae confirmed it was the world's second-ranked hunter. The news about the second strongest person in the world made Urium shocked to the point of gaping in astonishment. Jin-tae requested Urium and Jul wait outside, despite the red-haired girl constantly shouting to get inside. Despite Urium's desperate promise to just watch, Jin-tae coldly closed the door to face the person inside alone. Upon entering the dark chamber, Jin-tae felt a terrifying stream of pressure aiming straight at him from the darkness. A giant, hairy beast arm lunged to attack, but Jin-tae quickly drew his sword to block the dangerous strike in the nick of time. Amidst the sparks flying from the collision, Jin-tae calmly remarked that this was truly a rude greeting for a guest. Behind the darkness of the laboratory, a man in a white lab coat was casually sitting and drinking wine as if nothing had happened. He finished a bottle of wine while wearing a knowing smile, completely unsurprised by Jinty's intrusion. That is BM, the second-ranked hunter in the world and one of the first returnees, the cold person who declared he had never invited a guest like. In a normal classroom, the teacher was still busy lecturing on the podium. But below, a boy wasn't listening, just busy doodling dragons and snakes in his notebook. Arendot sat with his chin propped up, his gaze distant, as if his soul were hanging from a tree branch. He was still diligent with his scribbles, ignoring the space around him. Those eyes suddenly flashed with a strange light, as if looking through his thick glasses. The incident happened about 40 years ago, when a terrifying disaster suddenly swept across the globe. It was called the Great Babylon Disappearance. At that time, thousands of children with superhuman abilities suddenly vanished in mass disappearances. Before the sudden crisis, militaries around the world frantically searched but yielded no results. Then 15 years passed. Those children remained missing, leaving only white flowers on empty desks. But then, a man suddenly returned to Earth amidst intense electrical currents. That was Arendot, the first to return from another world, with the alias BM. Currently, he holds the second position in the global superhuman ranking. BM drank his wine and sighed, his face looking not very happy. He muttered in regret about his pet chimera that Jin-tae slashed the head off right in the lab. Jin-tae was indifferent, saying if it cuts that cleanly, Just put it back together. What's the big deal? BM asked straight about Ginny's purpose for coming here. He answered concisely that he wanted to borrow the inner chamber of the underground maze. The scientist was suspicious, not knowing if Jinte was a superhuman or from the demonic faction. Jinte didn't care what he thought. He needed a place to treat his people for about half a year. BM heard this and immediately named a price: 30 days. He asserted he would only allow exactly 1 month. Longer was beyond his tolerance. Jinte frowned. Clearly, 30 days was not enough for a full cure. He wanted to negotiate more because he didn't come empty-handed, but BM lowered it to 25 days. Then he continued to squeeze the price down to exactly 20 days, his attitude extremely arrogant. BM proudly claimed there was nothing in this world that he needed. He pushed up his glasses, thinking that Jinte's trespassing into his house and being allowed to stay for 30 days was already a big favor. Seeing the other side's bumpy attitude, Jinte didn't hold back anymore. He muttered that he should keep his mouth shut. Suddenly, a pitch-black killing intent erupted, tearing the laboratory space. Jinte began destroying BM's expensive equipment with just a flick of his hand. BM was scared and screamed to ask what the hell he was doing, but Jinte just coldly told him to shut up. Jinte declared it was now his turn to squeeze the price down to 15 or 10 days. BM gritted his teeth in anger, threatening that Jinte would regret touching his stuff. He declared he was no longer interested in using Jinte as a test subject, but would destroy him instead. Seeing BM intending to use the Ahilia's right arm technique, Jinte maintained his expressionless face. BM laughed coldly, with killing intent, preparing to unleash the finishing move. He asserted he would wipe Jinte from this life without a trace. A giant block of energy, full of red eyes, appeared behind BM. That monstrous arm reached out, waiting to swallow the young man in front of him. Jinte still stood there, the darkness obscuring half his face, full of mystery. Immediately, he released the Ahilia's curse, creating a terrifying pressure covering the room. BM's arm suddenly halted in midair, unable to move forward even a little bit. BM panicked, seeing his body completely frozen, suspecting this was some kind of high-level illusion. BM broke out in cold sweat. He realized this was no magic or trick. It was a primitive fear enveloping him, completely overwhelming the will of the second-ranked superhuman. Even the demonic blood flowing in Ahilia's arm had to tremble before Jinte. BM terrifiedly wondered who this young man's true identity was, as this pressure was even more terrifying than the strongest opponents he had ever met. Jinte calmly picked up a test tube containing a strange compound and asked BM what he was creating. The scientist panicked, shouting and demanding he absolutely not touch that sample. Under coercion, BM was forced to admit that it was a sample to create a humanoid chimera. He clarified that this was just a plan to create a backup clone for old age, not some conspiracy to rule the world. BM lowered his voice to beg Jinte to put the test tube down so both could talk peacefully. But Jinte just coldly asserted he was lying, causing BM to collapse and promise to reveal the whole truth. Jinte placed the sample back. He didn't care what he did, as long as he agreed to lend the inner chamber. BM now knew fear. He hurriedly agreed to let Jinte use the maze at will. He planned to rent the room for about a year and would visit frequently. Jinte said he would bring here 2 people who were severely mentally polluted for treatment. BM nodded repeatedly, promising to help watch over them carefully. To show gratitude, Jinte left a bottle of precious wine and said it was the room rent. Just by opening the cap, a top-tier scent spread, making the scientist stunned. He stared at the wine bottle, surprised to realize this was a premium type of wine that money could barely buy. Jinte casually turned his back and walked away, leaving BM still bewildered behind. He cherished the wine bottle, wondering where this young man got it from. Meanwhile, in the hallway, Yoram was trying to get Jewel to move aside for her to go in. But little Jewel still stood tall, coldly letting out a decisive no. Yoram began to get annoyed, her voice gruff as she ordered her sister to move aside immediately. Responding was only Jewel's fierce shout of protest. The little girl insisted on not letting Yoram pass. Jewel glared and warned, asserting she would protect this door at all costs. Yoram shouted in frustration, saying she wasn't planning to storm in any way. She intended to sneak a peek, but Jewel quickly cloned herself to block every path. The little girl repeated what Jin-tae had told her. Absolutely not open the door for anyone. Yoram was furious to the point of madness, but couldn't do anything to this stubborn little kid. She was resentful that a dragon daughter like her was rendered helpless by a child. Yoram impatiently stated that this wasn't the time to waste, as there were surely some extremely interesting things happening inside. She imagined a scene where Jin-tae and BM were locked in a bloody death match that would shake the entire dungeon to its core. Yoram painted a picture of thunder and lightning exploding across the sky, but Jewel just bluntly replied, "Don't care." Jewel's deadpan expression left Yoram completely speechless, looking at her older sister with a look of utter disdain, as if she were staring at a complete lunatic. Yoram couldn't believe her younger sister could be this indifferent. Yoram collapsed onto the floor, lamenting and wondering who in this Yu household was actually normal. She stared up at the ceiling with a face full of helplessness. Suddenly, Yoram changed her tactics, starting to use a wheedling, sweet tone to entice Jewel. Yoram asked in a low voice if the little girl had been feeling down lately, because Jin-tae didn't have time to play with her. She promised to help Jewel persuade Jin-tae, so the two of them could go out and hang out together. As soon as she heard the prospect of just the two of them going out, Jewel's eyes immediately lit up with joy. Yoram continued to paint an alluring picture of the future, where Jewel could go to snowy white mountains with Jin-tae. There, the two of them would go skiing happily together, enjoying the winter atmosphere, just like in fairy tales. They could even slurp down hot bowls of ramen together in the freezing cold weather to drive away the chill. Yoram's invitation was truly too sweet for a child like Jewel. Yoram asked repeatedly if that didn't sound absolutely amazing, aiming to break the girl's resolve. Jewel was completely captivated by the offer, her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she softly nodded in agreement. However, just as Yoram thought she had succeeded, a hand suddenly appeared. Jewel looked confused as someone lifted her up from behind, cutting off the negotiation between the two sisters. Yoram had not yet realized the presence of a third person. She was still busily laughing and triumphantly declaring herself the winner. She arrogantly assumed Jewel could never be a match for a great dragon lady like herself. However, a thunderous blow landed, causing Yoram to only manage a painful cry. The one who had just acted was none other than Jin-tae, and he looked at her with cold, warning eyes. Jin-tae looked at Yoram lying flat on the floor and asked what the hell she was doing there. Yoram looked up at him with a disappointed face, asking if the epic battle she had been expecting was already over. Jin-tae nonchalantly stated that they hadn't fought at all, but had just resolved everything by negotiating peacefully. Seeing Yoram so let down, Jin-tae suggested that if she wanted to fight that badly, why didn't she go inside and try her hand against BM? He reminded her that she had always longed to go up against top-tier superhumans, hadn't she? Just then, BM walked out from inside, his appearance now having regained his inherent confidence. BM looked at Yoram and issued a challenge, warning that once they fought, he would never go easy on anyone. Yoram was shocked by this unexpected but extremely exciting offer. Without a second of hesitation, she immediately nodded in agreement with high determination. Yoram flashed an excited smile, revealing her sharp fangs, ready for a new hunt. BM tipped the bottle of alcohol upside down, drinking it all in one go with an extremely refreshed look. The alcohol spilled onto the corners of his lips, and he was so intoxicated that his face turned bright red. Jin-tae stood watching, looking indifferent as he heard BM praising the premium flavor that the earth could never possess. BM firmly asserted that this was a type of alcohol fermented from the world of Arendelle. Images of the magnificent castle of Arendelle appeared, the place where BM had been forcibly transported 40 years ago. While continuing to drink, BM wondered where Jin-tae had gotten this stuff, as he had searched all over the world and hadn't found it. BM was thrilled, saying he would be willing to trade 10 years of using the inner chamber for it. Jin-tae turned his head to call Yoram outside, but she flatly refused. Jin-tae opened up, wanting to ask BM for one more favor. BM held the bottle in his mouth, looking surprised when he heard the offer. He stared intently, waiting to hear the next request from Jin-tae. It turned out he wanted him to look after this high-spirited Yoram for a bit. BM wondered about the identities of the two young ones accompanying Jinte. Meanwhile, Yoram was absolutely ecstatic. Yujul hugged her teddy bear tightly and leaned into Jinte, while he handed Yoram over to BM. Jul looked up with her shimmering blue eyes, gazing around with curiosity. The girl's cuteness caused even BM to utter words of praise. Yoram curiously asked if the uncle in front of her was truly the world's rank 2. She chirped that she had seen videos of him online, but this was the first time she had seen him in person. BM stroked his hair, asking if he was more handsome than she had imagined, but was shut down by Yoram saying he looked like an unemployed gamer. She tilted her chin and asked if he was stronger than Javier Karma. BM sneered, saying it had been a long time since he had heard that name. In a flashback, a muscular, blind hunter appeared. BM wondered how he was doing now after being possessed by a demon. Yoram felt guilty and broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing those horrific things. BM headed toward the door, asserting that this world had at least 5 people stronger than Javier. And most importantly, he declared that he was even stronger than those 5 people combined. After hearing that, Yoram's eyes lit up, finding this uncle insanely cool. A hand pressed onto the touch-sensitive control panel to open the door. They stepped into a vast room, which was used to measure the power of the chimeras. BM told Yoram to feel free to attack whenever she was ready. As soon as he finished speaking, Yoram lunged forward like a red bolt of lightning, throwing an extremely powerful punch, but being stopped easily. BM gently brushed her hand away, laughing and saying there was no need to be in such a hurry. His gaze became sharp and cold, looking straight at the little dragon who was all fired up. Yoram flipped in the air, pulling out her sword intending to slash down from above at incredible speed. At the same time, Jinte carried Jul as they entered the underground inner chamber area. He walked along the pure, white hallway, heading deep into the furthest reaches of the dungeon. A hand reached out to touch a block of solid black matter speckled with starlight, like a spatial rift. Dark entities with long, spindly arms appeared around the armored knight and the mysterious girl. Jinte told them to just stay here and recuperate until their condition stabilized. Jinte's gaze was full of contemplation as he looked ahead. In front of him was the heavenly crystal, a treasure he hadn't seen in a long time. The massive crystal block radiated a golden light that was easy on the eyes, the pinnacle of ancient magical engineering. This light forced anyone who touched it into a state of absolute happiness and satisfaction. Jinte looked at the crystal block, thinking to himself that the happiness it brought was, in the end, just an artificial product. He continued, telling how in the past, a ferocious fire dragon had been imprisoned in this place for a long time. Inside the crystal block, the dragon from back then appeared with eyes full of despair and pleading. That happiness experiment finally failed miserably, as the victim could only beg for death. Yujul stood next to Jinte, blankly uttering a wow of amazement at what she had just heard. The girl was so absorbed in looking at the crystal block that she was even drooling. Jinte immediately snapped his fingers to bring her back to reality so they could prepare to leave. The scene shifted to the modern penthouse at night, the surroundings completely silent. UBOM was sitting on the sofa with Jul, and she silently understood the reason why the house had been so messy lately. Jul regretfully asked if they would ever meet Janitor again, while Jinte confirmed they wouldn't see him for a while. Yoram walked down the stairs looking battered and covered in bandages, and she gritted out a reply with an annoyed attitude. Yoram was furious, shouting to get rid of Janitor, which made Gul, who was nearby, jump in fear. UBOM looked worriedly at the wounds on Yoram's body, while Jinte thought to himself that she had been completely defeated by BM. Jul puffed out her cheeks to show she didn't agree with her sister's attitude. On the door to Yoram's room hung a sign warning anyone who didn't knock that they would be bitten. Yoram lay flat on the floor of her room, panting with a dazed and vacant look in her eyes. She told herself that even though she knew the outcome in advance, she hadn't expected to be defeated so miserably without even being able to manage a single counterattack. Looking at Jul standing there, Yoram bitterly realized that the world was truly vast, and she was just a rookie. The little dragon jumped up in surprise, shouting loudly because Jul had suddenly appeared in her room. Yoram irritably reminded her younger sister about not knocking on her door before entering. Jul was silent for a moment, then reminded her of the promise about opening the door while they were still in the dungeon. Jul asserted that Yoram had promised to go talk to Jin-tae if she opened the door in exchange for ramen and a skiing trip. Yoram sat up, asking again if she was referring to what had happened in the dungeon earlier. She tried to clarify that she only promised to go convince him if the girl agreed to step aside. Yoram flopped back onto the floor, declaring firmly that there would be no talking about any. She told Jul to hurry up and get out, and to remember to turn off the light, because her mood right now was terrible. Hearing that, Jul began to tear up, looking at her sister with an extremely pitiful expression. Yoram couldn't stand that look, and frustrated, she jumped up, asking what exactly the girl wanted her to say. Finally, she had to give in, taking Jul by the hand to go find Jin-tae. Jin-tae was sitting and working alone in the dark room. He turned his head when he heard a noise at the door. Yoram stood at the door with an indifferent expression, asking what exactly Jin-tae wanted to talk to her about. Standing behind her sister, Jul gathered all her courage and hesitantly asked Jin-tae if he had any free time tomorrow. The sound of a mop creaking on the tile floor. A giant chimera was busily cleaning up. In the distance, the mysterious researcher leisurely sipped wine in his white lab coat. He looked at the wine bag, which had gone down by half, then sighed, telling himself to drink in moderation next time. The amber eyes behind his glasses began to calculate the true identity of the person he had just encountered. He stared fixedly at the test tube. The fact that Jin-tae possessed precious wine from the world of Arendot still lingering in his mind. He placed the wine bag on the table, certain that Jin-tae was also a regressor like himself. An image of Jin-tae sitting coldly on a pile of monster corpses appeared. He confirmed that he was indeed someone who had returned from Arendot. Looking at the dark circles under Jinny's eyes, he felt a bit of empathy for the exhaustion of those who had lived through many lifetimes. His eyes turned sharp. The giant chimera reached out, handing him something tiny. It was a black hair. He guessed this was definitely Eugenie's hair. The research data had been completely wiped, so now he had nothing left to do other than target him. He smirked, considering this hair a fairly decent parting gift. In another development, the youngest, Jul, was stuttering as she asked Jin-tae if he was free tomorrow. Jin-tae pressed her on what was going on, making the child sweat even more. Jul was twisted up inside, her face pale with stress. So she pointed straight at Yoram, saying her sister had something she wanted to say. Standing nearby, Yoram's face turned ashen. Jin-tae said that if there was something to say, she should say it herself, so why make Jul do it for her? Hearing this, Yoram could only simmer with resentment. She turned her face away, muttering that it was nothing important anyway. Jin-tae patted Jul's head to reassure her, and the child looked up at him with a worried expression. Yoram suddenly regained her seriousness, looking straight into Jinny's eyes. She curled her lips, starting to make an offer full of hidden meanings. Yoram asked Jin-tae out on a private date, just the two of them. Jul, standing below listening, was shocked to her core. The girl's soul practically flew out of her body, her mouth wide open, unable to believe her own ears. Jin-tae asked Yoram what she wanted to do tomorrow, and if she wanted to fight BM again. She stretched and said forget it. Just go out and play with that blue-haired kid over there. Yoram turned her back and stepped out of the room, her hand gripping the doorknob. Before leaving, she slumped slightly, telling Jin-tae to remember to stop by and see her later because there was something extremely serious. The two others stood blankly watching the back of the fire dragon. Jin-tae turned to ask Jul where the little one wanted to go tomorrow. The child shyly touched her two fingers together, whispering that she wanted to go skiing. And so, both of them were present at the Himalayas, which are covered in snow year-round. The majestic, white-capped mountains appeared amidst the deep blue sky. Jin-tae and Jul sat on a sled, rushing down the steep slope at full speed. Jul sat in front, shouting in excitement within Jin-tae's protective embrace. The sled cut across the rocky outcrops, the speed so fast that the wind was whipping against their faces. Both of them raced on through the screen of white snow. Encountering a high slope, the sled soared into the air and then landed extremely smoothly. Jin-tae still maintained a calm expression, controlling the sled as it rushed downward. Jul's eyes lit up. The child had never felt this happy before. The sled plowed through the thick layer of snow, creating long furrows on the mountainside. The speed didn't diminish at all, and both of them just kept racing through the vast expanse. Reaching a flat stretch, Joel was still crawling on the sled, giggling. Jin-tae knelt down and asked if the little one was scared. The child only replied that it was very fun. Joel sat down on the snow, tearfully saying her legs wouldn't listen to her anymore. Jin-tae stepped forward and lifted the child up, saying they still had to climb more of the mountain. Jin-tae had Joel sit on his shoulders, asking if this felt better. But the child accidentally used both hands to cover Jinny's eyes tightly, making it so he couldn't see the path ahead at all. The innocent child asked what would happen if she covered his nose, and Jin-tae could only reply that then he wouldn't be able to breathe. Joel giggled, intending to reach down and cover his mouth too, for good measure. As night fell, the two of them stopped into a small wooden hut in the snowy forest to warm up. An empty pot and bowls and chopsticks had been cleaned up. Joel lay flat on the floor, patting her stomach and complaining she was full, while Jin-tae was busy cleaning up the pile of instant noodle cups. The child had eaten 20 packs of noodles all by herself. Joel secretly crawled closer to Jin-tae with a calculating look in her eyes. The child stretched out her tiny hands, intending to do something to Jinny's feet. He glanced down, catching the child red-handed as she was about to take off his socks. Jin-tae asked straight out what the little one was intending to do, which made Joel freeze in surprise. He reminded her that socks were dirty and weren't things to play with. Hearing that, Joel could only hang her head, dejected. Jin-tae asked if she was planning to take his hair, since he had already given her one strand last time. The child whispered her confirmation, her face looking extremely apologetic. Joel whispered an apology, her two hands tightly clasped and placed on her knees. The child looked up at Jin-tae with tearful eyes, looking incredibly pitiful. Jin-tae sighed lightly, looking at the child who was feeling regret. He reached his hand up to his head and decisively pulled out a strand of his hair. Jin-tae placed the hair in the palm of Joel's hand, warning her that this was the last time he would give her something like this. He patted the child's head, saying that later, if she wanted something, she should just talk to him directly and not go through her sisters. No matter how busy he was, he would make time for her. Joel's happiness was written all over her face, and she smiled brightly, agreeing. The fire crackled in the fireplace, bringing a cozy atmosphere to the small hut. As night fell, Joel hugged her teddy bear tightly and went to sleep, still smiling contentedly. In her dream, it seemed an ancient memory was returning to the little blue dragon. Jin-tae watched the child sleeping soundly, silently calculating the time. He wondered if today was that very day. It was the day a blue clan dragon hatchling would receive the apocalypse from its ancestors. Every dragon clan has its own natural tendencies to find its purpose in life. For instance, the green dragon clan, those who are passionate about the arts and often become talented artisans. Or the gold dragon clan, those who always long to travel across the continent and become guardian deities for all creatures. And even the red dragon clan, the passionate warriors who are always searching for glory in battles. The bright red warriors dive in a battle with destructive power and iron will. However, the blue dragon clan doesn't have a specific direction that is predetermined from start. Exactly 80 days after being born, they receive direct instructions from the ancestor dragon. It is an ancestral will bound by blood, entrusting a mission to each individual little soul. Tiny Jewel stood in the middle of a spiritual space, her deep blue eyes reflecting determination in the face of an unavoidable destiny. A giant blue dragon with the ultimate majesty appeared right in front of the child. Its brilliantly glowing eyes stared deep into Jewel's mind. The great blue dragon spoke, calling out, "My daughter," opening a new, mysterious chapter in the youngest's life. Jewel was floating in a space of deep blue water, when suddenly a voice rang out calling her daughter. She felt that even though she was hearing this voice for the first time, it brought a feeling of warmth and familiarity. A giant blue dragon appeared, its scales and fins glowing brilliantly amidst the deep water. Jewel looked blankly at the great creature in front of her, her mouth softly calling out, "Grandpa." The great blue dragon looked at his young granddaughter, saying that he understood her heart just as she understood his. He remarked that it seemed like currently, Jewel was living a very happy life. The girl smiled and nodded in acknowledgement, It was true that at this moment, she was feeling very happy. The great blue dragon smiled kindly, saying that it was all thanks to someone who was sincerely praying for her happiness. Then he asked, did she also want to dedicate the same thing to that person? To be able to do that, he told Jewel there would be an important task she would need to carry out. The dragon's eyes narrowed with seriousness, warning that a long, dark night was about to descend. In that darkness, there would be those who had to fall, and perhaps they would never be able to get back up again. He cautioned that when that moment comes, Jewel must use her own two hands to protect the things that are most precious. Hearing that, Jewel confusedly gripped the hem of her clothes, worried because she felt she didn't have any strength at all. But the ancestor affirmed that that wasn't important. What determined everything was the will in her heart. A glowing finger lightly touched the girl's chest as if to pass on a sacred message. The great blue dragon appeared in the form of a man with long blue hair, telling her to think very carefully about how to protect her loved ones. Only when her determination is great enough to overcome the darkness can Jewel and the people who are important smile. The call, "I believe you can do it," faded as his figure vanished into the deep water. Jewel clenched her tiny fist, engraving the advice she had just received. The girl's eyes glowed with determination. She promised herself that she would certainly be able to protect what was important to her. The scene changed, returning to the modern city under the clear blue sky. At the Inn Coffee Cafe, Jinte was having a meeting to exchange information regarding work. Wei Yunju sat opposite Jinte, speaking up to apologize for not being more proactive in the incident related to Prototype X. Jinte nonchalantly took a sip of coffee, asking if she had found any more information about the Invisibility Organization. Yunju asked him if he remembered anything about the Malaysia Ball, and Jinte confirmed that he did know about it. It is an extremely rare, large-scale S+ ranked dungeon, and very difficult to discover the location of. Each room in this dungeon hides dangers that cannot be predicted. Its danger level is ranked among the worst, to the point that even top hunters have to bet their lives when entering. Yunju announced that the location for Lair's year-end event had been decided, and it was indeed at this Malaysia Ball. The Invisibility Organization is plotting to take advantage of the students there to create 100 new demons. Their goal is also to get Wyan into the supreme leadership position. Jinte fell into thought. He realized this was a method of operation that he had never seen in any of his previous regressions. Yunju handed over a stack of documents, mentioning that there was a lot of talk within the organization about the person who had wiped out Prototype X. A wanted poster appeared with a silhouette of Jinte, offering a massive bounty for the name X. At the price of 15 high-level magic stones, Jinte remarked that they were certainly willing to spend, but since they didn't know his true identity, he wasn't worried. He told Yunju to handle things in Russia properly and to keep observing Wyan. Yunju nodded to accept the order, but then she glanced behind her with a slightly confused expression. Jinte also noticed something strange, so he turned around to ask why Jewel was acting that way. It turned out the tiny bodyguard Jewel was slurping down water, glaring at Yunju with intense eyes because she deemed her a suspicious woman. While they were in the middle of their conversation, the watch on Jinti's wrist suddenly buzzed, signaling a new notification. It was a message sent from Lair's academic office. After receiving the important notification, Jinte glanced at his watch to begin their periodic work session. He announced the Guardian consultation session, which left the three ladies sitting on the sofa very surprised. An official notice from Lair had been sent down, and Jinte planned to conduct separate private sessions with each of them. Dragon Girl Jewel, in an extremely cool suit, also wanted to participate, but Yuriam quickly dismissed it, telling the little kid not to interfere. To win the first spot, Yuriam quickly stepped forward and grabbed Ginny's arm to hold her place. She winked playfully, begging him to prioritize her consultation first. While Yuriam started, Bom and Gul sat waiting outside with rather resigned expressions, while little Jewel remained very serious. Jinte sat down, opened the file, and asked if anything had been bothering Yuriam lately. He focused on listening so he could take notes on the important psychological developments of the Red Dragon Girl. Yuriam lowered her face, quietly confessing that she currently felt she was truly very weak. Jinte thought she was sad because of her loss against BM, But he advised her not to be discouraged because that old guy was unreasonably strong. But the problem was that Yuriam had just won a practice match against senior students. Yet she didn't feel happy at all. She felt she hadn't won using the strength of a normal human, which made her feel uneasy. The torment was clearly visible on her face as she recalled the moment the primal dragon power surged within her. Jin-tae realized immediately that she had secretly used mana from her dragon heart, a taboo while the dragon ladies were in the human realm. He listened silently as Yuriam blamed herself for acting stupidly just to satisfy her ego. Looking deep into her eyes, Jin-tae affirmed that Yuriam was truly very strong and that she would go even further in the future. He reminded her that her very existence carried a supreme power of domination that no one could deny. However, trying to burn through hundreds of years of training in just a moment was an act that went against the natural order. Jin-tae asked straight out if Yuriam was ready to accept all consequences to become stronger immediately. After a moment of thought, she affirmed that to her, living happily in the present was the most important thing. Casting aside her melancholy, Yuriam looked at Jin-tae with determined, trusting eyes. Jin-tae nodded in understanding, then put pen to paper to record the most key points of this conversation. He stood up and promised that as soon as the break started, the two of them would train together to improve their strength. Not just giving lip service, Jin-tae decided he would directly tutor and train this stubborn girl himself. He would show her how to become truly strong without having to violate any rules. Jinny's unexpected offer left Yuriam stunned for a few seconds because she was so surprised. To hide her confusion, she pouted and said that she had never asked for him to teach her anything. Yuriam burst into loud laughter, teasing Jin-tae about whether he wanted to take her on as his direct disciple. Jin-tae just silently noted in the file that Yuriam was the type of person who always acted tough to hide her lack of self-confidence. The next person to enter was Gul, who excitedly asked if she needed to prepare anything special. She affirmed that she was still studying very well and had made many new friends. Life at school was completely fine. Seeing Jin-tae preparing to call the next person, Gul hurriedly said she had something important she wanted to ask. The Gold Dragon girl expressed her desire to participate in business trips to military bases like other students. Jin-tae asked for the reason, and Gul said she wanted to do volunteer work to meet new people and broaden her horizons. In her mind, she was envisioning herself shining brilliantly on a performance stage before the cheers of the soldiers. Seeing Jin-tae lost in thought, Gul smiled awkwardly and asked if she had just made an unreasonable request. Jin-tae took notes and said he would consider it carefully once her plan became more specific and clear. He thought to himself that her nature of loving attention and excitement was truly an unmistakable characteristic of the Gold Dragon clan. Looking at the file, Jin-tae realized there was only one consultation session left to complete his mission. UBOM entered the room with a calm demeanor and a gentle smile always on her lips, ready for the conversation. Jin-tae started by asking about Bomb's life situation. She shared about her studies and taking care of the other dragon sisters. Bomb smiled and suggested creative activities like painting or writing, then asked Jin-tae if he felt he was lacking anything himself. Jin-tae maintained a calm attitude and said he was fine, while BOM persistently pressed him about how things had been for him lately. Seeing Jin-tae had no special reaction, BOM continued to dig deep into the issue by repeating the question about his hidden desires. Jinny's eyes flashed with contemplation when faced with the somewhat excessive concern from the Blue Dragon girl. The word love suddenly appeared like a suggestive hint about what Jin-tae might truly be lacking. BOM suddenly leaned down close to Jinny's face, using a yellow piece of paper to cover her lips and looking at him with a teasing gaze. She tilted her head, her emerald eyes sparkling with the anticipation of a sincere answer from her guardian. The afternoon sun shone through the penthouse window. It looked peaceful, but a storm was coming. Bomb smiled mysteriously, while Jin-tae started to smell trouble and told her she should stop. He kept his expression cold as ice, but inside he was likely screaming because he was being pestered by this girl. The beautiful sister didn't listen, just hopped onto Jinny's lap, ignoring his reminder that this was a psychological consultation session. Young Jin-tae complained about a sore knee, while BOM sat there scratching notes in the file, like a true expert. She pouted, saying she just liked being close to him like this, yet she was still being shooed away. In the vast, spacious room, the two of them kept struggling back and forth, one pushing forward, the other dodging. Baum even boldly said that the two of them should have been this intimate a long time ago. Jin-tae could only turn his face elsewhere, trying to keep a cool head against the opponent's aggressive attacks. Seeing him flustered, she leaned in even closer, bringing her face right up to his, making him jump back in surprise. But because he leaned back too far, the swivel chair suddenly lost balance and began to tumble backward. A dry thud rang out, signaling a less than pleasant ending to this teasing session. Both of them tumbled onto the floor, BOM landing right on top of Jin-tae in an extremely awkward position. Jin-tae lay still, staring at the ceiling, while BOM took the opportunity to ask him directly if he viewed her as a burden or as a woman. But then she suddenly froze. Her playful smile from a moment ago vanished, replaced by extreme confusion. Baum's face flushed bright red like a tomato. She lowered her head, realizing she had just gone a bit too far. In that moment, a dark premonition about the demon Hasegawa flashed through her mind like a bad omen. Just at that intense moment, the youngest, Jewel, appeared from somewhere at the door, freezing for a few seconds as she looked at the scene before her. The innocent child asked what the two of them were doing on the floor that was so noisy. Jin-tae hurriedly explained that BOM had just jumped on him on her own, and he hadn't done anything. BOM quickly covered Ginny's mouth and gave a fake laugh, saying she was just playing a little prank on him for fun. Seeing her sister get that kind of consultation, Jewel began to pout, feeling left out. The little girl delivered a line that made both of them want to faint. She wanted to do that too. With a determined face and shimmering eyes, Jewel demanded that Jin-tae consult her immediately. Jin-tae was speechless, looking at the youngest, while BOM stood to the side, laughing to herself because she knew she had accidentally planted the seeds of jealousy in the child's head. Seeing the situation seemed unstable, Baum quickly slipped away to cook dinner, leaving the other two to resolve it themselves. Just as she stepped out of the room, Baum's expression suddenly became melancholy. It seemed she was worried about what she had just seen in her premonition. In the room, Jin-tae had no choice but to sit down on the floor to begin the unavoidable consultation for the youngest. Meanwhile, the media was exploding with information about the S-plus ranked dungeon raid event called Malaysia's Ball. Professor Wyan appeared powerfully on television to announce the plans for this large-scale campaign. A question was raised. Was it too risky to let students participate in such a dangerous mission? With a confident smile, she affirmed that the strength of this year's students had increased many times over compared to before. A series of badges from top guilds and families appeared, promising an extremely intense battle for positions. Wyan emphasized that they had invested a large amount of resources and effort to ensure the success of this event. At offices, reporters and staff were busily typing away continuously to update the hottest information. The professor ended her speech with red eyes full of ambition, concealing a dark conspiracy behind this event. Elsewhere, Kwok Pan-wai was angrily watching the news on the television screen with an extremely uncomfortable attitude. He gritted his teeth in anger. His casted arm was the bitter consequence after his loss to Jin-tae. Assistant Hashimoto, standing nearby, couldn't help but wonder about her superior's sudden intense behavior this time. Pan-wai clenched his fist, placing all the blame on the head of the man with the alias X who had shattered all his plans. He told himself that as long as he got through this, everything would be back to normal. Looking at Wyan on the screen, Pan-wai dreamed of the day she took the throne and he himself would get a share of the glory. Kwok Pan-wai was bragging to Hashimoto about the preparations for the Malaysia's Ball event. Seeing the girl seemed curious, Pan-wai suddenly remembered this was confidential, so he told her to act like she hadn't heard anything. But Hashimoto wasn't easy to fool. She used her begging skills, swearing that she would be as tight-lipped as a clam. With a sweet smile and sparkling eyes, she quickly made the assistant Pan-wai soften his stance. Pan-wai turned bright red. It was true that even a hero struggles to overcome the lure of a beautiful woman, and his resolve began to waver. Finally, he agreed to reveal the information, but didn't forget to warn her absolutely not to blab to anyone. Extremely shocking confidential information. There would be 2 calamity-level demons and 1 disaster-level demon attending this ball. Powerful entities with glowing red eyes and overwhelming killing intent were gradually being revealed. One of them was Lord Hasegawa, a name that made everyone who heard it shiver. In the middle of the story, Manhwa got a call. He hurried away, leaving the girl sitting there alone. Left alone, Hashimoto's sweet expression vanished, replaced by sharp, piercing eyes. She pursed her lips slightly, her expression full of calculation, as if she had just caught a fat piece of prey. It turned out she was a spy. Hashimoto secretly reported the situation that she had obtained the necessary information. Her cold expression showed that the previous date was nothing more than an act. Back at the penthouse, Gul and Joel were lying on the floor researching chickens through a book. Seeing Jinte say he was going out, Gul's eyes lit up like headlights, and she didn't forget to tell him to remember to buy fried chicken for her. Jinte appeared in an extremely elegant black suit and a long trench coat, exuding the aura of a gentleman. His 2 girls were dazzled, freezing for a few seconds at the uncle's strange, new look. Gul innocently asked if he was going to someone's wedding that he was dressed so nicely. But responding to that excitement was Jinte's cold gaze. He said he was going to a funeral. The 2 kids looked at each other, confused, not understanding what a funeral was that it sounded so serious. The sunset fell over the penthouse, signaling that a long, stormy night was about to begin. Jinte strode through the crowded square. The funeral attire he wore seemed to separate him from the busy world around him. Painful memories suddenly rushed back. The image of a girl with bleeding wounds made his heart tight. He remembered the scene of himself screaming in despair in a pool of blood, a past he never wanted to repeat, and the disgusting smile of the old man Hasegawa, the one behind every tragedy he had to endure. Jinte gritted his teeth, his killing intent radiating coldly as the name Hasegawa was etched deep into his mind. The crowd around them began to buzz, discussing a beautiful girl standing and waiting for someone in the middle of the square. They were curious to know which wealthy person that top-tier girl named UBOM was waiting for, given how she was dressed so luxuriously. UBOM stood there in a seductive black dress, draped in a luxurious white blazer, attracting every gaze. As soon as she saw Jinte's familiar silhouette, her eyes immediately lit up. BOM jumped up and waved excitedly, ignoring the attention of everyone around her. She ran over and pouted, blaming Jinte for making her wait so long, feeling both shy and sorry for herself. Then Bomb spun around, excitedly asking if this outfit matched his and if it suited her. Seeing Jinte keep his cold face, BOM started using her whining tactics to ease the atmosphere. Jinte sighed. He demanded that Bomb return home immediately because he didn't want her involved in this dangerous matter. He predicted she would argue back, that she would say he definitely needed her help this time. Bomb's mouth fell open in surprise at being read like a book. She had intended to say exactly what he had just guessed. Jinte continued to call her bluff, saying she would say that if he went alone, the timid UBOM would be left behind. And then she would sit there crying all night, waiting for him to return, just like a sappy movie script. Bomb was silent, looking at Jinte. It seemed she didn't expect him to understand her psychology so clearly. But Jinte wasn't joking. He affirmed that he was about to go kill people, and he wasn't a good person at all. Jinte bluntly warned that everything to come would be very cruel and not clean at all. He didn't want her to have to witness those things with her own eyes. He demanded she return quickly, but UBOM asked him back if he understood the feeling of living in a clan like hers. BOM explained that living in that clan meant having to see destiny, and the feeling of helplessness when you couldn't do anything to change it was truly terrible. She recounted a heartbreaking destiny she had seen just yesterday, an autistic child who had murdered the mother who had cared for him for 20 years. That was a cruel tragedy she could only stand and watch in despair, unable to intervene or save anything at all. BOM gently placed her hand on Ginny's arm, affirming that no matter what, she still wanted to be by his side and help him. She earnestly wanted to support Jinte, just like the way he had once saved that woman before. Jinte sighed in frustration. It seemed he was starting to soften up before her persistence and sincerity. Finally, he agreed, but didn't forget to threaten that if she caused any obstacles at all, even a little bit, he would kick her back home immediately. Hearing that, Bomb's face immediately brightened, and she happily replied, yes, as if she had just won a great victory. The story paused there and shifted to the city of Kyoto, Japan. Kyoto at night appeared with high-rise buildings crowded together, harboring dark secrets that were gradually being revealed. In a luxurious room, the minion bowed to report to Lord Hasegawa that all preparations for the plan had been completed. A powerful hand reached out to receive a black fedora, exuding a sense of mystery and danger. That was Hasegawa, a calamity-level demon with glowing red eyes and a chilling smile, eager to await the fun about to come. Kyoto at dusk. The ancient city appeared under a brilliant sunset, but carried a sense of mystery. In the center, a modern high-rise building was shining brightly. It was the place where the major event for the upper class was taking place. Inside the banquet hall, the atmosphere was extremely lively with luxurious guests raising their glasses. The sound of the elevator just rang out, signaling someone new had arrived. Eugene Tay and BOM walked out in elegant all-black attire. BOM was slightly startled, her emerald eyes opening wide at this extravagance. Under the magnificent chandelier, couples were swaying to the melodic dance music. The surrounding crowd was full of prestigious faces, busily engaged in business stories and billion-dollar contracts. Both of them strolled into the main hall, turning themselves into part of this vain world to begin their mission. BOM whispered to Jinte. It turned out this was the place where he would have to participate in a life-or-death battle. Even though she had seen it in advance, through her divine mandate ability, she still felt overwhelmed because this place didn't look like a battlefield at all. Jinte coldly reminded her not to be distracted, because they were standing right in the middle of the enemy's den. BOM observed her surroundings. She realized the guests here seemed to be just normal people, not demons. Suddenly, a seductive blonde woman approached to strike up a conversation with Jinte, recognizing he was a completely new face. She curiously asked which prestigious family he belonged to. The woman smiled suggestively, her eyes unable to hide her interest in Jinte's cold appearance. He nonchalantly replied he was from the Konosuke family. Hearing this, she was amazed because that was an extremely powerful ninja family. She laughed happily, not expecting that mysterious family to have such a handsome man. Meanwhile, another man started approaching BOM. This woman immediately invited Jinte to dance, but he flatly refused with the simple reason that he didn't know how to dance. However, she was still very persistent, confidently asserting that she could lead him in this dance. Right at that moment, BOM reached out and held on to Jinte, firmly cutting off the woman's pestering. Jinte turned to look at his partner who had just rescued him, slightly surprised. BOM flashed a bright but meaningful smile, declaring that Jinte had already agreed to be her dance partner beforehand. Having been intercepted unexpectedly, the blonde woman froze, her face showing obvious annoyance and jealousy. She turned and stomped off, not forgetting to mutter about the rudeness of the two of them. When only the two of them were left, BOM asked Jinte quietly if they really had to dance. She also hinted about them having participated in a dance class together in the past. Looking around, everyone was pairing up to dance very enthusiastically. BOM believed they needed to blend in completely to avoid suspicion, and so she decided to ask him to try it once. BOM lifted the hem of her black dress slightly, performing an elegant and graceful greeting gesture. Jinte looked at her. It seemed he also understood that this was the best way to maintain their cover right now. He held out his black-gloved hand to take hers, ready to step into the dance. The appearance of this pair on the dance floor immediately made the surrounding guests curious and began to gossip. Several girls standing nearby whispered in jealousy at BOM's beauty, while that other man couldn't take his eyes off her. Some people even thought of waiting for them to finish dancing to come and strike up a conversation with the handsome Jinte. In the magnificent hall, the two began to sway to the music, looking extremely in sync like a true elite couple. BOM smiled, teasing Jinte that his dancing skills had improved significantly, surely because he had been practicing alone in secret. Jinte still kept his face cold as stone, affirming he didn't have the time to play around. He asked if BOM sensed anything unusual. She replied that everyone here didn't seem like demons or brainwashed, but the atmosphere was still very strange. BOM asked about the person they were hunting. Jin-tae revealed the target was someone who always hid behind the persona of an artist and loved playing music. Right then, a low voice rang out right behind them, calling out the fake identity Jin-tae had just made up. An old man with a mysterious smile appeared, introducing himself as Hasegawa, the host of this banquet. He nonchalantly shook Jin-tae's hand, apologizing for disturbing their private moment, then curiously asked about the identity of the beautiful girl standing next to him. BOM bowed gracefully, introducing herself as Haru, the private secretary of the second young master of the Konosuk family. She followed up with flattering words, saying she had heard of Mr. Hasegawa's illustrious reputation and his music, which had enchanted people for a long time. Hasegawa smiled contentedly, while BOM secretly held Jin-tae's sleeve, creating an intimate atmosphere in front of the old man. BOM even added a cheesy line, saying she and her boss also wanted to turn into a beautiful pair of butterflies blending into the party tonight. The old man laughed heartily, praising them both as a match made in heaven, and even wished for her to soon become the true lady of that prestigious family. Jinny's face was still cold as stone. He asked her quietly if she wasn't overacting a bit. A minion suddenly approached to report that all preparations for Mr. Hasegawa's performance were complete. BOM looked excited, saying she couldn't wait any longer to enjoy his talent. Hasegawa replied modestly before starting. As soon as the old man turned away, BOM's eyes immediately became sharp and cold. She asked Jin-tae if he intended to send him off for good today. Jin-tae looked after the target's back, explaining that the old man was an immortal, so taking him down wasn't as simple as she thought. He would always be resurrected after death. The problem was only the time it would take for him to return. Jin-tae's eyes were contemplative. He revealed that period of time was up to 10 years. He said if BOM weren't here to hinder him, he would have flattened this luxurious place along with that old man right then and there. Jin-tae thought 10 years was enough to end the old man's annoying existence. So for now, it wasn't necessary to wipe him out completely. But BOM reminded him that he himself had said her presence was necessary for this mission. Jin-tae was silent for a moment and then nodded, admitting he understood what she was trying to say. Above the auditorium, an announcement rang out, signaling the start of the performance with Liszt's masterpiece, La Campanella. Jin-tae reminded BOM that the party only lasted until tomorrow, so they had to use every second to take action. BOM's eyes suddenly became determined. She swore that surely today she would find a way to finish off this old man. On stage, Hasegawa had taken his position, his demeanor no different from a true musical master. He smiled triumphantly, preparing to start his performance. The piano music rang out, but hidden behind it were monstrously red notes starting to spread throughout the space. Night fell over Kyoto. The high-rise building was still glowing like a lighthouse in the quiet city. Inside the quiet hotel corridor, only the sound of footsteps could be heard echoing on the red carpet. Suddenly, BOM stumbled and dropped to her knees, her face deathly pale and etched with pain, prompting Jin-tae to hurry over and ask what was wrong. She clutched her chest, her breathing ragged, and confessed that she felt absolutely nauseous. Jin-tae looked at her with a concerned gaze, softly calling her name with genuine worry. He told her if she couldn't take it anymore, she should head back, saying it wasn't too late yet. BOM tried to steady herself, explaining that this was the first time she had ever heard music so disgusting and reeking of such malevolent energy. Jin-tae turned away, deep in thought, as if the old man's piano playing was still echoing and clinging to his mind. He remarked that this place was too dirty and evil, and it was certainly no place for someone like him. Visions of glowing red notes appeared like a warning. Jin-tae insisted that a child like BOM shouldn't have to face such things. He wondered why she was so persistent about coming to this place just to see such horrible sights, while BOM stayed silent, head bowed, her sad eyes staring into the void. She softly replied that if she hadn't come, Jin-tae might have had to fight all alone in this filthy world forever. Her words left Jin-tae stunned, as he hadn't expected her to care about him that much. The next morning, the sound of the door opening signaled the start of a new day with tense events on the horizon. BOM stepped out with a completely new look, brimming with determination, asserting that she hadn't just sat there trembling all night. She flashed a murderous smile and declared that today would be Old Man Hasegawa's final performance. Down in the hall, the old man was already seated at his piano, preparing to perform his eerie sounds before the crowd, as the host announced the original piece composed by the master himself, Chapter 3 of Eve. The entire auditorium erupted in thunderous applause as Hasegawa began to perform, completely unaware that disaster was about to strike. Hasegawa's thin, bony hands glided expertly across the piano keys, creating hypnotic melodies that enveloped the whole room. The audience below seemed hypnotized. Some burst into tears of emotion, exclaiming that it was a melody as beautiful as something from a dream. Eugene Tae stood from afar observing with an indifferent expression, softly asking Bohm if she was truly ready for what was coming. He spoke in a low voice, reminding her to prepare herself mentally, because the scene ahead would be more horrific than anything she could imagine. Jin Tae nonchalantly let go, allowing the glass of wine he was holding to fall freely toward the floor. A jarring crash of breaking glass rang out, and shards scattered everywhere, cutting through the melodic flow of the music. Instantly, the atmosphere turned gruesome as the eyes of the entire audience suddenly glowed with a bizarre green light, as if possessed by demons. A series of soulless, murderous gazes simultaneously turned toward the two, creating a heavy, suffocating pressure. UBOM and Jin Tae stood amidst the circle of human puppets, calmly facing this bizarre transformation. Hasegawa roared in fury, his face contorting grotesquely with blood-red eyes, screaming to ask who dared to have the guts to ruin his life's work. The crowd began to wail, and the glowing red notes seemed to be squeezing the very air out of the room. They twisted their bodies in a disgusting manner, mouths hanging wide open and emitting strange, monstrous sounds. Amidst the crowd of walking corpses, Eugene Tae and UBOM still stood tall, facing the encroaching madness. Looking at the people around her, UBOM realized a chilling truth. None of them had any life left. Eugene Tae calmly confirmed it. These were, in reality, nothing more than soulless husks. He explained further that all the audience members sitting there were just toys, puppets Hasegawa had built from corpses. UBOM smiled confidently, asserting that as a dragon maiden, she couldn't possibly be mistaken about this. As it turned out, the girl had felt something abnormal earlier when she touched these luxury guests. A stream of blue energy emanated from her hands, exposing the truth hidden behind their human shells. UBOM was certain that there was a fake life force operating inside them, and it only became visible when that artist started playing music while the audience laughed and clapped, yet their eyes were horrifyingly empty and vacant. The horrific truth revealed itself. The only thing truly alive on these corpses were the ears attached to them. Eugene Tae sneered with contempt, exposing Hasegawa's perverted hobby of collecting real human ears. That insane artist meticulously stitched every pair of ears onto the corpses, creating an ideal audience that only knew how to worship his music. Eugene Tae thought to himself that he had been too impatient in his previous lives, killing him before he had the chance to discover this secret. Returning to the discussion, UBOM asked about his immortality and mentioned the catalyst for those who make contracts with demons. The girl drew a picture of a demon on paper to illustrate the law of causality when selling one's soul. According to her, if a demon fails to complete its objective after transforming, they must undergo a molting process. UBOM enthusiastically offered a suggestion, her eyes sparkling as if she had found a way to resolve the situation. Eugene Tae agreed, but first, he needed to force that guy to reveal what he was hiding. He pondered deeply, darkness shadowing his cold face. And finally, Eugene Tae decided to act on the plan UBOM had devised. In the auditorium, Hasegawa took his hands off the keys, looking disappointed that he couldn't find anyone with ears that know how to listen. The guy revealed his true demonic nature with glowing red eyes, screaming in anger because his sacred performance had been interrupted. He ordered his minions to cut off the ears of those who dared to bother him immediately, and the walking corpses lunged like hungry beasts as Hasegawa stood from afar, directing the massacre. Surrounded on all sides, Ubom looked at Eugene Tae and asked if this was the brutal world he often faced. Eugene Tae nodded in confirmation, and the girl closed her eyes, seemingly having made up her mind. A stream of green power began to radiate from Ubom's body. She wanted to understand the world of the man beside her better. The walking corpses pounced, but the girl was ready to fight instead of just standing behind to be protected. The monstrous entities were thrown far back by an immense, invisible pressure. Ubom stood there, her blue hair blowing in the wind along with the powerful magic surging intensely. The girl spoke, passing a verdict for the souls destined to rot and decay, as brilliant rune magic circles appeared, carrying the power of predestination. A massive formation glowed brightly beneath their feet, forcing everything around them to kneel. It was a source of overwhelming power that made the entire auditorium tremble, and the walking corpses were bound tightly by magical chains, unable to move even an inch. Even Hasegawa couldn't escape, his face contorted in astonishment at this power. Dragon scales appeared on Ubom's cheeks as she unleashed her ultimate skill, Heavenly Fate of Light. Her gaze was sharp. She declared that she would take care of all these puppets, so Eugene Tae could act freely. Eugene Tae looked at her with trust, then immediately turned toward his main target. He dashed off like a dark streak of death, while the walking corpses were completely restrained by the Dragon Maiden's magic. Despite being tightly bound by the glowing blue magic circles, Hasegawa still tried to struggle in vain. He hissed through his teeth, unable to understand what kind of wicked magic was controlling him. Hasegawa roared crazily, believing that this little bit of magic couldn't do anything to him. But the demonic energy was too violent, causing Ubom to start burning out, and the dragon scales on her cheeks began to fade. Seeing Ubom wobble, Eugene Tae thought to himself that she was still too young to suppress a demon like Hasegawa on her own. The walking corpses seized the opportunity to rush forward, wailing disgustingly right in front of Eugene Tae. In a heartbeat, Eugene Tae swung his sword, creating dark light streaks that sliced across the space, knocking away anyone in his path. His cold face stared straight at Hasegawa, who was screaming because his performance had been ruined. Hasegawa's hands curled. He couldn't accept that someone dared to look down on his melody. He threatened to cut off both their ears to attach to his loyal puppets, turning them into a part of the eternal audience. With a twisted smile and glowing red eyes, Hasegawa promised absolute silence for this gift. Immediately, he activated his molting state, draining energy from the puppets to strengthen himself. Eugene Tae calmly observed that disgusting transformation, realizing this was Hasegawa's final trump card. The magic was shattered, and Ubom collapsed to the floor, exhausted by the massive wave of malice. She panted an apology for not being able to maintain the magic any longer. Eugene Tae gently reassured her that it was more than enough, and Ubom looked up at him with eyes full of trust. He stepped forward, his right hand covered in pitch-black, frigid smoke, ready to end it all. Amidst the ruined auditorium, Eugene's back exuded a terrifying killing intent. Hasegawa lunged forward frantically, screaming about the arrogance of those who dared to whisper in front of him. He considered their presence a pile of useless noise, insulting his art. Ubom worriedly called out his name as the demon closed in. Hasegawa laughed gleefully, triumphant, thinking he was about to punish the insolent fools. He roared that the performance was sacred and no one had the right to prevent it. The guy recounted the laws of ancient Egypt to justify his cruel ear-cutting actions. He nonchalantly grabbed the hair of a corpse, treating it as proof of the unnecessity of ears that don't know how to listen. Eugene Tae walked leisurely among the reviving corpses. The pitch-black sword in his hand vibrated slightly. He delivered the bitterest insult, calling his entire performance nothing but trash. Offended, Hasegawa screamed, cursing Eugene Tae as a true devil. In a blink, a dark streak of light flashed, and Hasegawa's head was severed from his neck. The slash was so decisive that the demon's body remained standing for a long time afterward. The power of the terrible slash was strong enough to make the entire skyscraper shake. UBOM was shocked to witness the brutal scene that had just unfolded before her eyes. Hasegawa's eyes were still wide open in bewilderment as they fell to the floor. The head rolled in a pool of black blood, ending the madness of someone who called himself an artist. Eugene stood there, looking down at his enemy with cold eyes without a ripple of emotion. He coldly declared that his playtime ended here. Hasegawa's body collapsed, the headless corpse looking as pathetic as could be. The white-haired old man's head rolled across the floor, blood splattering everywhere. Eugene stepped over nonchalantly, placing his foot on that head as if stepping on a broken toy. He looked down coldly at the person under his feet, not moved in the slightest by this horrifying scene. In the distance, UBOM was stunned, watching the enemy be defeated by a single clean slash. She gasped, cold sweat starting to stream down her cheeks in astonishment. Before BOM could even finish saying, "Uncle," Jinte reassured her immediately that this kind of freak wouldn't die that easily. The head under his feet began to emit strange, raspy laughs. Hasegawa realized that this power far exceeded the understanding of ordinary superpowered individuals. He grinned wide, asserting that Jinte was the ex-character he had been looking for all this time. Jinte asked straight out what the old man's goal was. Did he want to kill demons or bring world peace? But he also finished with a remark. Those about to die usually talk too much. He exposed the fact that the old man had signed a contract with the Abyss as a sick performer. The old man's immortality was actually due to favors from the Lord of the Abyss, Amarbarka. Hasegawa asked in surprise about Jinte's true identity, seeing that he knew his secrets so well. He only replied with an indifferent gaze, telling the old man he was gravely mistaken about one thing. Hasegawa was still stubborn, believing that even if the audience left, he would still continue his performance. His corpse knelt again, stubbornly clinging to what he called performing art. He laughed insanely, declaring he would personally create an entirely new audience right there. As soon as he finished speaking, countless bizarre red threads shot out, surrounding the room. Bohem was suddenly bound tightly by those threads, hanging suspended in the air. She realized in horror that her body was completely unable to move according to her own will anymore. Hasegawa admitted Jinte was strong, but the girl with him was too weak. The old man forced Bomb to take a sharp glass shard, turning her into a murder puppet in his hands. Jinte stood still watching, the thick red threads blocking their path. The old man believed that no matter how strong one is, humans are always bound by human nature. Hasegawa sarcastically called that bond love. He sneered, threatening that if he touched him, BOM would die, and if he stood still, she would kill him. He offered a cruel choice, pushing Jinte into a corner, and BOM was controlled to rush toward Jinte, the glass shard in her hand ready to strike down. Hasegawa waited gleefully for the scene of lovers killing each other with their own hands. Jinte only smirked, mocking that the old man's terrible aesthetic sense hadn't changed at all. His expression remained terrifyingly calm in the face of Bomb's attack. But suddenly, the red threads were shredded into pieces by strange green light beams. Hasegawa's eyes widened in surprise, not understanding what kind of wicked light was appearing. The banquet hall space suddenly vanished, replaced by a vast, star-filled universe. The old man was extremely confused, thinking he had fallen into some kind of hallucination. But BOM appeared right after, coldly declaring that he had stepped into her inner world. Brilliant blue mana threads wrapped around her hands, radiating a divine pressure that made everything bow down. The old man shuddered, realizing this girl was never human to begin with. Hasegawa was bound tightly by chains of light in mid-air, completely helpless. BOM looked at him with the eyes of a god, asserting that her power came from the great azure dragon. Hasegawa screamed, saying that although his current power was weakened, his origin would never lose to him. The shadow of the great azure dragon was present behind her, a mythological entity carrying the power to create life and magic. Bomb's hand controlled the blue threads, softly reminding him that he had been wrong about one extremely important thing. Hasegawa was tied up. He had once arbitrarily called Jinte and her a passionate couple. BOM corrected him coldly. Sorry, but we are not lovers. She smiled mysteriously, then added, at least not yet. A bloodshot red, I was trembling behind the blue threads wrapped around his face. Hasegawa was suffocating, his head bound so tightly he could only emit meaningless groans. The old man woke up and found himself in an unfamiliar cathedral, facing Jin-tae and the blue-haired girl. Jin-tae explained that the original hotel had collapsed, so he couldn't perform. So he had to move both of them here, and the gloomy yet magnificent cathedral space created a perfect stage for the finale of the show. Jin-tae exposed Hasegawa's crimes, the one who had indirectly caused countless people to kill each other in this place. Horrifying memories flooded back into the old man's mind. Images of people slaughtering each other in a frenzy of madness. The wails and despair of the unfortunate victims he had once used as toys for amusement. The culprit had once used red threads to control the souls of the living like soulless puppets. BOM stood quietly watching, her eyes tinged with sadness at the tragedies this old man had caused, while Jin-tae declared that his final performance would have to end in this very solemn place. Hasegawa sneered defiantly, asking if Jin-tae had truly forgotten who he was. He boastfully recounted pieces of music written by sacrificing souls to the devil. He believed that as long as the audience was alive and remembered, he would be immortal. Hasegawa screamed insanely, convinced that there was no way his life could be ended. Jin-tae grabbed his head, admitting that right now, he truly couldn't kill him in the usual way. He mocked that the old man appeared noble, but in reality, he wasn't ready to face death at all. A stream of dark energy erupted from Jin-tae's hand, signaling that the old man was about to taste something more terrifying than death. Jin-tae's hand tightened, stained with blood and dark, oppressive magic. The full scene showed the absolute dominance of the regressor over the demon kneeling at his feet. Hasegawa screamed in pain as he felt his soul being crushed bit by bit. Jin-tae stepped on his corpse, explaining that being unable to perform was a serious breach of contract. He ordered in a cold voice, "Perform. Right now for me." Hasegawa roared, still believing that the body of a disaster-class demon would soon recover. But his eyes suddenly narrowed when he realized his arm showed no signs of regenerating as before. BOM stood there, her magic directly interfering with and stifling the old man's recovery process. Hasegawa's body began to disintegrate into bizarre green sparks. BOM's gaze coldly looked down at the defeated enemy, who was gradually vanishing into nothingness. He still screamed in extreme despair. "I can still perform." A blast of black energy erupted as his existence was erased from reality. He crazily thought that losing an arm was nothing. He would still continue his performance. Hasegawa screamed the name Amarbarka, begging the Lord of the Abyss to listen to the first piece of music he had sacrificed his soul for. He pleaded in tears and blood, hoping for a final salvation from the devil, but receiving only silence. Meanwhile, Jin-tae and BOM just stood there looking at him with emotionless faces, like they were watching a cheap play come to an end. The headless corpse on the piano bench began to turn into heaps of ash and drifted away into the air. The final fragments scattered onto Jin-tae's gloves, the permanent end for an insane man. Jin-tae stood silently in the quiet cathedral space, watching the last specks of light from Hasegawa's remains vanish into the void. His eyes were strangely calm. The burden of the life-and-death battle just now seemed to have been truly lifted. BOM looked around with a bewildered expression. She softly asked him about the terrible things that had actually taken place here. Jin-tae suddenly reached his hand toward her, causing BOM to startle slightly and her cheeks to suddenly blush in embarrassment. Instead of patting her head, he pinched her cheek quite hard to scold her for daring to carry out such a dangerous plan. BOM rubbed her flushed cheek, while arguing that if she hadn't used that method, they would never have been able to destroy Hasegawa. His anger faded, and Jin-tae gently placed his hand on her head, a rare gesture of concern from this cold man. He looked deep in her eyes and gave the most sincere compliment for her efforts. "Well done." BOM's eyes sparkled with happiness when she heard his acknowledgement, while Jin-tae suggested that both of them go back. She flashed the brightest and happiest smile ever, softly responding with a sweet yes. The invitation to go home rang out, marking a peaceful end to a long night filled with instability and death. Jin-tae and Bohm walked together, heading toward the bright light at the end of the road, closing the finale of The Music Dictator. The penthouse on a beautiful sunny day, the atmosphere looking extremely peaceful. Sunlight shone through the window, striking directly on the lush green plants in the living room. Gul was sitting on the floor, busily writing something into a thick notebook on the tea table. She hummed along to a melody while writing, her expression looking extremely pleased with her work. It turned out to be the Uncle Observation Diary she had compiled herself. The first page was a drawing of Uncle Jin-tae standing on top of the world, accompanied by a statement that he was the strongest person on the planet. Gul also remarked that perhaps he had been lonely and alone for a very long time, which was why he didn't care about anything around him. She drew a picture of Uncle Jin-tae when he was serious, guessing that he was hiding many stories that couldn't be told. Below was a page drawing a suit, with the note, "Uncle looks extremely dapper in a suit." Gul rested her chin on her hand and smiled to herself, completely head over heels. She was imagining herself wearing a glamorous dress, dancing with him in an elegant black suit. The more she thought, the more she loved it. Gul's face turned red. She stuck out her tongue and laughed, looking a bit clueless. Right at this moment, Jin-tae appeared right behind her, asking what she was laughing at that looked so scary, and Gul jumped in fright, letting out a loud shout. She hurriedly covered the notebook with her hands, insisting there was nothing, but her attitude was full of confusion. Jin-tae glanced at the Uncle Observation Diary title, which was plastered in a cheesy font on the notebook cover. Gul hastily made up an excuse, saying she intended to draw more stars for him once they got closer. Jin-tae just let out a cold, "Oh," his expression completely devoid of any emotion. He turned his back and walked away, not forgetting to tell her to hurry up and finish writing so she could get to other tasks. Gul breathed a sigh of relief, telling herself that next time she had to hide in her room to write for safety. But then, she suddenly realized something strange. Normally, he never paid any attention to what she was doing, yet today, he was the one who initiated the conversation. She crossed out the line, "doesn't care about anything around him," secretly thinking that perhaps he was gradually changing. Gul started daydreaming again, assuming that she was the one who had made him warmer. Just as she was drifting off, Yujul appeared out of nowhere, picked up the diary, and read the title out loud, causing Gul to startle for the second time. Jul even ruthlessly insulted her sister's drawing skills, saying they were terrible and even worse than her own. Gul suddenly noticed Uncle Jinty's civil servant ID card in Jul's hand, which the kid casually admitted she had just stolen. Gul hurriedly told her to return it to him immediately, but the kid just pouted and refused. Gul curiously picked up the card to take a look. The card featured a portrait of Jin-tae with his familiar stoic expression. Gul's eyes suddenly lit up when she saw his date of birth, December 12th. At the same time, at the International Superhero Association headquarters, the atmosphere was far from cheerful. The news on TV was reporting a horrific explosion that had just occurred in downtown Kyoto, Japan. The explosion took place on a high floor of a hotel, causing a massive shockwave that collapsed part of the building. The perpetrator's identity and the number of victims could not yet be determined, and fire and police forces were struggling to investigate, with many suspecting it was the act of some superhero. The explosion site looked devastated, with smoke and dust clouding the area. A hand pressed the remote control, turning off the TV, reporting the news. Jefferson Antonio covered his face with his hand, sighing with weariness and frustration. Jefferson, a high-ranking official of the association, began shouting at his subordinates about the incident that had just occurred. Standing before him was Minamoto AI, the 13th ranked superhero in the world and an agent of the Japanese imperial family. Jefferson slammed the table and shouted, refusing to accept that they still didn't know who was behind the explosion. He questioned what exactly the Japanese imperial side was hiding about this disaster. Jefferson was yelling so loudly that Minamoto AI felt a headache coming on, silently cursing that this old man was far too noisy. Unexpectedly, Jefferson was sharp-eared enough to yell back that he heard everything she was just muttering. He emphasized that they had to investigate quickly because the big bosses were panicking. AI promised to get it done as soon as possible and tried to slip away. But Jefferson wouldn't let her go, saying he still had many important things to discuss. AI could only sigh in frustration. Jefferson held up a report, revealing that the secretary's office had just received an anonymous tip about an upcoming gala at the Malaysia's ball dungeon. Minamoto, AI, maintained her cold expression, calmly asking what the big deal was. But the old man warned that something extremely dangerous was about to happen there. AI guessed immediately that demons were planning to stir up trouble. Jefferson nodded, his expression turning serious, as intelligence reports indicated 2 disaster and catastrophe-level demons were hiding within the association and were about to reveal themselves. Even AI's expression shifted at that news. She reached for the hilt of her sword, and the air in the room suddenly grew thick. AI asked Jefferson straight out if he dared to take full responsibility for what he had just said. The two glared at each other, neither willing to yield in this tense confrontation. Jefferson explained that the tip was sent directly to his desk, proving the informant was skilled enough to bypass all of the association's security layers without leaving a trace. At first, he thought it was just fiction, but after cross-checking, the clues matched up scarily well. AI sarcastically remarked that now was not the time for him to criticize her family. AI wondered why he was revealing this important information to her, but Jefferson reminded her that the dungeon was located right in Japanese waters. A map appeared showing a demonic unit from the Balkans heading straight toward the Malaysia's ball dungeon. Jefferson ordered AI to lead the Japanese Imperial Secret Task Force to silently deal with the demons. Meanwhile, the association's own task force would handle cleaning out the rats hiding inside. He emphasized that all these orders were secret instructions from the top brass. Everything needed to be settled smoothly so no rumors would leak out during the year-end holiday. Outside the window, the streets were bustling. Sitting in the car, Minamoto, AI, silently despised the arrogant Jefferson, who only knew how to treat her family like cleaners for the messes they left behind. She suspected the tip about the demons was definitely closely related to Hasegawa's mysterious disappearance. If defeating a catastrophe-level demon like Hasegawa was the work of just one person, that individual must possess terrifying skills. AI narrowed her eyes in thought, trying to piece everything together. She wondered what on earth their ultimate goal was. The assistant driver asked if they should assemble the secret task force right now, but AI remained unusually calm. She ordered the team to remain on standby for the moment, as she wanted to check a few things herself. She decided to stop by the Chungcheon banquet, first to see how the situation was. A shiny gold badge hung from the car's rearview mirror. Dusk had fallen, and the penthouse was immersed in silence under the starry sky. The door opened with a soft click. Jin-tae was home. Jin-tae walked into the pitch-black room, his face showing clear signs of exhaustion after a long day. Suddenly, a countdown of 1, 2 rang out from inside. Confetti exploded, and the lights were switched on, flooding the room with brightness. "Happy birthday, Uncle!" all 4 dragon girls shouted in unison, leaving Jin-tae stunned for a few seconds. Gul beamed while holding a strawberry cake in the middle, surrounded by Yoriam, Bom, and Little Jewel, who were cheering enthusiastically. Jin-tae blankly asked whose birthday it was, as he hadn't even remembered what day it was. Bom smiled and explained that she had accidentally seen his ID card a few days ago, while Gul insisted firmly that December 12th was definitely Jenny's birthday. Jin-tae finally realized, and indeed, it was today. Gul smugly asked if he was surprised and if this entrance was wonderful. The blonde girl also excitedly said this was the first time she had organized a birthday for someone else, so she was very thrilled. Looking at her, one might think it was her birthday instead. Jin-tae looked at Gul's gorgeous outfit and asked for an explanation. He was now also wearing a bright red birthday hat. Gul grinned, saying since it was a birthday party, she had borrowed Bom's dress to make it look luxurious. She spun around and asked Jin-tae if she looked good in the outfit, her face full of anticipation. Gul pouted, saying the dress felt tight in the chest area, and she wondered if it had been tailored to the wrong size. Bom, standing nearby, could only be speechless at her sister's naivety. Just then, Yoriam entered carrying another cake. with only a single candle flickering on top. Uriam's expression was extremely awkward, and she grimaced, saying these cheesy birthday wishes were too cringe for her. Then she declared that was enough for the well wishes, moving forward with a mischievous smile that made Boehm anxiously ask, Uriam. Suddenly, a powerful sound tore through the air, signaling an unexpected action. Eugene was still holding little Joel, wearing a red cone hat that looked extremely out of place with his vigilant expression. Before anyone could react, Uriam tossed the cake aside and launched herself into the air, attacking Jinte head-on. Gul stood beside them, gasping in shock and screaming. A close-up of Uriam's excited face showed her glowing red eyes and a smile revealing her fangs. She shouted loudly, determined to land a birthday punch, ending Jinte's chaotic birthday. With both hands on the floor, she tensed up until she was trembling. Uriam was struggling to perform one-armed reverse push-ups, her body drenched in sweat. She gritted her teeth, head upside down, muttering to herself that maybe she should just give up. The noble Fire Dragon clan having to learn how to fight from human was truly ridiculous. And if this were to get out, even a dog passing by would roll on the floor laughing. But looking at Eugene, Uriam wasn't even sure if this guy was really human. The gap in strength was so great that she felt even if her whole clan charged at him, they wouldn't necessarily win. She told herself that even if they fought to the death, she wouldn't have a chance to beat him. It was frustrating, but at least she had to get back at him once to be satisfied. So, the Fire Dragon decided to ambush him with a birthday cake. At this moment, Jinte was holding little Jewel completely off guard. Uriam smugly thought to herself that he was busy holding a child, and with his hands occupied, he couldn't possibly defend himself. At this distance, there was no way he could dodge. This was the golden opportunity to slap this uncle in the face. "Happy birthday, uncle!" Uriam yelled and lunged forward like an arrow. Jinte remained standing, calmly watching the girl flying toward him with the cake in her hands. But little Jewel in his arms suddenly realized something was wrong. Sweat broke out on her forehead as she felt the attack approaching. Suddenly, the image of Grandpa appeared in Jewel's mind along with his teachings about protecting what is precious. Grandpa told her to keep what is most important to her at all costs. Jewel's eyes suddenly glowed blue, the soul of the dragon awakening with a fierce will to protect. A brilliant green magic circle appeared, creating a protective shield around Jinte and knocking Uriam back. Uriam flew backward in a panic, while Boehm could only stand there, stunned by the accident. The cake flew through the air, heading straight toward the bewildered Gul. Splat! The cake landed precisely in the middle of the blonde girl's face. The scene suddenly went silent. Uriam scratched her head, apologetic for her slightly excessive prank. Putting the incident aside, the birthday party was officially decorated magnificently with a table full of food. After wiping her face clean, Gul quickly regained her composure to preside over the gift-giving ceremony. Jinte sat in his chair, still coldly saying, "I'm not a child to be receiving gifts." And Gul smirked, teasing him that at 27, in dragon years, he was just a kid anyway. Jinte picked up the first gift and asked who prepared it. Bomb smiled and took credit. It was a silver pocket watch, looking extremely classic and sophisticated inside a red box. Upon touching it, the Eternal Clock skill alert suddenly vibrated intensely, leaving Jinte curious. He curiously pressed the button to open the watch cover to see what was inside. Inside was a photo of the little dragon family taken together at the lake, with the inscription "Happy Memories." Jinte stood silently looking at the photo, then softly he said thank you, a rare moment of gentleness. Seeing that the uncle seemed to like the gift, Boehm beamed with pride. Next was Gul, who excitedly held up a pink piece of paper. "This is a wish voucher." She rambled on that he could make her do anything, and that this was the best gift ever. But Gul's face turned pale when Jinte asked for money instead of the wish voucher. Uriam stood by laughing gleefully, criticizing her sister's gift for being too insincere. "Look at this. This is what you call a practical gift." Uriam reached into a paper bag to get her gift. And the ultimate gift from the Fire Dragon was an old white sock that had just been washed. The whole group was left speechless. Uriam further explained that this was a sock she often wore, but she had washed it her own way before giving it as a gift. And she even asked if Jinte felt touched. Boehm could only be silent looking at this, telling Yuriam not to do that again because it looked weird. Gul and little Jewel also stared blankly at their eldest sister's unique gift, unable to understand the logic of a fire dragon, while Jinte's face twisted, not knowing how to react. Jinte suddenly remembered that occasionally little Jewel would also sneak a look at his socks. Could dragons really have this strange hobby? He frowned and asked straight out if socks had some spiritual meaning or symbol for dragons. Gul intended to explain something, but Yuriam quickly covered her sister's mouth, saying it was nothing and not to guess. Putting the sock matter aside, Yuriam urged little Jewel to hurry up and show off her gift. The shy little girl walked up to Jinte and softly told him to close his eyes. Jinte obediently closed his eyes, secretly wondering what this kid was planning. Jewel carefully told him not to open his eyes yet, as she had to finish preparing. Done. You can open your eyes now. She smiled radiantly, holding a special necklace in her hand. Jinte opened his eyes and saw a necklace with a tiny glass vial hanging in front of his chest. BOM explained that this was a gift she and Jewel had prepared very carefully together. Inside that glass vial was Jewel's dragon scale, and the chain was braided from the girl's own hair. Hearing about using hair for a chain, Jinte paused slightly and asked if this exchange of hair had any profound meaning. BOM waved her hand, saying there was no hidden meaning, just that Jewel cherished him. So she did it, and warned him never to lose it. Jinte nodded with a soft smile, promising to keep this gift very carefully. Gul stood nearby, completely shocked, unable to believe her eyes as she saw this cold uncle just smile. Yuriam also jumped in to tease, asking why he had such a sour face when receiving other gifts, but cheered up immediately upon seeing Jewel's gift. After that, Jinte told everyone to go to bed early. The story paused there, and the scene shifted to the freezing Marie Bird region in Antarctica. This is the only land in Antarctica not under the sovereignty of any country, but currently, a secret group is building a base there. This group is called Chungcheon Banquet, a powerful underground organization. Unlike the International Superhero Association, this is a collection of strong individuals with only one goal: to exterminate demons. Among them is Minamoto AI, a female prosecutor for the Japanese Imperial Special Mission Bureau, ranked 13th in the world. Next is BM, the first person to return from Arendot and holding the second position in the global superhero rankings, and Myeonyanga, a recovery master ranked 9th in the world, from Korea's illustrious Myeong Magic Clan. But currently, Myeonyanga was crying bitterly, constantly calling out Minamoto AI's name. Minamoto AI walked in to see the scene and could only sigh, asking BM what was wrong with him this time. Myeonyanga rushed over to hug her legs, crying that the doctor had just announced extremely important news. He sobbed while saying that his wife was showing signs of positive recovery after so many years. This good news stunned the whole group, as the disease Han suffered from was considered incurable. The concentration of ancient viruses in her body was dropping sharply, a miracle no research had been able to achieve over the past 10 years. Myeonyanga held BM's hand tightly, confirming it was all thanks to the herbs that BM had brought back. BM modestly said he didn't do much, and that the herb itself acted as a very powerful antibiotic that destroyed the virus. Myeonyanga curiously asked where BM had found that magical medicine, as even in Arendot it had never been seen. BM said he received it from a stranger he met on the way. BM's gaze suddenly became serious when remembering that man, asserting that it was no ordinary person, but an extremely powerful one. Just as the story was getting intense, Minamoto AI interrupted, pulling BM into a corner to discuss private matters. Myeonyanga stood behind them, still mumbling, wishing the two would soon blossom into love to experience happiness. Minamoto AI coldly finished congratulating him on Han's situation and walked away, ignoring the old teammates mumbling. BM was pulled away in confusion and jokingly asked if she had suddenly developed feelings for him. Minamoto AI immediately extinguished that thought, saying he wasn't her type. Her face suddenly darkened when mentioning a name, Hasegawa. It seemed like a huge conspiracy was underway. BM also became serious upon hearing about the appearance of a catastrophe-level demon, promising a headache-inducing battle ahead. The two of them then headed out into the hallway to continue their conversation. BM spoke up. The disappearance of Hasegawa and that strange report sent to the Hero Association headquarters were both the work of one person, right? And that report mentioned that a disaster grade or calamity grade monster would appear. If that's the case, then one of the calamity grade monsters is definitely Hasegawa. Minamoto let out a sigh and interrupted. While not entirely certain, looking at the situation, that does seem to be the case. For now, the association will still proceed with the year-end event as planned. They've asked me to quietly handle the monsters gathering around the event area. In the meantime, they will search for the monsters hiding within the association themselves. Hearing this, BM laughed heartily. That's hilarious. It would be a miracle if those idiots actually found anything. From what I see, you're the only ones doing any of the heavy lifting. But do you have to keep this a secret from that grasshead guy? Minamoto replied calmly. He's part of the general heavenly banquet too. Shouldn't we be discussing this together? This could be a matter of life and death. For someone who just escaped from a hell that tortured him for 10 years, forcing him to return to that hell again would be too cruel. She recalled a familiar image, Yongha laughing and talking to his son. Yeah, does my son want to eat something delicious with mom today? Then he covered his mouth and laughed. Since when have you been this gentle? I'm moved to tears. This angered Minamoto, who clenched her fist. Do you want to die by my hands? Enough joking. He turned back to the topic. So what is it you want to ask of me? She replied. Find Hasegawa's whereabouts and the source of that report. For you, this should be easy, right? BM pouted. Seriously, even if it's me, I'm not some detective game expert. Then, an image of Jite appeared in his mind with some contemplation. Thinking this, he turned and headed up to his room. This unexpected action made Minamoto wonder. What's wrong? Did you think of something? He smiled and replied, nothing major. But there is indeed someone suspicious. Scene switches to Jite's house. At this moment, they are happily enjoying his birthday party. After a bit of a struggle, they had finished everything on the table. We're full. Jie yawned, walked up to her room, and rubbed her stomach. My stomach is full and my eyes are sleepy. Behind her, Yeo Riem replied, eat so much, no wonder you're sleepy. You little pig. He looked at the watch on his hand. It was already 1:45 a.m. He muttered to himself, is it that late already? Then he glanced at little Jewel, who was drifting off to sleep. He touched her cheek gently. Time to go to bed. Inside her room, Yubam was writing in her diary for the day. In it she wrote, December 12th. Today is his birthday. Looking at that awkward demeanor, it seems like he hasn't been celebrated before. That shy look is actually kind of cute. While writing, she hummed a few lines of a song, feeling extremely happy. Then, suddenly, her door opened. Jite entered along with Joel. He spoke up. Not asleep yet? She hurriedly closed her diary and turned around, blushing. What do you mean by coming in without knocking? You really are a pervert. He explained. I just came to put Joel to bed. She shares the room with you. After all, put the diary aside. She replied. I thought you were planning to sleep here too. He placed the little girl on the bed and reminded her. Hurry up and get Joel to sleep. Then go to sleep yourself. Just as he was about to leave, a small hand reached out and grabbed the hem of his shirt. He turned back to see that it was little Joel pulling him. She innocently proposed, sleep with us, but he refused. I have to go back to my own room to sleep. Hearing this, Joel pouted in disappointment. Seeing this, he wondered, why all of a sudden? Yubam explained, I think she wants you to sleep with us. Don't be like that. Stay until she falls asleep, please. She even gave you a birthday present. After all, don't be like that. Stay until she falls asleep, please. She even gave you a birthday present. After all, after that, the night light in the room was turned off. And so, the three of them were sleeping together on Yubam's bed. A sense of being cramped hit him, and he felt awkward. The bed is too small. Yubam replied, That's because you're too big. He glanced over at Joel, but her eyes were still wide open, refusing to sleep. Why is she still awake? Yubam replied, Probably because she's excited to be sleeping with. Then she turned to start lullabying. Just stroke her head like this, and she'll fall asleep. Give it a try. He hesitated for a moment, but finally reached out. He placed his hand with a thud onto the little girl's stomach, making Jewel jump. This action made Yubum burst out laughing. Who pats a child that hard? You're just making her more awake, she explained. Be a bit gentler, like you're stroking her. After understanding, he reached out again and gently stroked the little girl's head. Feeling the warmth from his hand, Jewel's eyes gradually relaxed. Then the little girl began to drift off to sleep. This immediate effect made Yubum look at him with admiration. Just a few seconds later, Jewel fell soundly asleep with a finger in her mouth. Yubum turned to compliment him. I didn't expect her to sleep so quickly. Your hands are very soft, aren't they? He replied shyly. You go to sleep quickly too, before Jewel wakes up. Yubum turned to compliment him. I didn't expect her to sleep so quickly. Your hands are very soft, aren't they? He replied shyly. You go to sleep quickly too, before Jewel wakes up. Then she suggested, instead of that, aren't you going to lull me to sleep too? She began to complain. Actually, lately, every time I try to sleep, I see that scary god of Revelation, so I can't sleep well. He replied nonchalantly. Isn't that just a nightmare? She pouted. You're my operator, aren't you? I'm still just a child. Seeing this pouty attitude, he was helpless. I know. What should I do now? She placed her hand on his cheek and explained, just like you did with Jewel. Do it like this, just keep stroking like this. Feeling the softness of her hands, he was a bit confused, his face turning red with embarrassment. Immediately, he turned his head in the other direction to the little girl's surprise. Then, without a moment's hesitation, he left. I'm tired. I need to get some sleep. You go to sleep early too. Stepping outside, he muttered to himself. I was just lectured about that for the first time. Have I become too absorbed in daily life? How pathetic. The system sent a notification. The Clockwork EX power has confirmed the target has been exposed to a small fragment of malice. Target, 30-person Air Commando Task Force. Looking at the notification board, he breathed a sigh of relief. Better this way. It makes me feel more at ease. He muttered to himself. The Air Commando Task Force, huh? Scene shifts to a construction site. At this moment, a worker is being slammed hard against a wall, letting out painful cries. Seeing this, someone stepped forward to intervene. What the hell are you doing to us? Are you even allowed to do this? Being from the Hero Association. The young man with blonde hair and fiery red eyes gritted his teeth like a mad beast and replied, Hey old man, I don't even know why we're doing this myself, so you better get lost while you still can. This threat made the worker tremble with fear. The blonde guy's voice immediately turned terrifying, because I'm about to actually kill someone. This group was the International Hero Alliance Combat Division, 30-person Air Commando Task Force. A while later, he arrived at the planned construction area in Northwest Hateling. The system sent a notification. The Clockwork Power has confirmed the target has come into contact with a small fragment of malice. Target, 30-person Air Commando Task Force. The 30-person Air Commando Task Force is a combat unit belonging to the International Hero Alliance. The members, whether male or female, are all muscular, reminiscent of barbarian warriors. They're always on the front lines in dungeon raids and are also involved in counterterrorism campaigns. Jite was also a member of this 30-person Air Commando Task Force for a short time in the early and middle loops. He went deep into the construction site. At this moment, his eyes caught the two men from earlier hurriedly running out. He wondered, Are you working here as facility managers? The man replied in fear, Young man, it's dangerous here. Run away. Just as he said that, a powerful stomp echoed from behind, making him turn his head in surprise. The blond young man gritted his teeth in anger. Hey, old man, I told you to run away obedient. I didn't tell you to take a bullet to the head before you could run, did I? This person was the captain of the 30-person Air Commando Task Force of the Hero Alliance, Variant. The bald old man was trembling so much that tears streamed down his face. Dear, maybe it's time for me to join you down there. At this moment, the clockwork appeared before him, showing a notification. The 30-person Air Commando Task Force in this loop was dispatched to find monsters hiding in Lair Academy. But while tracking the monsters, they were infected by Wei Yun's malice. This group will have their personalities, behaviors, and speech patterns transformed into a violent state until the mental contamination is clear. Recalling the previous image, he muttered to himself, So they saw the information I provided back then? launched the operation, and got infected by the malice. Thinking this, he spoke up, "Hey, are you still able to walk?" Having said that, he continued to walk forward. "I'll take care of those guys. You run away and don't tell anyone what happened here." His words shocked the old man. What did you say?" On the other side, Varian clenched his fist in anger. "Who the hell are you? You scrawny brat. Are you here to stand in my way too?" Seeing this, the old man screamed in fear. "It's dangerous. He has a gun." Seeing this, the old man screamed in fear. "It's dangerous. He has a gun." Varian's massive fist was blocked by his small arm. Remembering the past, Varian used to approach him from behind, put a hand on his shoulder, and remind him, "Hey Jite, you need to eat more. You're way too skinny. That weak body doesn't suit our Air Commando task force. Do you need me to recommend some protein powder?" He sarcastically replied, "Compared to back then, your body has grown, but your fist has gotten weaker. Is all that muscle just for show?" Faced with this provocateur, Varian yelled in anger. "What did you say?" But immediately, a powerful pressure hit his side, making Varian jump in surprise. With just a simple flick of his hand, he easily sent him flying against the wall. Since they're already being consumed by malice, it's useless to talk. "It's been a while since I've had to get physical. It's been a while since I've had to get physical." One of the guys in the group spoke up. The captain was blown away. The guy next to him replied, "That scrawny guy is really strong." Then their fists clenched, wanting to fight him. They rushed in to fight like madmen. "Charge! I'll crush him." They were currently enhanced with B+ level physical strength. After that, without anyone saying a word, they all rushed toward Jite like moths to a flame, ready to attack. He remained calm in the face of this sight, only exhaling slightly. Then his gaze focused forward and he lunged forward. It started with a knee strike straight to a guy's face, making him cry out in pain. The guy next to him saw this and swung his large axe toward him. But with his agility, he easily dodged the swing. Then he delivered a punch right in the middle of his face. The remaining ones still didn't realize his danger and kept rushing in. They yelled, "No matter how strong that scrawny guy is, he can't do anything if we all rush him at once. Just crush him." Suddenly, his eyes turned purple. He used the Cal Gulakwa combat technique, Godspeed. In a flash, he delivered a critical strike to the back of each person's neck. He muttered to himself, "It's been a while since I used this skill, so I'm a bit rusty. The force prosecution is really troublesome. I wonder if Yeo Riem can master this technique properly." Speaking of this, a large crate from afar was hurtling straight at him. He calmly turned around and used his arm to easily slice it in two. Varian had regained consciousness and pulled out his weapon, the Rui nunchucks, and lunged straight at him. The nunchucks swung down like a sledgehammer, making the surrounding air feel dense. But faced with this attack, he used only one hand to easily block it. The pressure for both sides was so strong that the nunchucks began to show countless cracks. Then, he used his bare hand to crush them quite simply. This surprised Varian. "Unbelievable. You caught a level 3 relic with just one hand." The remaining pieces of the nunchucks fell to the ground with a dry clatter. Seeing him sitting dazed on the ground, he stepped forward and spoke up. "Are you guys calmed down a bit now?" Varian still couldn't believe his eyes. "Who the hell are you?" He replied, "You don't need to know that. Just follow me obediently, because I will cure both you and your subordinates." This struck a chord with his pride. Varian's face darkened. "Are you telling our Air Commando task force to surrender?" Without hesitation, he rushed over to hug his body tightly, preparing to attack. He shouted, "You arrogant villain! Don't underestimate us. We are warriors who bet our lives on the front lines. Do you think we're afraid of death? I didn't say I would kill you." But he didn't believe it and shut his mouth. Then he ordered his warriors, "Stand up, fight to the end for our pride." Seeing this group was hopeless, he continued to exert his power one more time. "Whether back then or now, that annoying personality of yours hasn't changed. But that's exactly why I used to work with them." Countless souls poured out from his body. Witnessing this scene made Varian's eyes show a bit of fear. His voice was threatening. "Do you have any intention of cooperating now?" What he summoned was the Fallen Angel Legion, along with the SS-level Heavenly Eye and the SS-level Shadow of the Grand Duke. This was one of the 3 great powers that Jite had stolen from the Demon World Grand Duke, known as the SS-level Grand Duke's Retribution. After a short while, Everyone had been controlled quite neatly. He used the clockwork's power to start cleansing them. The system sent a notification. The clockwork has confirmed the presence of traces from beyond the horizon contained within the 30 targets of the Air Commando Task Force. The clockwork's power began collecting the traces of malice that had just surfaced. Progress in collecting malice traces, 15.3%. Having performed this much, the analytical particles began to fade and dissolve into the air. Progress in collecting malice traces, 15.3%. Having performed this much, the analytical particles began to fade and dissolve into the air. Anyway, there are 30 people mentally contaminated. I wonder if they'll all fit in there. I have to bring some good wine later. Scene shifts to BM's lab. At this moment, a minotaur is holding a magic stone and placing it inside. Looking at this, BM was quite satisfied. Finally, I can test it. Hera's kaleidoscope. This is also a level 4 artifact. All this time, he had been trying to study the strand of hair he had dropped. But ordinary equipment didn't do much. And if he used Hera's kaleidoscope, that would be a different story. This time I will definitely find out where that power comes from. While he was studying, a hand touched his shoulder from behind. BM was a bit annoyed. Sorry, but I'm a bit busy right now. I'll play with you later. That hand didn't stop but continued to touch his shoulder, making BM angry. I told you I'm busy. As soon as he turned around, BM discovered that the visitor this time was Jite with a bottle of wine in his hand. His voice was cold. So the strand of hair that Joel lost is here. BM tried to explain. That was last time when you came, I saw the hair on the floor. I just found it while cleaning up. I didn't steal it or have any bad intentions. He didn't hesitate, immediately took the hair and destroyed it. Anyway, this will be confiscated. This decisive action left BM in a state of crisis. Then he returned to the main topic. So what brings you here? He came to check on the situation of that girl and the armor. Receiving the gift, BM was pleased. Oh, is this wine? How many people this time? He looked back. Quite a few. Looking at the group of people sitting in rows on the ground, BM was helpless. You call this a few? Plus they're huge too. He explained, total of 30 people. I guess this place will have to be expanded. BM was helpless. In the end, you've made me a beast of burden again. He noticed the badge on their clothes. Are these people the Alliance's Air Commando Task Force? Recalling Minamoto's words, the Alliance said they would use the Air Commando Task Force to find the monsters hiding inside. Brought here, Varian showed signs of waking up. He approached and asked, how's the situation? Varian wondered about the current scene. Where is this? Finally, he didn't know how to explain why they were here, so he stammered. This is a mental hospital, and I am the doctor. Varian wondered, a mental hospital? Then he glanced at BM nearby, and this is the nurse. Varian spoke up. That haggard face is BM. I didn't expect BM to work part-time as a nurse. He got to the main point. In short, you have to stay here from now on. For about 3 months to a year. You must also be feeling it. Right now, your thoughts and emotions are in an uncontrollable state. If you go out like this, you will lose control again and hurt many people. So just stay here and receive treatment obediently. Forced to accept this offer, Varian spoke up. In return, I have a request. We are soldiers. We can't afford to have our combat strength decline. During our time here, is there any space or equipment for us to train separately? BM was angry. Hey, do you think this is a gym? Before he could finish his sentence, he turned and put a hand on BM's shoulder to remind him. All right, the nurse here will prepare it for you. Seeing himself being bossed around again, BM was helpless. You're really too much. Then he glanced to the side, seeing 2 familiar figures working hard at cleaning. He returned to ask about their situation. How is it? BM replied honestly. Honestly, it's not very good. That armored guy is missing the person he served very much. He keeps muttering to be back by the lady's side. The real problem is that girl. She has no will to live at all. If she doesn't receive optimistic light now, her emotions will plummet even deeper. He turned to wonder. Will to live, you say? Armada quickly integrated with the commandos, lifting weights for 3 combined sets. He approached the girl and spoke up. Are you troubled? She recognized him and replied, hello. Really sorry for causing a scene back then. Perhaps I was possessed by something for a while. He sat down with her. Let it go, it's okay. She continued to open up. Actually, I heard earlier. Those people are from the Alliance, right? He confirmed, that's right. She continued, I used to work at a small orphanage in the countryside. Then one day, a huge flood appeared. Other adults had evacuated, but the children and I didn't make it out in time. The children hid inside, while I went out alone to see if any monsters were coming. Fortunately, the monsters bypassed our orphanage. This made her and the kids very happy. But then a blinding light appeared before our eyes, making them very afraid. Hasate Bile fell helplessly to the ground, looking at the scene of devastation before her. The entire orphanage had been leveled. But the International Hero Alliance made a mistake in that. Let's call it friendly fire. Artillery shells came from the opposite direction, and just like that, only I survived. No, I'm the one who killed them. From then on, I don't remember clearly anymore. It was like there was something black. It seems like I've become something. He continued. So seeing the people from the Alliance makes you feel uncomfortable? She replied, no, on the contrary. I should have felt pain, but for some reason, I felt happy. Is this strange, right? It's really weird that since I came here, I've always felt happy. Sitting still is fun. Cleaning is fun. Even watching a boring magazine is very interesting. She laid back down on the ground. This is really strange. I shouldn't be allowed to be happy. Should a person like me continue to live? Right now, there is truly no instinct for survival left. He stood up and abandoned her. If you want to die, just die. If there's nothing left in life worth expecting, then it's better to just die. Because anticipation helps people continue to live. Looking at his retreating back, she wondered, so the doctor is also living with expectations? He looked down at the crystal on his chest, lost in thought for a few seconds, then replied, I'm trying to do that too. At that moment, Varian walked over from afar and asked, Lady, is the consultation over? I've been watching a bit just now. I've heard that you lack the will to survive. By chance, I happen to know an incredibly effective remedy. Could we talk for a moment? By chance, I happen to know an incredibly effective remedy. Could we talk for a moment? They later became extremely dissatisfied with her weak physique. Hey, with that strength, can she even lift a plate? Being physically weak is why she has no will to survive. We don't have equipment for now, so let's start gently with unarmed exercises. Don't think about using magic. We'll help you drive away all distracting thoughts. Hasate Bile was utterly helpless at this and could only cry out in despair. I know I'm wrong. I know I'm wrong. Turning to him, he was speaking with his bodyguard. Armada, take good care of her. Armada replied, understood. BM approached him, curious. Doctor, I'm curious about something. May I ask? He immediately understood the guy's meaning. About supplying information to the Alliance? BM was startled. That's right, but I didn't expect you'd answer so willingly. Well, so it's true that a demon type of calamity appeared at the year-end event. He confirmed, yes. A big battle is about to break out. That's why I said, so you have to give me a hand. At the same time, switching to Gaul. She was facing something that made her a bit excited. It was yellow and looked like a little chick. She exclaimed excitedly, this is school let out earlier than usual today, and the students rushed out the gates as if they had just been set free. Ugul walked alongside two of her friends, all of them beaming with excitement over the sudden extra free time. Yet Gul still found it odd, unable to figure out why the professor had left in such a rush. Word had it that some kind of incident had occurred over at the spiritual creature sanctuary, forcing the teacher to sprint over and handle it right away. These spiritual creatures were essentially animals infused with mana, having awakened powers identical to those of superheroes. That was why superheroes often tamed them and formed teams to fight alongside each other. Her light brown-haired friend remained completely unfazed, claiming that since there were no disaster alerts, whatever got loose probably wasn't dangerous at all. The glasses-wearing friend just broke out in a cold sweat upon hearing that, unsure whether she should trust that kind of optimism. With some time to spare, the group invited Gul to hang out in the city and check out the newly opened cafes. Hearing the tempting offer, Gul's expression instantly fell as she turned it down, knowing full well she wasn't allowed to go. Her friends already knew it was because Gul's guardian was way too strict, never letting her set foot anywhere crowded. The whole crew could only comfort her by saying her uncle was probably just overprotective because she was so pretty, and they promised to make it up to her another time. See you tomorrow. the two friends said, waving goodbye. Gul smiled and waved back, wishing everyone a fun time out. But once she was left all by herself, her smile instantly vanished. Gul looked quite in the dumps, and it made sense. Jite constantly warned her never to go anywhere loud and bustling. Gul knew her uncle was just looking out for her, because back then, she would start trembling uncontrollably whenever anyone looked her way. But she was doing a lot better now, and Gul trudged along in the opposite direction of her friends. Thinking about it still annoyed her. At home, Jite wouldn't even let her play the guitar for fear of the noise. Since that was the case, Gul was going to take her guitar outside and rock out, showing the whole world what the rebellious soul of the Gold Clan was really made of. The mountainous forest scenery stretched out before her, golden sunlight filtering through the leaves as the surroundings grew eerily quiet. Gul picked a random flat boulder by the edge of the woods to sit on. This secluded spot should be fine. She began strumming the very first notes on the wooden acoustic guitar. Gul lost herself in the music, leaving all her long-standing restrictions far behind. The gentle guitar tunes successfully lured a few little birds onto nearby tree branches to listen in. Even a white rabbit and a tiny squirrel wandered over, curiously gazing toward this newly minted artist. Deep within the lush green forest, only Gul's ringing guitar melody echoed clearly. Suddenly, a large dark shadow emerged from behind the bushes, its glowing eyes keeping a close watch on her. Those pale, unblinking eyes stared straight ahead, exuding an air of deep mystery. Gul startled as she sensed something unusual, cold sweat beginning to trickle down her cheek. Rustling noises came from the thicket, and she felt certain this was neither a regular human nor a normal animal. All of a sudden, Gul remembered Jite's past warnings from when the two of them were eating snacks in the living room. Jite had told her that if any strangers showed up offering business cards and trying to rope her into this or that, she had to run away immediately, because those were terrifying weirdos who specialized in kidnapping kids. Gul had turned pale with fright back then when she heard that. Sitting here all alone now, Gul kept psyching herself out, imagining being surrounded by perverts forcing business cards on her. Panicking, she bolted upright, holding her guitar up like a weapon as she yelled at the top of her lungs that she didn't want any business cards. But upon closer inspection, there wasn't a single creep in sight, just something small and adorable standing right there. It turned out to be a round, little golden chick with 3 tufts of feathers on top of its head that looked utterly adorable. Gul's heart was instantly stolen. This golden chick looked bigger than the regular birds in picture books, probably drawn to the spot by the music. Her obsession with cute things flared up, and Gul put on a terrifyingly intense expression, demanding to pet the chick just once. No, twice. Seeing Gul's perverted look, the golden chick squeaked in sheer terror, leaped up, and bolted. Gul frantically chased after it, her mouth pouring out endless apologies as she promised she would only look and not touch, begging it to stop running. The golden chick sprang high up into the air to make its escape. Gul stood below watching with a regretful expression as the tiny bird hopped from branch to branch. With a quick flutter, it shot all the way up to the top of a towering tree, escaping her reach entirely. The golden chick perched up there, looking quite sulky and guarded. Gul drooped, silently wondering what she could have possibly done wrong to make it hate her this much. Night fell, and the family's modern mansion lit up with glowing lights. Dinner time had arrived, and everyone gathered around the lavish dining table. The clinking of bowls and chopsticks filled the air, creating a rather cozy family atmosphere. Yet, Gul abruptly stood up, announcing she had zero appetite and asking to head up to her room first. Her red-haired older sister, Uriam, froze for a few seconds, as it was rare for her younger sister to skip a meal. Bom found it strange, too. Normally, Gul had the biggest appetite in the house, so why was she claiming to have lost all interest in eating today? Looking at the spread table that the girl wouldn't even deign to glance at, everyone began to worry. Jite casually sipped his tea, merely wondering where on earth all the food the girl consumed daily actually went. A moment later, Jite went upstairs, knocked on Gul's door, and pushed it open. The sight that greeted the uncle was the girl stuffing her mouth full of snacks, her cheeks puffed out like a chipmunk's. Jite was utterly speechless at the battlefield of sweets scattered everywhere. She had just claimed she wasn't hungry. Yet here, she was eating like she hadn't eaten in days. Gul offered her uncle a piece to save face, but Jite was only interested in what she was looking at on her computer. It turned out the young lady was researching online how to befriend a baby bird. Gul excitedly recounted how she had accidentally run into the golden chick-up in the mountains earlier that afternoon. But she soon grew worried, fretting that the little bird might freeze out there all by itself. By the way, Gul asked her uncle how to get someone else to open up to you when you first meet them. Gul even imagined using cheesecake to bribe people. She stared intently at Jite, awaiting some golden words of wisdom. Jite casually dropped the bombshell that she should just use food to approach it, since wild birds were always hungry. Gul's eyes lit up as if she had struck gold, never expecting her uncle to be so insightful. She decided to try it out tomorrow and even promised to reward Jite with her absolute favorite snack. Late into the night, the city still twinkled with lights, but Jite began to feel like something was off. Back in the forest under the dim moonlight, the golden chick was curled up fast asleep on a tree branch. The little bird had no idea that danger was lurking right beneath it. At that moment, very gentle-sounding meowing noises echoed silently in the dark. There were 3 tiny black kittens that looked innocent enough. One cat stepped closer, gazing at the golden chick with wide, impossibly innocent eyes. But in the blink of an eye, their eyes shifted to a brilliant, murderous crimson. The mutant black cats simultaneously lunged to attack the poor golden chick. The tiny bird panicked as a dark shadow engulfed its entire body. Under the full moon, only scattered yellow feathers remained behind as the golden chick vanished without a trace. Gul skipped happily through the forest, humming cheerful melodies to herself. In her hand was a bag of fragrant fried chicken, a special gift prepared for her new friend from yesterday. Gul walked along, marveling at how amazing the chicken smelled and feeling certain this plan would be a resounding success. She recalled Jite's advice that offering food would make any ownerless baby bird come running straight to her. Gul's footsteps came to a halt in the middle of a deserted patch of woods. She snuck up against a tree trunk, sweetly inviting yesterday's baby chick to come out and share a chicken drumstick with her. Waiting and seeing no one, Gul began to panic, wondering if the little guy actually hated fried chicken, or had it gone somewhere else. Suddenly, Gul's gaze froze as she looked down at the ground. Beneath the grass lay yellow feathers stained with fresh blood, signaling that something terrible had happened. Spotting the deep claw marks on the tree trunk and the residual mana, Gul sensed something deeply troubling. She remembered the rumors about spiritual creatures escaping from the sanctuary lately. Shocked, Gul clutched the feather tightly in her hand, her heart filled with anxiety for the little creature. The scene shifted to the bustling Hadling Entertainment District, where bright lights masked the dark corners. Inside a quiet, deserted alleyway, the baby chick Razor was under savage attack, blood spilling after vicious claw strikes. Despite being covered in injuries, Razor tried his hardest to get back up and face his enemies. It was a pack of black cats with glowing red eyes, cornering him with nowhere left to run. Razor indignantly asked why they were treating him so cruelly when they all originated from the same sanctuary. One of the cats flashed a sinister, mocking smirk. The answer was brutally simple: because we hate your guts. They were jealous that Razor was pampered by humans, hogging all the delicious food and affection. Now, without cages or human protectors, Razor was nothing more than easy prey in the outside world. A ferocious cat lunged forward to deliver the finishing blow. Razor squeezed his eyes shut, helplessly awaiting the impending death. But suddenly, a human figure appeared and blocked those razor-sharp claws. Gul dashed out and scooped Razor into her arms, using her own body to shield him from the black cat's attack. The baby chick stared up in stunned disbelief at the person who had just saved his life. Seeing Razor was still alive, Gul burst into tears of relief. She loudly scolded the cats for being heartless enough to bully such a weak creature. The cats clicked their tongues in annoyance, finding human interference a major pain. They decided to retreat, but not before hurling a vicious warning at Razor. Razor let out a weak squeak inside Gul's warm embrace. Gul excitedly explained that she had tracked the scent of the bag of fried chicken to find him here. Suddenly, she startled as she remembered the wound on her shoulder was bleeding profusely. Razor quietly gazed at Gul's injury, his eyes brimming with deep emotion. Overcome with exhaustion, the baby chick passed out, his eyes shutting tightly. Gul panicked, frantically calling for him to wake up as a burning anxiety gripped her heart. The scene cut back home, where Gul stood facing her guardian's wrath. Jite stood with his arms crossed, his face darkened into a stern expression. Gul dropped to her knees, clutching her bandaged shoulder while trying to explain she just wanted to save the baby chick. Jite barked out Gul's full name, causing the girl to mumble fearful apologies. Jite grew pensive, his eyes carrying a thoughtful glint after giving the baby chick a thorough inspection. He firmly asserted that the little guy was no ordinary creature. BOM suddenly remembered the news about several spiritual creatures that had recently broken out of the sanctuary. As soon as Razor woke up, he let out a chirp, making Gul overjoyed. The blue-haired girl eagerly volunteered to fetch water for their little friend. Channeling her magic, her eyes glowed with a powerful azure brilliance. A pure droplet of water was brought right to his beak. Razor stared in astonishment at the blessing that had dropped from the heavens. Having drunk his fill, Razor felt ecstatic as an extraordinary wave of refreshment coursed through his body. Both Gul and BOM marveled at the smooth, healing teamwork between the two girls. Jite remained unchanged, observing from the sidelines with a completely expressionless face. Razor proudly introduced himself as Razor, a member of the proud avian clan. He expressed his deepest gratitude to the lovely maidens for saving him and giving him water. The girls just stared blankly, not actually understanding a word he was babbling about. Seeing Razor keep chirping away, Gul had to ask Jite to translate what he wanted to say. Jite briefly summarized that the little guy was just thanking everyone. In particular, Razor emphasized his thanks to the blonde maiden, Gul, for saving his life. Razor admitted that although Gul looked fragile, she possessed an extraordinarily brave heart. He was still shaken, recalling how Gul had risked her life to save him from death. To Razor right now, this blonde girl was his greatest benefactor. Razor bowed solemnly, displaying absolute respect. He officially took Gul as his life's guardian deity. A magical aura enveloped them both, marking a sacred bond between soul and human. Gul beamed brightly, feeling like she had just done something profoundly meaningful. She also promised to take good care of Razor in the days ahead. Gul gently patted Razor's head in an immensely heartwarming moment. The scene cut to a sunlit grand hall, its atmosphere remarkably quiet and solemn. A woman was deeply engrossed, losing herself in the deep, resonant melodies of a piano. The music echoed throughout the space, as if recounting an ancient tale. A man with long gray hair and an overwhelming presence strode into the room. The cold elder demanded answers regarding Hasegawa's sudden disappearance. Wyan, Izel Khalifa, a seductive female demon with fiery red hair, reported on a death that had just occurred. She smiled and greeted the elder with an expression of utmost reverence. Wyan wore a knowing smile, looking thoroughly pleased with her current standing. She apologized for her lapse in work due to getting caught up in her own personal projects. The elder didn't seem too pleased to see a subordinate overly focused on unrelated matters. He curiously asked about the gigantic shadow standing right behind Wyan. It was a massive puppet carrying a defeated opponent in its hand. Wyan smirked, explaining it was just a tiny bug that had dared to tail her. The captured target was Edward Crane, a rank 14 superhero. He glared at Wyan with bitter hatred. The elder coldly ordered that this stalker be dealt with immediately. Despite his injuries, Edward Crane burst forth with lightning power and charged straight at the elder. His speed was fast enough to startle even the elder. Edward poured everything into a punch crackling with blinding lightning bolts, lunging directly at his opponent in a do-or-die attack. Wyan, Izel Khalifa, stood leisurely beside her puppet, dropping amused, sarcastic remarks about the enemy's futile effort. However, Edward was instantly subdued, crying out in agony as an invisible force crushed his throat. His face distorted with fury. Even with death looming close, he refused to give up easily. A terrifying entity with demonic eyes suddenly appeared, wrapping tightly around Edward in a grisly grip. In the blink of an eye, countless sharp spikes pierced through Edward's body, brutally ending the rank 14 superhero's life. Wyan, fifth sword, gasped in shock, calling out "Elder," as she felt the horrifying pressure radiating through the hall. From the sunlit entrance of the church, a slender adolescent slowly stepped inside. With a cold smile, Noah, a Calamity-class high demon holding the title seat of Vow, officially made his powerful appearance. Introducing Noah, the being revered by demons like a god. His giant hand tore open space, revealing his supreme authority. Wyan dropped to her knees before Noah. Even as a high-ranking member of demon society, he knew nothing of this child's true background. Noah smiled cryptically, calling Wyan "my child." He officially bestowed upon Wyan the title of the Invisible Organization's fifth sword. Wyan bowed his head in acceptance, acknowledging his shortcomings while noting he had been chosen by the Abyss. Elder Izel Khalifa sat perched on her mechanical chair, sarcastically mocking Wyan for nearly losing his life to a weak human. Wyan broke out in a cold sweat as the phantom of the one who had defeated him haunted his mind. She wondered aloud how the association could have known the exact gathering spot to launch an attack. She muttered that the enemy seemed to know far too much about their organization. Izel Khalifa sneered, holding a long, smoking pipe. Her hands resembled the mechanical joints of a doll. Her gaze turned razor-sharp, demanding to know what Wyan had been doing at the association all this time. Her glowing red eyes stared menacingly. Trembling, Wyan apologized to the elders, his face etched with extreme tension. Noah walked away unbothered, leaving behind a reminder that their grand endeavor was drawing very close. The red-haired woman quietly watched Noah's retreating back. She grumbled that Noah was being too lenient, arguing he should have lopped off one of Wyan's arms to maintain strict discipline. Once everyone had cleared out, Wyan clenched his fists against his knees until they shook. His face twisted in rage as his mouth poured out vicious words directed at the one who had humiliated him. The scene shifted to a modern office building situated in the heart of the city. A call connected, and the person on the other end answered in sheer terror. His smartwatch displayed an incoming call from someone saved under the contact named Creepy Jerk. Hashimoto, Wyan's assistant, slumped his head onto his desk under crushing pressure. The secretary beside him couldn't help but look anxious. Hashimoto tore at his hair, complaining that information had leaked again, and Wyan threatened to murder them all if the traitor wasn't found by today. He slammed his desk and yelled, unable to understand how the person codenamed X could see through all the organization's secrets. The gathering location was supposed to be known only to the elders and their closest inner circle. Hashimoto glanced up at the secretary with an intensely suspicious look. The secretary looked back with chilling calmness, ready to accept punishment if suspected. Back in Yugul's room, she was filming an introduction video for the Chicken Soul Razor. The little guy didn't look too comfortable being on camera. Razor mumbled about how humans used to always force him to drink stuff they called dietary supplements. A blue-haired child hugged Razor, prompting the little guy to hastily ask her not to touch his feathers anymore. Sweating profusely, Razor earnestly asked Gul to take off the pink bow because he wasn't a girl. Gul didn't care at all, blushing and giggling as she assumed Razor loved that bow. Suddenly, a hand grabbed Gul by the head. Urium appeared, curious about the thing she was holding. Urium hoisted Razor up by his ribbon. Gul panicked, telling her sister not to bully her friend, but Urium only scolded her for making noise while she was trying to sleep. Urium remarked that they both looked equally foolish and asked for the chicken's name. Gul was about to introduce him as Razor, before switching to calling him Little Chick because he constantly chirped. Urium laughed mockingly at the name, causing a defensive Gul to snap that she had spent 2 whole hours thinking of it. Razor struggled, complaining about the heavy cigarette smoke odor and demanding she let him go. Urium stared at the yellow chicken in her hand, with a face full of question marks. Pensive, she observed Razor for long while as if pricing a toy. Suddenly, Urium opened her mouth wide and stuck out her tongue. She gave Razor a direct lick, causing the poor guy to freeze in absolute shock. The unfortunate chicken dropped his jaw and screamed in utter despair. Gul let out a piercing shriek seeing Razor get licked. Urium winced, spat out a feather, and grumbled that this chicken didn't taste good at all. Gul flew into a furious rage, her cheeks puffing up with anger. She charged forward to demand justice for the baby chick, but Yoriam acted as coolly as if nothing had happened. Gul grew so upset she nearly cried, endlessly chewing out her bizarre older sister. A fierce battle erupted as Gul branded Yoriam an old witch and a muscle pig. Yoriam didn't hold back either, firing back with sarcastic jabs about Gul's appearance. The keyword flat struck a nerve with Yoriam. Her face suddenly darkened dangerously. Yoriam flashed a bizarre smile, declaring that if Gul loved nitpicking her flaws so much, she wouldn't touch the chicken ever again. Instead, Yoriam declared that Gul would be the one to take the hit for her friend. Gul stood there dazed, having no clue what was about to happen. Her older sister pinned Gul down to the floor and began mercilessly stomping on her. Gul's screams echoed throughout the entire room. Gul cried and begged for forgiveness, but Yoriam's anger had yet to subside as she stomped away while chewing her out as a flat dumpling. In the corner of the room, the blue-haired child sat cross-legged on the ground, quietly observing the brawl through the screen of the device in his hands. The entire scene of Gul getting bullied was recorded in detail by the device. Gul was still struggling in desperation. Amid the confusion, the child accidentally pressed a button on the virtual control panel. A notification popped up on the screen. Video has been shared. This disastrous mistake caused the little one's face to turn pale. The notification confirmed the broadcast of the aforementioned video onto the public network system. The child shook like a leaf, realizing he had just caused a massive problem. Right at that moment, BOM walked into the room with a stern expression. Bomb strictly reminded the little one that he was not allowed to touch other people's belongings without permission. The boy shrank back in fear. BOM demanded that Yoriam and Gul put an end to this playful bullying right away, too. The two of them could only silently take their punishment. BOM picked the little one up in her arms, sighing as she looked at the mess in the room. Her gaze carried a faint hint of exhaustion. Suddenly, Bomb's eyes flashed with a strange green light. She paused as if she had just caught sight of some kind of omen. Cold sweat streamed down Bomb's forehead, her eyes brimming with anxiety and shock. She rushed straight into the room to find Jite, calling out his name over and over in a panic. Jite was currently putting on his coat to head out. Seeing Boom burst in, he calmly asked if she had caught sight of Providence again. BOM anxiously asked if he was about to head out on a mission and desperately wanted to come along. Contrary to usual, Jite nodded and said that he genuinely needed her help this time. BOM froze in surprise. He told her to hurry up and get ready, explaining that all the details of the journey would be made clear along the way. Jite thoughtfully reminded her that if she felt scared, she didn't have to join. BOM let out a relieved smile and shook her head. The girl couldn't hide the happiness glowing across her face. BOM radiantly said this was the first time Jite himself had invited her along. Pure joy showed in every single word she spoke. She excitedly teased whether he wouldn't be able to get anything done without her. Jite just stared at her silently with a blank expression. The two of them kicked off their journey to Marie Birdland in Antarctica. Deep within the ancient ice cave, a secret door belonging to the Chungcheon Banquet organization appeared. Inside the base, BM clapped to welcome them and introduced Jite and BOM to their new teammates. Minamoto and the elderly woman Riwa were already waiting at the table. Riwa smiled warmly as she welcomed the youngsters who had just arrived. Minamoto pressed for the identity of the messenger. Jite nonchalantly replied that they could just call him the Demon Hunter. BOM cheerfully introduced herself as Jite's assistant. Riwa showered BOM with endless praise for being such an immensely adorable young lady. BOM blushed happily at the compliment, but the atmosphere instantly turned awkward when Minamoto showed blatant displeasure. Minamoto irritably sneered at the affectionate way BOM and Jite addressed each other, calling their behavior ridiculous. The young swordsman called out BM's name directly to voice his dissatisfaction. He sprang up from his chair, declaring that even though they needed help, something felt terribly wrong about this cooperation. Minamoto was furious that Jite refused to reveal his real name or background, using only a pompous title accompanied by an assistant who looked like she possessed zero combat power. He yelled at BM, claiming that bringing a total nobody here in the middle of such a dire crisis was like playing a cruel joke on him. BM panicked and advised him to calm down. Jite maintained a completely nonchalant expression. He challenged Minamoto to test his abilities herself if she didn't trust them. Reaching the peak of his anger, Minamoto drew his katana from its scabbard, radiating a menacing aura of mana as he warned Jite not to do anything foolish. Just as Minamoto moved to draw his sword, Riwa suddenly spoke up and demanded she stop immediately. Riwa nonchalantly remarked that Minamoto would lose her life the exact moment the blade cleared the scabbard, leaving the young woman startled and clueless as to what the old woman was implying. Elder Riwa apologized on Minamoto's behalf, explaining that her recent sensitivity had led to overreactions and grave mistakes. Afterward, Riwa offered to ask Jite a question out of an old person's cautious foresight. Jite calmly signaled for her to go ahead. Riwa's blue eyes suddenly turned sharp as she lowered her voice and called out, "Young man." She posed a decisive question. "Are you on humanity's side?" Jite looked back at her with a deep, intensely mysterious, and cold gaze. Minamoto bluntly posed the question straight to Jite. Was he truly on humanity's side? The entire meeting room fell dead silent, every pair of eyes locking onto the dark-haired man. Sitting right beside him, Baum anxiously glanced over as if longing to hear his answer. Jite nonchalantly confirmed it, affirming that he stood on humanity's side. His response caused Lady Riwa and Jongbongman to let out sighs of relief, though BM still looked somewhat restless. Minamoto pressed on with questioning about the disaster-class demons swarming toward Malaysia's ball dungeon. Jite dropped a piece of information that shocked Minamoto to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. He revealed that their goal was to turn Malaysia into a gigantic living altar. The demons planned to sacrifice 700 trainees to generate over 100 new demons. A horrifying scene unfolded in her mind, a place where human lives served merely as sacrifices for the rise of darkness. The true mastermind was none other than Professor Wyan, who intended to use these lives to level up himself. Minamoto slammed the table and sprang to her feet, finding it completely unbelievable that an academy professor was actually a demon. She turned and asked whether BM had known about this right from the start. Zhang Bongman admitted he had just found out as well, though honestly, he had disliked that guy Wyan for a long time. Jite stood up and explained that because the dungeon was completely isolated, it made the ideal spot for the demons to make their move. But it was also the golden opportunity for their side to capitalize on and wipe out the entire nest. Minamoto pressed for further details on the plan to deal with Noah, the immensely dangerous and destructive entity. Noah was a monster who had wiped out multiple nations, a being whose true capabilities no one fully understood to this day. The Phantom of Noah materialized with supreme authority, his mystical purple eyes blazing brightly in the dark. Jite turned back to look at her and firmly asserted that he knew all about it. He nonchalantly turned his back and walked away, ignoring the stunned looks of everyone in the room. Jite added that he even knew how to kill Noah, making Minamoto think he was just talking nonsense. Seeing Minamoto about to snap, Jongbongman hastily placed a hand on her shoulder to hold her back. BM flashed a knowing smile, telling her to put her complete trust in Jite's decision. Minamoto froze, unable to comprehend how BM could be so confident. Giving no further explanations, Jite announced that the operation would begin immediately. His gaze was icy cold, as though everything had already been thoroughly calculated. BOM sat slumped on the floor, quietly watching Jite's back as he walked away. Outside, the super flagship Guardian tore majestically through the clouds over the skies of Japan. A female reporter was live broadcasting updates on this large-scale military operation. The Guardian was a state-of-the-art flying fortress, the combined powerhouse of Lair Academy and the Association. There were up to 1,400 people aboard the ship, including a vast number of elite trainees ready for battle. Superheroes from all across the globe had gathered for the impending epic war. Principal Hai Sukmu stepped out, kicking off an impassioned speech before the television cameras. Back home, the red-haired girl gripped the TV remote and cursed out loud in frustration at missing out on the action. Yugul was the exact opposite, hugging her knees and shaking like a leaf, because fighting always scared her. Suddenly remembering something, Gul asked Yeoriam where Jite and Bom had wandered off to. Hearing that, the red-haired girl propped her chin in her hand and began wildly letting her imagination run. Gul suddenly pictured Jite romantically sweeping Bom away to elope just like in the movies. She shrieked in shock at her own over-the-top theory. But right after, she switched to whimpering and worrying about who was going to cook her meals. Yeoriam was left completely speechless. She really was just a total foodie. The blue-haired child quietly sat and watched the two older girls bicker. The little boy hugged the yellow chick tight, an indescribable sense of unease regarding the future well-being swelling up in his chest. A man stood giving an impassioned speech at the assembly, bringing up the agony of the war that had taken place less than 20 years ago. Hundreds of trainees sat in silent attention. Because of that war, countless families, loved ones, and friends had fallen. He prayed that such a tragedy would never repeat itself in this peaceful era, moving everyone deeply. The speaker promised that this expedition would place everyone's safety above all else. Jite and Bom stood observing the ceremony from afar. Minamoto approached Jite and handed him something, addressing him as the Demon Hunter. It was a pair of badges symbolizing Japanese royalty, gleaming right in the palm of his hand. Minamoto instructed Jite that from now on, he would join the dungeon as a member of the royal family, warning him not to talk nonsense to avoid suspicion. Even so, her gaze remained thoroughly probing. Minamoto bluntly declared that she still didn't completely trust him. She lowered her voice to threaten Jite, telling him to mentally prepare himself if he let any mistakes happen during this mission. Jite muttered that her personality had changed a whole lot. Bom curiously asked if the two of them had known each other beforehand. Recalling memories of the fourth loop, when Minamoto was still a radiant girl who used to tag along behind him, Jite vaguely answered Bom that you could say was something like that. Suddenly, Jongbong Man popped out of nowhere, laughing cheerfully and asking if everyone was feeling tense. He was still clutching a massive bottle of liquor in his hand. Jite instantly realized BM was drinking more than usual and sarcastically remarked that the big guy himself was the one who looked nervous. Jongbong Man blushed and admitted he felt uneasy, as it had been a long time since he had to join such a dangerous mission. BM tried to act cool, claiming this was simply the destiny of the members in the Chungcheon Banquet Guild, while still calling Jite by his fake name, Jinte. Jite abruptly called out his real name, Jongbong Man, making the guy jump in shock and wonder how Jite had found out about this secret. Jite looked at BM seriously, reminding him that his role in this operation was the most dangerous of all. He advised BM not to go getting himself killed, a statement that gave the guy the chills as if a death flag had just been planted over his head. BM muttered to himself as he walked away, forcing Jite to promise he'd treat him to a genuinely good round of drinks once everything was over. Bom stood frozen watching him leave, then turned to tell Jite he was a total liar. She pointed out that Jite himself was the one shouldering the most perilous part. Jite sighed, telling her she didn't need to worry about him. Just as Jite was about to urge Bom to get ready, she unexpectedly grabbed tightly onto his sleeve. Lowering her head, Bom said that even though she knew he was immensely strong and hard to kill, deep down she still felt an unceasing wave of anxiety. She desperately begged Jite not to let himself get hurt in the upcoming battle. Bom's face clearly displayed deep worry and care for Jite. Jite quietly watched her, his gaze softening for a fleeting second. He reached out to pat her head in reassurance, saying that was precisely what he wanted to say to her. The brief romantic moment was cut short by Minamoto's shouts urging the group to hurry up because there was no time left to waste. A giant purple portal tore open, radiating a mystical and high-pressure energy. The team had to step inside before the trainees arrived, with Minamoto and Jongbong Man already locked in combat-ready stances. Bom took a deep breath to steady herself, followed closely behind by Lady Riwa. Jite stepped forward with an icy expression, softly answering in agreement now that everything was ready. Under the purple light of the portal, the group stepped into the dead zone one by one. A powerful voice rang out. "Let's begin." The Malaysia's ball operation officially kicked off. At the trainees' gathering area, a young fellow was shaking so badly he desperately needed to use the restroom out of sheer terror. The female friend next to him sneered that adults would handle everything anyway. So what was there to be afraid of? Yet she herself was actually trembling like a leaf. Amidst the panicking crowd, a white-haired adolescent suddenly appeared with an expression of utter calmness. Seeing him casually humming some tune, another trainee curiously asked if he wasn't scared at all. The white-haired boy broke into a bizarre smile, claiming that actually he was feeling extremely nervous too. But his intensely glowing purple eyes, burning with evil intent, told a completely different story. He softly muttered that he would do his absolute best for this plan. 14 hours had passed since the group entered Malaysia's dungeon. Their current destination was room 141, known as the Hanging Gardens. An unfamiliar footprint had just stepped onto the lush green grass of the garden. BOM dropped to her knees, gasping for breath as she looked thoroughly exhausted from the long trek. The elderly lady Riwa stood nearby and worriedly checked on her. BOM forced a smile, saying they probably should have taken a break halfway through. But for the greater good, she didn't want to ruin the plan just for her own comfort. The scenery here was breathtakingly stunning, completely different from the gloomy atmosphere of the previous rooms. She heard this was actually the private garden of Malaysia, the dungeon master. Riwa looked around once and clicked her tongue, remarking that this looked nothing like a terrifying dungeon. Bomb stayed silent, her eyes filled with a pensive look as she stared at the old woman's back. Her memory flashed back to the tactical briefing where Jite mapped out a simple plan. He would handle Aizel Khalifa, Wyan, and Malaysia all by himself, while the rest of the group just needed to buy him enough time. Jite declared that prioritizing the elimination of Wyan, the core figure this time around, was top priority, while BM would be in charge of dealing with Noah. He instructed Grandma Riwa to team up with his assistant to tackle Aizel Khalifa. BOM listened with a stern expression. Hearing that, Minamoto was puzzled. Did that mean she had to go clean up Malaysia? The young woman flew into a rage when Jite told her to go deal with the small fry monsters, feeling like she was being treated like an errand girl. Jite bluntly retorted that she could do whatever she wanted as long as she didn't let all the subordinates get killed. The two of them bickered back and forth with hilarious expressions. Returning to the present, BOM was still pondering her elderly teammate. Grandma Riwa's face, marred by a horrifying scar, stood out clearly under the sunlight, carrying an indescribable melancholy. Gathering her courage, BOM softly called out, "Grandma." The elderly woman turned her head and softly hummed a response. Hesitantly, BOM asked if something had ever happened between her and Aizel Khalifa. Riwa let out a bitter laugh, wondering aloud if her expression had been that obvious. She apologized if her question put BOM in an awkward spot, then abruptly asked the young woman's age. Hearing BOM say she had just turned 20, Riwa wistfully praised it as such a beautiful age. She shared that in her youth, she used to be a very pretty young lady, just like BOM. BOM smiled and replied that she was still very pretty now. The old woman chuckled, saying she was just joking and wasn't as pretty as the girl. If that were true, she would have become a celebrity instead of superhero. But the truth was, back then she used to be quite a hot commodity. She reminisced about her youth with long, silver-gray hair. The neighborhood young men would constantly linger around her house all day just to catch a single glimpse of her face while she was busy knitting away, completely ignoring the passionate flirtations echoing from behind the gate. For some reason, she had been so haughty back then, refusing to show her face to anyone. She admitted she was quite the snob, and eventually, those reckless guys grew discouraged and mostly drifted away. Even the most dashing young men had conceded defeat to her coldness. In the end, only a single young man remained persistent. A short guy who stuttered, spoke clumsily, and wasn't particularly good-looking either, yet he waved at her with a goofy smile. Never in a million years had she expected to end up marrying him. Bomb's jaw dropped in absolute shock upon hearing that. The day he proposed was the funniest part. Instead of a ring, he gave her a pair of earrings because he said her ears were very pretty. What a total goofball. Grandma Riwa gently touched the scar on her face as the sweet memory instantly vanished. BOM could only stand frozen, watching every single gesture of hers. She asked BOM if this scar looked hideous to her, a direct question that instantly plunged the atmosphere into a heavy silence. The wrinkled scar half covered her face, serving as proof of a past tragedy. Gritting her teeth, she declared that the wretched bitch Izel Khalifa had killed her husband and burned their house to the ground. The image of her husband lying motionless amidst a sea of fire flashed in her mind, while that cruel woman simply turned her back and walked away, leaving him to die in agony. She had desperately reached out her hand, but couldn't save him. That hag walked off without even bothering to kill her, leaving behind a lingering torment. That very day, she had lost half her soul, and hatred burned fiercely inside her like the flames of that year. With modern technology, she could easily erase this scar, but she chose to keep it out of fear that if it vanished, the memories of her late husband would fade away too. Rewa recounted how after the war, she hunted everywhere for Izel Khalifa without finding a trace. Pensive in thought, Bilam stood by her side, shock clearly etched across her face from the story. Rewa stared straight at her enemy, declaring that this day had finally arrived. A massive entity materialized behind the red-haired hag. Izel Khalifa sneered, letting out remarks mocking the old woman's hideous face. Today, finally, she smiled challengingly, her golden eyes burning with cold hostility. Rewa affirmed that this was the moment she took back what belonged to her, her gaze flashing with a green light of pure hatred. The scene shifted to room 98. 15 hours had passed since the group entered Malaysia's dungeon. Trainees were clearing out monsters along the crystal blue canals. These guys are well trained. Must be from the Blue Dragon dorm, someone remarked upon witnessing their work efficiency. Yet the atmosphere among the trainees seemed intensely tense and devoid of natural warmth. Their expressions stayed rigidly frozen, and their vacant gazes didn't look normal at all. A trainee holding a bloody knife with an eerily dazed look in his eyes emitted a hair-raising vibe. Inside the command tent, a furious roar echoed. "How many times do I have to say this?" The commander raged angrily, arguing that the current advance speed was way too fast and dangerous. They had cleared a whopping 9 rooms in just 15 straight hours, a pace exceeding the initial plan by 4 whole rooms, and throwing everything out of control. Silver-haired Wyan sat there nonchalantly, claiming it was simply the result of great trainees and an exceptional command system. The commander blew a gasket, screaming at him not to use physical stamina as an excuse for this recklessness. He worried that charging ahead blindly like this would leave the other teams behind and make them easy targets for annihilation. Wyan closed his eyes and gave a cold smile, telling him not to be overly sensitive and ruin the scheduled plan. The commander slammed the table and yelled at Wyan not to try dodging the main topic any further. "The trainees' lives are hanging by a thread. Don't I have the right to object?" he barked. He firmly asserted that trainees were not pawns to be thrown away for meaningless sacrifices. Wyan looked at him with icy eyes and sneered. "Well, to me, they actually are pawns." Suddenly, a panicked trainee rushed in with an urgent report. The dungeon was shaking violently due to a massive crack. The commander immediately ordered everyone to retreat toward the dungeon entrance right away. "I told you so." Wyan coldly cut him off. Drawing his gun, he reiterated his demand that the commander stop being so overly sensitive. A dry gunshot echoed sharply. The commander collapsed in shock, blood splattering across the shooter's face. Those around them watched in terror as the bloody scene unfolded in the blink of an eye. A purple-haired trainee suddenly turned on his comrades and murdered them on the spot. Cries of "there's a traitor" rang out in vain. A trainee froze, unable to believe the horrifying scene playing out right before his eyes. Miserable screams echoed throughout the hallway as a brutal massacre began. Blood flowed across the floor. Trainees fell one by one at the hands of the traitors. A short-haired girl stared in shock at the bodies of her teammates, her face smudged with fresh blood. Wyan cursed angrily at the weak resistance. The purple-haired traitor laughed like a maniac, lost in the thrill of frenzied killing. A blue beam of light tore through the space from the muzzle of a gun, ending yet another life. "See? Why keep fighting back and forcing me to look at this ugly sight?" Wyan leisurely stepped over the corpses. If you'd just cooperated, at least you'd have been left with a dying wish. He looked down coldly at the victim beneath his feet. Wyan raised his gun and fired continuously, his glowing red eyes laying bare his true demonic nature. What? You think I don't know how to kill people? You think I don't know how to curse? He roared savagely amidst the ruins. Wyan yelled furiously, complaining that he had tried to smile and speak nicely, but these people just didn't know when to quit. He screamed like a madman, calling humans low-life creatures with eyes blazing with murderous red light. Wyan fired his gun like a madman, blood splattering through the air with every ruthless shot. A notification sound rang out amid the deathly atmosphere, signaling a change. Wyan's face, twisted in a manic grin, showed clearly on the live recording screen. Why are you acting like this? The question rang out mockingly right at the massacre scene. Jite strolled over leisurely, reminding Wyan that he was standing right in front of the camera lens he loved so much. Jite stared straight at Wyan with an icy gaze, then advised him to put on a nice smile for the camera. 15 hours and 20 minutes had passed since entering Malaysia's ball dungeon. Sector 39, known as the Wasteland, decisive leaps carried him smoothly across the barren cliffs. Jite's clone in a white lab coat descended from above, his coat fluttering in the wind. He landed lightly in the quiet space, amidst a hazy cloud of dust and smoke. A frail voice echoed from the rubble, desperately begging for help. Before him lay a horrifying sight: square, fleshy red lumps, whimpering and demanding to see their mothers, who were actually the missing cadets. They were still alive and breathing, but cruelly and bizarrely transformed into living sacrifices. The clone looked at the scattered chunks of flesh with an expression of sheer disgust. He reached out his hand, wondering if there was any way to save lives that had been warped to this extent. His gaze suddenly froze when he noticed something unusual. A psychic shockwave forced the clone to cover his face as the surrounding space was dyed a deadly shade of red. Blood surged up from beneath the ground, staining the sandy earth in jagged patches. From the pool of blood, a bizarre, mutated mass of flesh rose like a haunting, demonic tree. The clone stood in stunned silence, watching the writhing mutant mass beneath his feet. A voice approached from a distance, mockingly praising his speed and addressing him by his title, Rank 2. He touched the earpiece communicator, confirming the situation with the person on the other end. Yeah, it's me. I found Noah. Noah was standing right behind him, holding a black umbrella, his small figure dwarfed by the boulder-strewn field. The boy smiled with hidden meaning, his purple eyes glowing brightly under the fading sunset. In another area, Ujite was also receiving a report, coldly replying that he would finish things here and head over immediately. Behind him, Oscar Bolzenk, with his long silver hair, let out a silly-like laugh, feigning embarrassment at letting this ruthless side of his show. The Rank 2 flipped back his silver hair and offered a cheerful greeting, as if they were old acquaintances meeting after a long time. Jite paid the greeting no mind whatsoever, offering only a dry remark about his opponent's brainwashing capabilities. Oscar admitted that he had been secretly brainwashing cadets for a long time back at Blue Dragon Academy, looking at the cadets standing motionlessly like soulless corpses and treating their minds as no better than loyal beasts. He even made no secret of his regret at failing to turn Urium herself into a puppet just like them. Reminiscing about the first day the two of them discussed Urium, Oscar couldn't hide his smugness. In fact, right from that moment, Oscar had been harboring the intention of beating Jite to death for that nonchalant attitude of his. He drew his gun and pointed it straight at Jite's face, roaring with disgust at the deadpan gaze and arrogant tone of a lowly human. Jite simply stood there calmly, wondering why the man had so many complaints. He coldly delivered a line that left his opponent stunned. When you're about to die, what's the point of talking so much? Oscar gritted his teeth in fury at the arrogant challenge. He screamed that Jite was the one who didn't understand the situation, simultaneously activating an artifact as a blazing green energy current shattered the stone floor. He smirked, figuring that Jite secretly recording and exposing the truth to the world wouldn't change a thing, since the ballroom gates had been completely sealed from the inside. Oscar laughed crazily, smug in the belief that he had victory in the bag now that all communication with the outside world had been cut off. He believed this power was more than enough to kill him and destroy all remaining evidence. In his heart, he had already scripted a perfect scenario. This would be a tragic accident, and he would be the hero who saved the survivors, gaining status within the organization while becoming a hero in the public eye. Truly killing two birds with one stone, he threw his head back and laughed gloatingly over the grand plan he had just hatched. But Jite just looked at him with a pitying gaze, asserting that Oscar was the one completely blind to reality. Jite raised his hand, and a terrifying wave of pressure erupted, shaking the entire surrounding space. I'm the one who closed the dungeon gate. A close-up of Jite with a cold gaze, radiating absolute pressure that left his opponent with no time to react. Oscar Bulzink was dumbfounded, sweating profusely as he couldn't believe Jite had stopped a Tier 3 artifact with his bare hands. He hurriedly pulled out his walkie-talkie to call for backup, screaming in panic as he realized he was in deep trouble. Jite kept his calm demeanor facing the gun barrel, explaining concisely, "That was just my clone." Recalling the scene where Jite's clone sneaked in as the head assistant and quietly wiped out all the gate-guarding demons, not a single one likely survived by now. Oscar Bulzink gnashed his teeth in utter fury, his face distorting from the realization that he had been played. He roared, calling Jite trash and lunging to attack in a frenzy. But a single decisive punch from Jite sent blood flying from Oscar's mouth across the stone floor. The sheer impact generated a violent burst of green energy that blew away the surrounding brick and stone. Oscar Bulzink was sent flying, crashing hard into the wall, his body limp from failing to withstand such a devastating blow. Jite stepped forward through the smoke and haze, a bizarre black and red aura beginning to surge around him. The Rank 2 struggled to crawl out of the pool of blood, his mouth hurling bitter curses nonstop. He screamed orders at his dazed subordinates. "What the hell are you all doing? Kill him right now." But it was too late. An ultimate skill was activated, and giant black wings unfolded to blot out the entire field of vision. SS Tier Supreme Skill. Grand Duke's punishment was officially unleashed, suppressing all enemies. Jite turned to his allies and said these cadets were only brainwashed, so just knocking them out would suffice. He gazed into the distance, completely calm despite wielding immense power without a single sign of fatigue. Oscar Bulzink was beaten to a pulp, finally realizing his fatal mistake in daring to challenge this entity. A mysterious name surfaced in his mind. URX. Jite stood towering like a god of death before his trembling, defeated foe. Oscar wheezed out a question about his true goal, asking if it was just to exterminate the demons, or was all this destruction meant for so-called peace for humanity? Jite held out his hand, causing a mystical black energy blade to materialize. "Just like you, I have a plan of my own, and you are inadvertently standing in the way of that plan. Is that so?" Oscar Bulzink could only manage a bitter laugh at his predetermined end. He burst into insane laughter like a madman upon realizing that his entire conspiracy had gone up in smoke. Jite coldly prepared to finish him off, acknowledging that Oscar probably had a grand plan of his own once upon a time. The villain closed his eyes and surrendered to fate, leaving behind no regrets or hopes. His dying wish was simply that Jite would one day taste the same miserable defeat he was experiencing now. A dry, tearing sound echoed as blood splattered across the dungeon wall. Rank 2 Oscar Bulzink was officially wiped out. Noah appeared out of nowhere, casually dropping an arrogant remark about the order of this world as he let a blue butterfly rest on his finger, acting as though the death of a Rank 2 was of no concern at all. Noah sat perched on strange cubic blocks, his gaze drifting far toward the horizon, burning with sunset red. He bared his teeth in a mocking smile, his purple eyes glowing hauntingly under the dying light. "I never expected someone with the title of Rank 2 to end up so miserably and weakly." Noah leisurely held a butterfly in his hand, murmuring about Oscar Bulzink's reputation. He looked down at the man kneeling at his feet, deeply disappointed that a Rank 2 could be this pathetic. The Rank 2 sneered, even as blood streamed down, mocking his own overwhelming weakness. He realized the bitter truth that he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's garment. Noah kept his relaxed posture, ignoring the swirling pressure around him. He told the rank 2 he looked like he was dreaming, leaving the man staring back in blank bewilderment. Noah began to philosophize about how human thoughts take shape in dreams during sleep. He rested his black umbrella on the ground, curious about what kind of taste his opponent's dream might have. Immediately, a thick black resentment packed with countless screaming ghost faces materialized behind Noah. Noah's face turned icy, radiating terrifying pressure that made the surrounding atmosphere thick and heavy. Flashback to the past, when the rank 2 was still questioning Jite about the concept of a god. Jite explained that within his own domain, Noah truly possessed supreme power. It wasn't an illusion, but the ability to turn any imagination into reality. A ridiculously cheated skill. He warned the rank 2 to just do his best not to get swallowed up by that territory. Jite demanded that he buy time until he finished his other tasks. The rank 2 sullenly agreed, though he felt little confidence inside. Returning to the present, he began to regret not finding any random excuse to decline the request that day. Seeing Noah idling about, the rank 2 realized close-range attacks were completely useless. He decided to change tactics immediately. A pair of massive dragon wings sprouted from his back, and the rank 2 soared into the sky to seize the advantage. He bolted away at breakneck speed, leaving a long trail of light across the wasteland sky. Noah stood calmly on the ground, looking up to observe his opponent's moves. From high above, the rank 2 began channeling blazing green energy into his wings. A brilliant golden light flared, signaling that a large-scale attack was about to descend. A barrage of light beams rained straight down toward Noah's position like a storm of bullets. Noah simply raised his umbrella to shield himself, complaining under his breath about this annoying rain. Thick dust billowed up after the attack, but Noah remained completely unharmed. The rank 2 hovered in mid-air, loudly taunting Noah to see if he intended to only protect himself while abandoning the sacrifices. Noah's eyes suddenly turned sharp as he caught onto his opponent's scheme. The beams of light from the sky shifted course, plunging straight toward the Rubik's cubes holding the cadets captive, forcing Noah to use his power to shield them. The rank 2 smiled, triumphantly seeing Noah forced to divide his power to save people. Dirty play really ticked Noah off, his purple eyes flaring with murderous intent. He still calmly rationalized that sacrifice was necessary and that no justice was absolute. Noah silently stared at his opponent, not bothering to reply to such nonsense. The rank 2 poured all his might into a final technique called Ahilia's Curse. A giant black monster hand smashed down straight from the sky toward Noah's location. The impact created a powerful burst of crimson energy that blew away surrounding dirt and stones. The explosion was so massive it formed a deep crater right in the middle of the battlefield. A monstrous tail suddenly whipped up from beneath the earth, leaving a terrifying slash in its wake. He hovered mid-air, confident that an underground surprise attack was something even gods would struggle to block. The rank 2 landed, revealing he had implanted numerous chimeras into his body to achieve this strength. The entities inside him began grumbling and arguing with one another, creating a truly bizarre scene. The rank 2 stared ahead, dejectedly wondering if the whole bunch should just go on strike already. He swallowed the bitter truth that Noah hadn't even bothered to use his full, true power yet. Amidst the rubble, Noah stood firm with a relaxed posture, completely dominating the battlefield presence. He dropped a mocking remark about his opponent's groundless arrogance. Noah's eyes flared with a threatening purple hue, calling the rank 2 nothing more than a filthy pile of monsters. Badly injured as he was, the rank 2 managed to warn Noah that if he died, everyone else here would be done for too. Both of them suddenly froze as a violent tremor rippled through the space. Noah sensed a massive aura erupting from the direction of Wyan's room. He turned his head to look at the mysterious, surging energy on the horizon. The rank 2 triumphantly claimed that was the captain's power, making Noah begin to doubt whether Oscar Bolzank was truly the only one here. Giving his opponent no time to think, the rank 2 lunged forward for a lightning-fast attack. He asserted that out there prowled a mad demon hunter whom even a god like Noah couldn't handle. The rank 2 continued trying to shake Noah's mind with words, questioning the fate of the ritual if the main character Wyan came to harm. Noah remained silent, but his deep purple eyes began to glow with extreme danger. The rank 2 panicked and dodged a razor-sharp counterattack from Noah. Noah's face was now icy, purple arcs of lightning dancing around his body. He flapped his giant bat wings and shot high into the air to avoid close quarters. Noah immediately gave chase at terrifying speed, leaving streaks of purple light tearing across the sky. Noah's landing impact on the rock outcrop was so violent, it shook the entire region intensely. An energy explosion burst between the two, and the rank 2 knew the opponent was in a desperate rush to end this. They collided, their weapons clashing to produce deafening sounds. The rank 2 wondered why Noah still hadn't bothered to use his proud ash power at this late hour. Though nursing a small cut on his face, Noah didn't even blink, his focus reaching its absolute peak. The rank 2's monstrous arms stretched out as he declared his pride was wounded by the opponent's contempt. He rushed forward with all his might, hoping this attack could turn the tables. Noah coldly stated that if he was so eager to die, he would grant his wish immediately. Pitch black mist enveloped Noah as he released his true nightmare state. The rank 2 wore a twisted smile, taunting that his body was already a nest filled with nightmares anyway. His eyes suddenly flashed golden, and the S-tier ocular technique, Eye of Abraxas, was officially activated. A blinding light burst forth, signaling the final desperate gamble of the mad Chimera hybrid. The scene abruptly shifted to a grassy field where a giant stone monster had just been blasted to pieces. Wyan stood looking at the ruins with regret for a toy she had quite grown fond of. She smiled, recognizing that the newcomer was none other than the psychic manipulator with a large facial scar. Rewa stepped forward amidst the floating boulders, his eyes filled with disappointment that Wyan only remembered him by his scar. Wyan nonchalantly asked if this old man was someone carrying a blood debt with her. A mechanical hand unfolded, ready for the most intricate and sophisticated attacks. Wyan unleashed a swarm of wooden puppets controlled by glowing red threads to encircle her opponent. Rewa wasn't about to be outdone, employing psychokinesis to turn the surrounding boulders into defensive weapons. The old man stared straight at Wyan, delivering a final warning about the futile death awaiting her.